has changed and I am ready to take it on. You told me to be myself and never feel alone. You're all that I want, you're all that I need. If I was ever in the dark, I'd see. You've always believed and have faith in me. You'll always be my hero. I love you for everything you've done. You'll always be my hero. Everything you like the rising sun. I feel so strong. I feel the freedom to be who I can be. You'll always be my hero. You give me everything I need. go. I'm not gonna wait for you. Hold my hand and tell me you like my plan, so tell me so. No, don't leave me hanging, baby. 'Cause this the only chance you'll get. Oh, tell me when you gonna let me know. You're never gonna let me go. Let it show, show. How our love is meant to go. Boy, you're moving way too slow. Let it show, show. to go. Maybe it's the time I can make you mine. Let me know if you want to when we can be this way. Let me know I can live the way, baby, that's okay. We could rule the world. Nothing's gonna come between us. Just let the fire burn. I'm here for you no matter what. If you let me know where you want to go, maybe it's the time I can make you mine. Let me know if you want to when we can be this way. Let me know I can live the way, baby, that's okay. Let me know that I'm all you need and I'll come running. Let me know this is all I feel and know you want it. Let me know if you want to when we can be this way. Let me know I can live the way, baby, that's okay. looking for a place to hide. It seems we're crossing a line. My love for you is making me blind. But I want you, oh I want you. I think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are. Even if we're miles apart. You are the light in my dark. Like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are. Even if we're miles apart. You are the light in my dark. Oh no, no I ain't going too far. Looking at me, true words are hard to bear. Teardrops falling free. Now I am facing fear. We both know that our path is ended. It's time to say goodbye. Even if you're far away, we should give it another try.
Every move I make, every step I take, put your arms around me, let your light shine on me. When I'm in my darkest zone, when I'm in my darkest zone, you wrap your arms around me, you shine your light on.
When the time for bring me down, now you dey ace me up. You keep me focused on the target, you dey give me the punch. You know me eyes, now the dark shine for me like a touch. Light, but it isn't cold and dark, you dey give me the sun. Light, now you know must have before give me the thing, right? And I want to tell you thank you for the love, the light, the ride, the hype, the tide, the fight. Now I dey with you, I dey feel so alive.
Every move I make, every step I take, put your arms around me, let your light shine on me. When I'm in my darkest zone, when I'm in my darkest zone, you wrap your arms around me, you shine your light on me. Your light on me, your light on me,
Sit. True love no get yakba. Think the flow really sweet like a water. Hold tight, we together. Tiggy tiggy one. Take me a watan, keep me warm. You in a matan. The one where they pick me up, put it like they really mona man. You they keep me back on track, waiting no go like our plan. You the butter me brain, I keep on sweet with Tom and jam. You the only one, me number one, say you not the one.
every move I make, every step I take, put your arms around me, let your light shine on me.
this is game over. You can feel the ground rumble. When I hit the ground running, you should move a lane over. Rain holder, we don't run on the same motor. I'm a chain smoker, you a lighter to a flamethrower. I come from an insane culture, living like a trained soldier, just to make it a day older. No closure, remain closer to the days when I could feel the hunger pains I knew I would take. I knew this, and I ain't going out till I take it. What I came to get, I was made for this, and I will never lose, I'm the greatest. Just face it, I was made for this, and I ain't going out till I take it. What I came to get, I was made for this, and I ain't going out. I was made for this, and I will never lose. I was made for this. I feel colossal, choir sing the gospel. I can make the sky move, breathing through my nostrils. Sharks in the water, looking for imposters. You ain't in the bloodline, Prince in the popper. Stand between my digits, then you better be a comma. Leave you in the coma, you don't want no problems. Destiny designed us, made us for the finest. Born to be legend, long live your highness. I was made for this. I was made for this. I was made for this, and I ain't going out till I take it. What I came to get, I was made for this, and I will never lose, I'm the greatest. Just face it, I was made for this, and I ain't going out till I take it. What I came to get, I was made for this, and I ain't going out. I was made for this, and I will never lose. I was made for this.
Why do you insist on taking all your love from me? Always home late suddenly. I don't know how to thank ya. No, I don't know. Cause now I know that you bought these diamond rings for show. Get your things, get out the door. Pack your things up, go, go, go. To the pins out with you, I don't want you here a moment more. You always said you'll be there to save me. Looked in my face, said you want a baby. And you did try to call me crazy. This perfect picture just turned hazy. It's a blank page, but without the pain. And now I don't know how I can do this. Our drama's why don't we still pursue this? Got me arguing like 24/7, 24/7. I don't know why. That you make the changes, but in the end you didn't. Don't know how to save this, cause you've been acting different. 24/7, 24/7, 24/7. All of this time, doesn't go to heaven. For months now you've been really complacent, so I really wonder just how long that you've been faking. All my friends tell me no one can give what I gave him. Tears of mascara every day that I'm staying. The whole day in, love's the key if your heart ain't vacant. So you can scream if you wanna, leave if you wanna, but not a damn thing will change with you, no. You always said you'll be there to save me. Looked in my face, said you want a baby. And you did try to call me crazy. This perfect picture just turned hazy. It's a blank page, but without the pain. And now I don't know how I can do this. Our drama's why don't we still pursue this? Got me arguing like 24/7, 24/7. I don't know why. That you make the changes, but in the end you didn't. Don't know how to save this, cause you've been acting different. 24/7, 24/7, 24/7. All of this time, doesn't go to heaven.
There ain't no dogs in heaven. Why would I bet 'em? I'm done with the begging. If you're going out, I'm going out too. Cause I argued first, but I cheated second. I'm done with the stressing. Cause it seems like I'm coming up short. Cause it stole my heart, but it ain't quite Kevin. But I feel like I'm home alone. I'm speaking, come off your mobile phone. Why would you think that I'll have it? Who's that on your WhatsApp, babe? I'll grab it, I'll flip and smash it. If I'm sleeping and you go through my pictures and you see a female who's quite fit, just try to breathe. It ain't what it seems. She's my PT and I like fitness.
Now I don't know how I can do this. More dramas, why don't we still pursue this? Got me arguing like it's 24/7 to 24/7. I don't know why. That you make the changes, but in the end you didn't. Don't know how to save this, cause you've been acting different. 24/7, 24/7, 24/7. All of this time, but I'm dancing on it. I don't know how I can do this. More drama's why don't we still pursue this? Got me arguing like it's 24/7 to 24/7. I don't know why. That you make the changes, but in the end you didn't. Don't know how to save this, cause you've been acting different. 24/7, 24/7, 24/7. All of this time, but I'm dancing on to heaven.
And it feels good, so good. Coming back again, rising up above fear and its pain. Letting go of memories, knowing they can't define me. Rising up above feels good. And it feels good, so good. Coming back again, rising up above fear and its pain. Letting go of memories, knowing they can't define me. Rising up above feels good. And it feels good, so good. Coming back again, rising up above fear and its pain. Letting go of memories, knowing they can't define me. Rising up above feels good.
This is your moment, you gotta own it. You gotta fight for your right to belong here. Now I'm awoken, just this morning, a side of me open that I never noticed. We are the future, ride for the culture. Put my dirty clothes on the lines of a notebook. Never hide from exposure, show you nobody is unbroken.
Remember my name. You see my face every breath that you take. Just when you think I was torn down in flames, I'm born again. All of my dark days are gone. You will remember. Yeah, you will remember. Yeah, you will remember.
일단 올스타라는 게 성적보다는 팬분들의 재미를 더 충족시키기 위한 대회라고 생각하고 대회다 보니까 또 선수다 보니까 그 재미와 승부욕 사이에서 굉장히 갈등이 많이 되는데
Eventually they're gonna get it. Oh, Rekkles gonna kill with the ult!
저희가 올스타에서 우리나라가 진 적이 없었기 때문에 이번에도 좀 이겨야겠다는 생각은 있습니다.
怕倒没有吧，正赛的话，我还是会比较重视的。我觉得大家如果都打得好的话，应该是有机会赢的。
Buenas tardes, Barcelona, and bienvenido everyone to day 2 of the 2016 All-Star event. Yesterday, we saw our 30 contenders blast onto the Rift and Howling Abyss. Team Fire has sizzled ahead, but Team Ice is nipping at their heels. It's still anyone's game as both teams fight to prove their dominance. Earlier, the fans lined up outside the Palau San Jordi to get a peek of all the action, and they're joined by some awesome cosplayers. We saw a bunch of them here doing fantastic work.
These are pro players.
As the pro players, actually preparing. They're not cosplaying. Well, they are. Ice and Fire, you know.
Of course.
Yeah, and inside, the All-Stars are busy practicing. We saw the LMS are going up versus the NA All-Stars in the first match of the day. But that is the wonderful Palau St. Jordi. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Efe Shog supporter, joined here at the analyst desk by Martinez de Fischer-Olingo and Chris Papasmithy.
Yeah, he didn't get a fancy name.
No.
I did because we are in Spain after all, and we're also cosplaying as two casters. And we look
Yeah.
very nice in purple, I gotta say.
You
agree?
absolutely-
We got that
I
going
do
for us.
agree.
You have to say yes.
That is like making me compliment you. And it's not
Leading
like-
questions.
Yeah, leading questions. Not like I don't do that enough already. Well, taking a look back at yesterday, we launched the Mayhem, including Katarina Jukes that surprised even FLICKR and Bengi in the mid lane. Maple showing us that reworked Katarina and the dagger mechanics, and he's looking good.
I mean, in general, like the last match of the day especially, we saw a lot of Katarina, banned the rest of the day. We wanted about a power level. That part we were kind of aligned on, but in competitive play, it seems to actually transition pretty well.
Yeah, rough start to the game for Maple here, but because he has Karsa as his jungler, who's like one of the best in the world, he kind of came into the mid lane, got him a few kills, and then he got rolling later on. But we talk about LMS there, even though Korea actually won that game.
Yes,
because
but we
in
want to
the
talk
end,
about Katarina. We
We
want to talk a bit
Katarina,
about
very
the pick.
true.
And another pick we saw a lot was Twitch. I know you've always loved Twitch as a champion, but he seems to be in a pretty good spot now as well.
Yeah, very, very good changes here on this patch specifically. The live patch is getting nerfed a little bit, but the one we're playing on here, 623, he's very, very strong, especially the fact that Camouflage, the new stealth for him, you know, it's such a long duration, so you can kind of sneak around everything. We saw Double F do that really successful against Europe yesterday, where, yeah, Europe couldn't really find him and find the win.
No, it wasn't the best start for them. Jankos also said, why not Twitch jungle?
Sure, why not? Why
I mean,
not
I'm
Twitch
seeing
top?
it in Korean solo queue, so I'm sure someone is thinking about breaking out here. That stealth duration you can set up so well, the positioning helps out. It's powerful.
It should have been the marksman mode. Sadly, Rekkles and Mata, they were playing Graves and Quinn.
Yeah.
Did kind of work out,
Rekkles
especially
said
after
Mata
Mata's-
just locked in the jungler, so I guess we were double jungling.
Yeah,
Well.
Mata, he's playing his own event.
Yeah.
That's definitely.
He's having a lot of fun sending his regards to the LPL. Well, you said it already, not the best start for Team Europe and Team Ice, but Fire's early coordination has given them the slight edge in the early stages of the tournament. 200 points, though, versus 150. Fire especially good, as we said, in those 5v5 standard Summoner's Rift matches. Not only LCK winning over LMS, but also the NALCS winning over EU yesterday.
Just the power of the lineup from NA and LCK. You cannot pencil in the points for them in the 5v5s, but there is all those other modes that we see that are a great spot for Ice to pick up some points.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the fun modes can be a little bit random on who actually wins it. So maybe
Clearlove knocked out Bjergsen.
Clearlove
true.
also in the 1v1 knocked out Bjergsen, and Double also dropped out to two guys who made it to the final last year. So that's obviously really bad for North America there and Team Fire. They do bring the big guns
Yeah.
today, though.
They definitely have some power in the extended bench there. Once you get the LCK guys, and they're specifically FLICKR and Smeb, they have to be two of the favorites for the 1v1.
Definitely, and FLICKR saying it there. Well, we've never lost an All-Star event. We're not going to start now. So
Classic
we'll see what that
FLICKR
brings
comment.
for Fire.
Mad
well,
Lab is like, you
he
know...
never loses, so...
No, it's true. Mad Lab is like, yeah, you know, between competitiveness and having fun. And
Fun.
FLICKR's like, we never lost, we never
Oh.
gonna lose. Done.
Don't have to lie, just don't beat about
Some people are born winners, guys.
Yeah, definitely. Not us, but anyway, that's why we're casting. Focusing on what's coming up today. Full schedule indeed. The LMS versus North American All-Stars are up first. And then the Legend of the Poro King with a twist. Stay tuned for that, yeah. EU versus GPL, a chance at redemption there for both squads after day one. And then a continuation of our 1v1 tournament featuring a bonus grudge match, which is a huge secret. And we
Trevor's gonna lose.
we finish out the day with China versus Korea, and you're going to be casting that, and I can imagine you're quite excited for it. Or?
Yeah, just so excited. I mean, these are the two regions that really have been up there in a lot of the finals of Worlds and things like that. So it's really exciting to see them meet on the Rift, and some first-time meetings, actually. I mean, let's look at the mid lane. It's a bit of a spoiler for the future, of course, but FLICKR versus Whalers, they've actually never faced off on the Rift before.
And we saw yesterday in the 5v5s, like the serious mode, when region versus region, the teams are actually picking banning very serious. They're playing like...
Surprisingly, I would say.
Yeah, they're actually playing very serious, at least for the first like 15, 20 minutes of the game. And then, yeah, one team might have a little bit of fun there. But the games we saw yesterday were actually fairly competitive. We had some really good moves. So getting to see these top players from each region against each other is actually very exciting.
It's a lot of fun. It's very exciting. And there's 350 points on the line today, so we'll see who gets a slice of that cake. In any case, our All-Stars are standing by for the first match of the day, a regional Summoners Rift clash between LMS and North America. Let's meet our casters.
Thank you so much, Sharks. I'm Richard Pauls Cam, joined at the caster desk by Isaac Azale Cummings Bentley, and of course, my partner in crime, James Stress O'Leary. How are we today, gentlemen? The arena is electric right now.
Doing great, man. Get to watch NA lay the smackdown on LMS, hopefully.
Hey, it might be a tougher game than you think. I mean, yesterday was a lot easier, perhaps, than people would have normally expected, but we'll see. We're into day 2.
Yeah, there's no illusions that EU maybe wasn't pulling the hardest punches yesterday, but we'll see. Let's take a look at the starting lineups as players are loading on to the Rift. First, representing Team Ice is the LMS All-Stars. That's going to be Ziv in the top lane, jungle Karsa, mid lane Maple, their ADC BB with their support Albus.
And their opponents from the brave and very handsome region of the NALCS.
Naturally.
In the top lane, it's Impact. In the jungle, Reignover. Mid lane, Bjergsen. And the bot lane duo, Doublelift and Aphromoo, reunited at last.
Mixed response. You know, a lot of cheers here. I guess that's probably for Bjergsen and the EU contingent. But anyway, let's take a look at exactly what went so well for the LMS yesterday, because they had possibly the toughest team to face on the docket. They were facing LCK. And when you look at it, they performed pretty well. They still lost, inevitably, according to FLICKR. But still, they looked very good from Karsa, from Maple, and, you know, the way they roamed around the map.
Yeah, they did really look good. I think especially the jungle mid lane duo looked very good. But Korea is the best team here. Everyone knows it. And they put up a good fight against Korea. They could certainly take down NA.
To be honest, it's like how close can you get to the finish line is really when you're playing against LCK, unfortunately, because you look at their lineup and it's stacked, but you look at these two teams as well, and they're pretty much not only like the most favorite players in their role, but also the best players.
Yeah, they certainly are. And I mean, NA looked really good yesterday, but let's be honest, it was only against the EU guys.
I can't even fight back because it's true.
But, you know, like you said, this is the dream team for both of these regions. It's the best 5 from NA, it's the best 5 from the LMS, and people really want to see them perform. They really want to see which region is stronger here today.
And I think so much of that in this battle is going to be from that jungle position. The analysts have talked about it already. I mean, you look at Reignover, one of the top tier junglers in multiple regions now over the last couple of years, and his performance yesterday, maybe a slow start just from Jankos being there, but, you know, as soon as he paired up with Bjergsen, getting the Rengar plays in the bottom side of the map, it put it so heavily in NA's favor that he just could not keep up.
But you cannot forget his opponent also in the jungle in this one, Karsa. He was going off yesterday on that Lee Sin. He was keeping his team in the early game. He was setting up Maple as well in that Katarina. So if he goes off this game, he could maybe carry this game.
And you mentioned 2 champions. We feel like NALCS have to target the Lee Sin and the Katarina, or at least have to be a thought in the draft.
They do, but, you know, do they have to ban the Katarina? I don't know, because Bjergsen can play Katarina, right? This is a guy who plays Assassins, and when I found out I'm casting this matchup, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Maple and Bjergsen both are Assassin players. We've been seeing them get so many bans, but, well, okay, there it goes.
Interestingly, though, this comes out
my dreams are dead.
LMS. It's the LMS that are targeting this, perhaps looking at a different mid laner here, because if we do see this, the likes of a LeBlanc and a Ryze are still available here. I would anticipate them to be the last 2 bans out, but that's a lot of mid lane focus.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I mean, Bjergsen got triple banned yesterday. It's kind of the Bjergsen special. He gets a lot of focus both in Champ Select and in game. But they're going to take Twitch off the table because of how well Doublelift did. And it's just a really strong champion. But, I mean, yesterday, Doublelift was, what, 14-1 or something?
Disgusting.
Yeah.
Also in the 1v1s as well. So not everyone seems to know exactly how
1v1, not so hot,
though. Yeah, but people like standing in the poison. People don't understand how it's working now in the new patch.
And now NA get forced into a tough spot. It's either Ryze or LeBlanc, because Cassiopeia is taken off the table.
The thing is, you don't have to ban either. If you're okay playing both sides of the matchup, you can ban something else leave two OPs open, say, okay, sure, you first pick Rise, I take LeBlanc. You first pick LeBlanc, I take Rise. And now it's kind of crunch time. How confident is Bjergsen playing both sides of the matchup? Because if you ban away one, likely the other goes over to Maple, but you can leave two OPs open and just trade.
And that's
exactly what they're going to do. The Zyra as the final ban here, man. I can't wait to see a LeBlanc. And I mean, there's pretty much a 100% chance we're going to see it now.
Oh, baby, there it is. The insta-lock from Maple on that LeBlanc.
Oh,
this is
thrown.
The first LoL esports game that LeBlanc has been available in the picks, and it's instantly first pick, not through IWCA nor All-Star from yesterday was it available at this point. So we finally get to see what it can do in a traditional Summoner's Rift matchup. Everybody's been talking about just how strong it is.
And it's being piloted by one of the best mid laners in the world. Maple is incredible. This guy has been dominant for so long, and I'm very excited to see what he can do with it, because this champion is so flexible. When you're playing against someone who's a master of the new LeBlanc, honestly, it's hard to tell what's even going on at times.
Yeah, he can juke even the casters. I've seen that clone just go all over the place. But Maple now the pioneer of these new picks.
And as we turn our attention after one strong pick, we look over in the other side, North America. They're going to take one pick they played yesterday and a very strong top laner when you look at the Poppy. That's a champion that's seen multiple bans come through as well.
Yeah, and the clock is obviously kind of having a bit of a malfunction here in Champ Select, but we will continue on as normal. You can just ignore that for now. But you know, the Poppy, and we're going to have Reignover back on Rengar. That's pretty exciting. We saw him go tank yesterday. I'm kind of hoping he goes for the full damage build that we did see played later in the day.
Yeah, I love seeing that assassin potential. And, you know, out of the jungle matchup, when you look at that, if you go full damage, you got to wonder, what is LMS going to pick? Ziv, will he go for the Nautilus up in the top lane to go against the Poppy? It's pretty much the matchup everybody is playing. Those two plus Maokai makes up the trifecta of top.
Courage of the Colossus, boys. Has made a lot of strong top laners relevant again. Waiting on the LMS to lock in their picks. They have around 10 seconds, not 0 seconds, so don't panic. And it will be the Jhin and Nautilus picked up. So you were just mentioning the Nautilus in the top lane, but also Jhin going down there for BB.
And I think it makes a lot of sense. Nautilus was already a champion that was honestly pretty good. We had seen it have a lot of success in pro play last year. It took a couple nerfs, it fell out, but it was always kind of right on the cusp. And Courage of the Colossus is what has kind of put it over the edge here. Definitely does match up okay against the Poppy. I do think that Poppy kind of has the advantage in these matchups, though, both against the Nautilus and the Maokai, if only so slightly.
We also yesterday saw the pivot to put Nautilus down in the bottom side, which was, you know, perhaps not in everybody's mind the strongest of supports, but with Redemption, with Courage of the Colossus, it actually makes up for a lot of the shortcomings. So maybe to play it in a protective capacity alongside the Jhin, because you've got a Rengar that's going to be coming for your AD carry in every single team fight.
And while it's probably too slow of a clear for pro play, Nautilus jungle is actually solid in solo queue in that kind of situation as well. So this is a champion that can be played all across the map. We even have seen at times Nautilus mid, you know, doing like banner rush and some silly things like that, but I definitely don't think we'll see that today. I'm expecting it to be top, could be flex support.
Yeah, if we did see a Nautilus mid lane, I could talk about that, but I don't think it's going to happen for quite some time. Ryze will be picked up, though, as we were talking about at the start of Champion Select. You pick the LeBlanc, and of course, in return, we'll see Ryze on the other side. And then Karma will come down, most likely at the support now, as we have Ryze locked in.
And the Ryze pick, it's one of the picks everybody's said will do well into LeBlanc, but you still always have the same problem. The early part of the game against a LeBlanc, you've got to contain the snowball. Ryze can roam with his ultimate decently well, and when you hit 11, it's actually okay, and you can kind of follow in time.
And it's also something where if I'm playing against the LeBlanc, you're not just worrying about the LeBlanc, you're worrying about the jungler as well, especially because Rengar is not as strong in the early ganks as a Graves, right? He's someone who wants to kind of power farm to 6, and Bjergsen is going to have to deal with jungle focus. If you get chained and the Graves arrives, it can be all over.
And here's this lock-in from LMS to finish out their lineup. It's going to be Sona coming in there for the support here.
And just look now at some of the crowd control aspects that the Sona and the Nautilus will have. Whether it's the Sona peeling for Jhin as a Rengar tries to come in, or looking for the teamfight setup from the flash crescendo, we don't see Sona very often, typically because of her laning squishiness and kind of the difficulty that you can have with that. But there's always the sustain game. There's always that ability.
Yeah, and I find myself wishing that Afromu would save his pick for last. He could be locking in the Blitzcrank right now, but unfortunately, we're not going to get to see it. They have saved that last pick for the AD carry, and Doublelift, if you're locking in the Caitlyn last, you're being try hard, and that's what it's going to be.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be locked in for Double Lift. Double Lift wants to win this one. He's seen Albus pick up the Sona here, so we have the full lineups now, gentlemen. What are you thinking?
It basically meant that he couldn't lock in any kind of Vayne or anything with the
lockdown.
Karma as well. So Double Lift and Afromu were going for the pushing game with the Karma, with the Caitlyn. We saw this all the way through Worlds. So I quite like what NALCS have brought to the table here. The Rengar is going to be critical to allow them to get the Ryze and the Caitlyn into their power later on in the game. But certainly the LMS have a scary, scary amount of burst at the same time.
Yeah, they definitely do. I think their team is much more about picks. I think that the LeBlanc, the Jhin, aren't going to be as strong and straight up kind of 5v5 smashing against each other as that Ryze and the Caitlyn are. These guys are kind of more straightforward, more strong in the team fight. But there's so much potential to roam around and to catch people out. You have massive engage with the Nautilus, with this LeBlanc to be able to follow up, and the Jhin as well. So there's a lot of catch tools here, and I could see them moving around the map and kind of catching people out.
Yeah, and in terms of how the LMS were playing yesterday and in terms of how they were getting those advantages, I feel like this is almost the perfect lineup for them. You have LeBlanc and Graves, and you just walk into the mid lane, have fun, Bjergsen, I'm just going to insta-pop you from 100 to 0.
Exactly. As soon as someone gets that chains on them, they've got a flash or they're getting taken out by Karsa and Maple.
And Maple is going to go right back to the TP. He played TP Katarina yesterday. We saw him actually be pretty effective on that. Some TPs to the top lane where they were able to take out multiple kills, once the bot lane duo had rotated up there. And he's someone who is going to be looking to kind of obviously get through lane right here. He's not taking Ignite. He's not someone who's going to have to kill Bjergsen, especially with this Summoner.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're heading on to Rift, but before we do so, vote at LOL Esports using the hashtags #IceWin or #FireWin as we get into our first game of the day. It will be LMS versus NA taking it to the Rift.
As we get onto the Rift, we can see for Graves, for Karsa, starting out with one of the control wards, going to try and prioritize a little bit of vision. Of course, Graves, his clear is pretty good. You knock back the camps, you can kind of stay sustained through the early game. So we'll see how that vision actually impacts the early game for Reignover, because that's where he struggled a little yesterday against Jankos.
And if you can get those early control wards down, if you don't get spotted in the early game, you can sometimes have these wards that sit around for so long. But look at this, Fire sneaking around here behind Bebe.
Oh man, I feel like someone's gonna die. Someone's have to burn some summoners in the second half room. Reignover turn the corner. Albus is gonna see him. He's taking the brunt of the damage. He'll have to flash away as BB returns fire.
Oh, that makes this a very difficult laning phase now for Albus. He's gonna kind of have to sit back. You cannot now play forward on the Sona where you're looking.
Interrupt.
Oh.
Yeah, that's actually really important there for Double. If they delay the base even further, Afro may be able to do so again.
Oh, again.
And Albus now, he can't really base. If he does, he's leaving his AD carry out to dry. So this is just a brutal position for Albus and BB.
He's going all the way around to try and find the next interrupt, but doesn't find it, unfortunately. But still, massive hit there. BB's going to have to stay in there, and he's just trying to do the he walks into lane.
So he's going to be in lane for himself on his own at the moment. You can see Caitlyn and Karma are actually just sitting there trying to shove the wave already. Just trying to get in position to make sure that they can take that early push.
All right, taking a look at Keystones as well. You can see the double Colossus. And finally, we do have the rise with Courage of the Colossus as well, something we weren't seeing in IWCA.
But we'd heard a lot about Kira from the CIS region. Apparently in scrims and in solo queue had been playing a whole bunch of it because of just how sticky Rise is. You get, the Rune Prison, you get everything, and you get such a big shield that he outputs so much damage despite, lacking a damage Keystone Master.
And I mean, it's not really even just the stickiness. It's about, he turns into a semi-tank. You're already going to be building the Seraph's Embrace. You have the shield from that. You have the Courage of Colossus shield. You have the shield from his passive. Then you're building a Rod of Ages, which is also more tanky. So he becomes just ridiculously hard to kill.
Yeah, Yo Dog, I heard you like shields, so I've got a shield with my shield on my shield. And Bjergsen will be doing massive damage regardless. I remember, when we were seeing Rise last week, he was hitting people for 1.6k with Q combo.
He was, but he's got to be careful in these early game trades because Maple, once he gets this stack up, you can see even the additional kind of bounces from the AoE that LeBlanc now has. He's doing so much damage.
He's walking down Bjergsen, but that massive shield's going to keep him alive. Bjergsen out of mana here. Maple's going to make it back to his tower.
Yeah, and Maple is trading into this big wave with the cannon minion shooting him, and that is massive in the early game. You can't actually just ignore the minion damage. Bjergsen was taking a lot of poke from Maple, but he had such a heavy wave advantage that it was evened out by those minions.
Very close there. Karsa just clearing up his jungle here. Haven't seen too much interactions between the junglers, but he did go for the pot start, so very healthy, whereas Reignover went for the refillable potion. And after we're going to head back into the bottom lane here with double lift, you can see a very big CS advantage being built up after that level 1 play that they made. And BB trying to get all the CS he can, but constantly being zoned back. This is an oppressive lane from Team Fire.
And this is the kind of lane now where Albus has to be incredibly careful stepping forward to try and do any damage. A lot of people will look at the Sona poke and say, okay, well, surely you can utilize that. But look, Albus is now caught by a trap. He has to take a very dangerous path out and a trade back on top of him. Applewood does get caught, though.
Yeah, going to run him down just a little as Albus puts some damage back on towards double lift. And he'll put the pressure down here in the bottom lane. So going to be even it out for a little bit. Lane we haven't spoken about just yet is top lane, probably for good reason, but see the junglers kind of butt heads. And Reina's gonna shimmy back to his jungle. I love the new Q, where you just kind of jump forward a little bit.
Yeah, top lane, the CS is pretty even. Nothing too crazy is gonna happen unless there are roams up there, unless there are those ganks.
Speaking of roams.
Bjergsen taking a little walk up the river.
He's having a stroll, he's fine. And the scrying plant will spot him on his way back to the mid lane as well. Very strong plant indeed. Lots of vision coming out from that one. And Impact has his Matter Wave on the tower, so he's going to resolve this one and be pretty good with Ziv in the top lane. So back into the bottom lane where we actually have some trading going on. And Maple still in this mid lane against Bjergsen, so survived the all-in trade earlier.
Again, though, this heavy CS advantage for Doublelift and Aphromoo, they've always got this push constantly up towards the tower, which gives so much freedom to Reignover on the bottom side of the map that he can start looking to, you know, place vision control, maybe end up clearing out this control ward that's in the river further up, as long as Bjergsen can cover for him and allow him just to get into that area.
Yeah, and let's be honest, so much of it was about the level 1. They essentially got cheesed out.
Oh, yeah.
The flashes forced. They delayed the base so long that, you know, Albus, not only is he at a disadvantage to start the lane, he's there late, but he then has to play safer until Flash is up, which it is now. So you can hope that this is going to stabilize a little bit for them as they can play a little bit more aggressive and start to return some of that poke.
With Doublelift and Aphromoo so far up the lane, though, they do have to be careful of the double teleport play. That's one of the things that we were hoping Europe were going to do yesterday against North America, but it was actually Reignover and Bjergsen that roamed first. So we always have to watch out for that extra summoner, the ability to get across the map and make those global plays.
Definitely do, but that's one of the advantages of keeping your opponents pushed in. They know there's never been a chance for them to get that ward behind them, and until they have moved up on the map and actually placed a good ward for that TP, it can't happen. So they're trying to keep them locked in the base. They're trying to limit their options.
But as a result of that really nice level 1, Doublelift gets to go back and get his perfect timing to instantly pick up that BF sword, then walk back to lane. Now he has that advantage, whereas BB will look for a different component.
But because Doublelift recalled, that ward has now been placed. Aphromoo standing right on top of it. It likely won't end up in a play unless Aphromoo goes way too far up in lane. Hang on a second.
He's looking for this aggression because he knows Reino is behind him, but here's the response of the TP. Most likely going to be not cancel. Maple, he's going in onto Aphromoo. Gives him the quick close tap, but he's going to be backing away, and Reinover's jumping all over the place. But nothing will happen in the end from that play.
And both top laners now have expended their TPs. Maples is down, so you can go right back to being aggressive in the bot lane. Aphramoo's summoners are down, though. We've yet to see Karsa really get involved whatsoever, and that was Reignover's first ult, so he knows that he can kind of get pretty aggressive without much of a threat of a counter gank from Reignover.
And now there's a bit of a tricky situation in the bottom lane again from BB and Albus. They haven't recalled yet. They're up against BF Sword, which means as soon as they do recall, now they're going to get shoved in if Doublelift and Aphromoo are still in that bottom lane. They're going to lose a lot of damage on that tower, and it becomes difficult for them to actually recover that as they're just continually shoved in time and time again. Doublelift will re-establish the CS lead in this bottom lane.
So one of our big storylines coming into the game was looking at the junglers and how they were going to impact at least the early game. And we may get to see that as Reignover is heading up to the top lane. But Ziv is already making his way back. But Karsa and honestly Reignover haven't found their way into these lanes just yet.
Well, one of the things we just saw was the ult, the second part of the ult from Maple. He utilized the LeBlanc Mimic up into the top side where it's got this massive range. You can just kind of have a LeBlanc clone appear, and it fakes out your understanding of where LeBlanc is on the map. You can see that Reignover had to kind of think twice about ganking there. And that's just one of those mind games that we're going to see from the good LeBlanc players, always utilizing it at the important times because they were picking up blue. So it actually was this, you know, situation where LeBlanc's off the map. Where actually is she? She could actually be top.
separating the good LeBlanc players from the great. And Karsa, he's going to be taking away his red buff as well before he looks for anything else. Has that control ward as well, so maybe looking towards that Dragon Vision. The first one is, of course, Infernal, so there will be a scuffle over that one for sure. 8 minutes into this game, no kills just yet between the LMS and NA.
One of our questions has been answered, though. Is Reignover looking like he's going to go right back to the tank build here on Rengar? Jorm's Fist into Lucidity Boots. Oh, actually, that was almost stolen away, but this is the exact same build he did yesterday. Then he went into a Deadman's, and I think we may just see that once more. Reignover was always more of a tank Rengar player, even when he had played it in the past, so he's kind of going right back to that.
And it's scary how much damage you still have as a tank. You find any squishy target, and it doesn't matter that you're building resistances. Reignover's looking, not Karsa, but Maple is here.
Thinking maybe steps out of the bush, but he'll be backing away. Maple's following after. Is that clone real? Will be chased down, walking the kitty cat. As he jumps back in, I'll force the flash from Maple. Bjergsen following up with the combo. Quick hit there. Aphromoo caught by himself. Karsa running him down with the tether. But
this could be first blood
as well. Maple's there to find him. And first blood as Aphromoo well caught in enemy lines.
Yeah, Aphromoo just took a stroll through the jungle and he was like, oh, not my side. Sorry, guys. That's going to be first blood going over to Maple, who is exactly who you did not want to give that to.
And the amount that the NALCS All-Stars had been pushing in the bottom lane, you can kind of understand the mentality of, oh, I've got the clear path through this jungle, right? It can't be warded properly, but look at the bottom side. There's control wards, there's wards all the way around, and Aphromoo was just walking up past kind of having to flash back in after the blast plant because they realize Afromoo's a free kill here. You know, double lift's in the river, spotted on a ward, so there's no way Aphromoo has any help there. Actually uses the blast plant to deny Aphromoo using it as an escape tool into the Dragon Pit. So, you know, it looked a little funky from Karsa, but in the end, has the desired effect.
Yeah, just cutting off another one of those escape routes. So just being corralled into that jungle there. A bit unfortunate for North America, but we'll take that one for now.
Yeah, I just think that was kind of pretty silly from Aphromoo. He knew that they were there, right? They just had a fight, a 2v2 fight in the jungle. He knows his AD is in the river. There's 4 guys there on the map, so a bit silly. He's going to die. It's not the end of the world, obviously, but as Bjergsen, you're now going up against that LeBlanc who does have the kill, and as the rest of the team, too, you're going to have to deal with this. And if LeBlanc gets rolling, it can be pretty terrifying. We saw what Maple could do on Katarina. It's going to be that or even worse with a fed LeBlanc.
Yeah, nice little play there from Maple as well. As Albus was clearing out that ward, he just sent his clone down there, just a bit of backup as he walked back into lane, so Bjergsen didn't see him. And I really just like the fact that Maple's been looking towards these new mid laners and the new changes and actually bringing it to the mid lane, and he has all this stuff prepared for us.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying the assassin play. The one question and reservation that I have in my mind is the same with a lot of picks throughout history that people say, oh, they're very strong, they snowball very heavily, is in scrims that works exceptionally well, the same with solo queue. But if you can't snowball effectively again and again and in a passive game, because stage games and important competitive games are a slower pace typically, then we end up seeing these picks like Rise that can actually start containing the LeBlanc later in the game, and that's what we need to have answered.
Oh, he's stolen it! Steal away from Reignover. Albus gonna follow him after. We've got Nautilus coming in from the top side. Maple to follow. Crescendo! Everyone dance, everyone die! And they get wiped! An Impact comes into the fight. This is not one that he wanted. Poppygopter gonna get shot down from the skies. 5-0 to LMS.
4 for 0 in that fight, and the Dragons steal that. Insult to injury there as LMS just absolutely cleaned up. Maple putting on a clinic here, was able to land so much damage. He hits them all with the W, puts up the passive, then he can bounce his Q and get a massive amount of DPS out there, and that is so big for the LMS as they're going to get the first turret too.
And a beautiful crescendo from Albus. Didn't even flash in for it, just lined up 3, takes him out, and allows Maple to just knock them down on the last little bit of health. So this was the steal coming through, which, you know, it sticks at around 2,000 health for a while. Reignover goes back in, but Karsa straight in for the steal.
I mean, once again, Doublelift not really with the rest of his team as they get fully collapsed on. Nautilus comes in from behind. There is that beautiful ult, and you can see the passive going up. There's the bounce from Maple as he is able to clean up. Impact not even able to get out. Does waste his flash and his TP there as he goes down.
And that raises an interesting question. You were talking about Doublelift being on the bottom side of the map. Well, we saw him split pushing a whole lot yesterday on Twitch, and it took him a long time to start ending the game where they were looking to carry with the Twitch. If that kind of happens again, they don't have the success between Reignover and Bjergsen in this game that they did to rely on in yesterday's game against EU.
Well, and they don't even have a lead in the bot lane, right? He's actually down a couple CS, not that that's too consequential, but the kills plus that means that it is starting to be a bit of a deficit down there. First tower has already gone down, and that does give you such a large infusion of gold, specifically because you have 3 of those kills on the LeBlanc, that it's going to be terrifying. This guy already has his first item completed, plus his Sorks, and he can start popping people.
It's absolutely massive. He's going to give an attempt onto Bjergsen. Pops
double
jumps in there. Big shield coming out. Keeps him alive, of course. Courage of the Colossus also coming in there. That was like half his health bar. Because it's like, what, is this Tam Kench in the mid lane?
Yeah, I mean, he hits the chain. That's 2 summoners gone. And because he's that strong, you have to respect it. If Bjergsen doesn't flash there, he's just dead.
Reignover following on to Karsa, but it's 2 versus 3 right now. He'd be quite big himself, comes in with the ace in the hole, but Reignover gonna jump right into the bowler, and he's gonna hit the dust. Bjergsen and Aframu trying to find the portal out of it.
Oh, he
both! Albus, what a god! The double ultimate once again, securing the kills for LMS.
Oh man, Albus, his ultimates have been so good. Double lift.
Karsa maybe picked up, it's not quite enough. Double lift committing, Maple with that shutdown. 9-0, putting on a clinic.
Yeah, these guys are just outclassing the North American LCS in this game. LMS is looking on point. 5 kills now for the LeBlanc. If he wasn't already scary, he's going to be a terror. And once again, what are they even doing taking this fight? Your mid laner is back. He already just blew both his summoners. They're taking a 2v3 here where their AD carry is not in position. And this is just not putting a lot of thought into the fight.
Yeah, if Reignover maybe, if he's going full damage, is thinking I can get one of them and come straight back out of the fight. But you've got the tank. Oh, Albus, what a beautiful ult for a second time. We were kind of looking at the Sona pick and talking about where its strengths and weaknesses were going to be.
Well, we found
That's what Sona always is going to do if she can land that, the flash into the crescendo. And then double lift, pushed up in lane, no help around him. At that point, he was trying to get out already, but they were closing the gap way too quickly.
Yeah, it looked like Double may be able to reclaim 1 kill as the flying Karsa went through one of his traps, but it wasn't quite enough damage. And after all of that, not even a single kill on the board. This could get to the point where NA gets perfect gamed. We're on track for it.
I think we're 0-9. We're entering world status here. we got to get one on the board.
I don't want to feel like a defender. We are a little early, perhaps, for perfect game discussion.
Yeah. I don't know.
We're a little way
5-0-4 Maple LeBlanc in the mid lane.
We're only at 1 tower. Like, I appreciate that the possibility
EU needs to get something from this.
That's very true.
Yeah, I mean, we are pretty early in the game. It's certainly far from over, but it is a very big lead and a heavy advantage going the way of the LMSs. They certainly have the ball in their court. These guys are looking really, really good, and it's going to be up to the North American team to actually kind of make some plays here and try to get something going.
And you know where I feel like it's going to end up coming from? After Impact gets a second item. He has been a playmaker just time and time again, and I want to see him actually have some sense of presence in this game, because right now, Ziv and Impact have almost done nothing, and double it just dodges away.
Comes Bjergsen though, ulti from Reignover.
Reignover wants to come in, he's following on to Albus. No, he wants out because
Ziv's
the
here.
coming in. Curtain Call will be lining up the shot, but Maple shut down. Goodbye, perfect game. And Reignover, he doesn't need that bowler. Bjergsen following on to Karsa, looking for BB as well. And now he wants to get away. The flash from Karsa, coming in with the Qs. He's shut down by BB. Reignover, nice flash out of the way, but he's followed up by Ziv. No running away from the Northless. Double kill for BB. Now Impact looking to be the hero that NA needs. Courage of the Colossus keeping him alive. Ziv, he's kind of caught in no man's land right now, and BB trying to save him, but he's just so damn tanky. Double lift can't cut through that Nautilus. He's going to be slammed against the wall by Impact. Another shield. Albus and BB, the flash over the wall. Double lift trying to get out. Nice verdict. Will keep them alive, but Impact tugged in by Ziv, and BB happy to sweep up the mess here.
Good
Karsa
time.
coming in from the side. The return kill. Shut down. Impact is going up, but it may not be enough. Somehow he's still alive. Ziv will be having to run away now. There's no Iceborne, so he's not going to get slowed at least, but that was a very sloppy play.
And they need to be aware that LeBlanc is back on the map, and Maple is making his way over here. If Poppy does get caught out, he will go down, but should be okay for now. But I have to say, Impact got a lot of work done when he TP'd, but where was that TP earlier? That was ridiculously late. Not one, but two members from the LMS completed their teleport before he even started thinking about it.
Exactly, and when we look at the replay, we can see why the initial TP was late, but then the question is why not after Ziv shows up? Because look at the top side, they're actually close enough against each other that they would be able to block the first TP and then the second, so they don't want to use it yet. Reignover tries to go in. Here comes Maple, getting instantly, you know, crowd controlled and taken out. That's one of the weaknesses, is if you come directly into the fight alone, you will get picked up. Now Ziv has dropped back in TPs. Impact should be TPing immediately into this fight. Only now was a ward placed though, so he has to TP to the tower. It's the fact that there's nothing to come to. The minions weren't there. There was no ward. So from there, he gets work done, but it's just a little too late.
Yeah, it certainly was very late, and Ziv honestly had left lane like 10 to 15 seconds even before he TP'd. So Impact could have made something happen. They do on the later end of this get some work done. It was very well played by Doublelift and Impact in that kind of 2 versus the world. And it has been some kills finally going over to them, so they are shutting a little bit of the snowballing down.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, it's still almost a 6,000 gold advantage. I'm rounding up from 5.4k. It's around 5,000 gold.
We'll give you this one.
To LMS. That's fine.
Oh, he's caught him
getting
again.
caught out. The long range damage, and it doesn't matter that you have that shield. BB is gonna find you.
Again, Albus finds them, takes out Bjergsen. Now they're onto the mid tower. This is going horribly wrong for North America. Bjergsen's not even able to try and make plays aggressively with this ult, but here goes Reignover. What did he
Going good. Panish by himself. He's got double lift and Afromare to help him out. Afromare, he's turned into a different animal, but the Reptile has gone back to the Void. 13-2, 20 minutes into the game. And LMS with those 2 dragons as well. At least Maple going to be picking up this blue buff, actually going to be stealing this one away. It's definitely not their side of the jungle, but I guess it is now.
Yeah, and I mean, they've taken both dragons. They're taking away the buffs. They're pushing up vision, taking down the inner tier 2 there. This is textbook. This is really good League of Legends, and they're honestly looking like a very coordinated team. It doesn't look like a fun, you know, go lucky, have fun.
Let's be all-stars.
Yeah. Hey, LMS, they're taking it very, very seriously, and the next step of this that they've started to do already is remove the NALCS vision, because that is when LeBlanc is at her most deadly. She just sits around a corner waiting for you in a bush, and instantly you get popped, you get taken out, and suddenly you start losing towers, objectives, further map control. So there are still areas you can see the LMS have decent vision control on the bottom side, but there's a couple of wards still spattered around there that if they can get rid of, they can start really punishing Bjergsen for walking through the jungle like they just did.
All right, I guess at this point in the game, we need to start looking at those shining lights for NA now. We've got that 1 kill to double lift. He's sitting on the Hurricane going into the Infinity Edge. Hasn't got that second item yet, but going to interrupt that point as Impact is charging up. The copter does not land onto Karsa. He was blinded. Maple going to come round the corner. Reignover's there to try and get the assist down. Gonna jump onto Karsa, but we've got the long range support from BB. Doesn't quite land onto the Poppy. Good body block there from Reignover. Do we have more support coming in from NA? Yes, we do, but so is Albus.
And this is super risky for them to try to defend. It's a 4v2 right now. Afro is coming up, but even then, the turret's going to go down, and with Impact chunked out, and I cannot stay around.
I'm going to say that's not a good recall location for Impact there, so he's going to wander back to his tower.
And the other thing here is this is too far for Bjergsen with his ultimate. This is the other side of the map completely, whereas Ziv has the teleport. If he drops back in the pocket behind the turret again, he can look to TP play.
Going down too.
Bjergsen has to recall if he wants to get here, but they're just choosing to fight. So as you said, this turret is going down because Impact previously was so low. He actually just had to TP back to the top lane just to defend against that push.
Man, that feel when the top lane Nautilus is dueling your middle laner, your Bjergsen, team solo mid laner, 0-4-1 currently. And you just cannot get through that shield. He's just too tanky.
Yeah, I mean, Bjergsen is 0-4. He's not ahead of this guy, right? He's behind, and Ziv has the early Spirit Visage, he has the Merc Treads, and he has Scourge of the Colossus. So it's going to be really tough to actually punch through the Nautilus at all until a much later stage for Bjergsen. He's going to need a Void Staff, he's going to need some more completed items, but that's a long ways off, and really, NA is kind of putting their eggs in the Bjergsen basket. They're saying, go to the side lane, get some levels, get the farm. We trust you to carry later in team fights.
The same can be said for double lifts items as well. When you look at this, he's only just got the Infinity Edge as he recalled then. So he is still a long ways off being able to shred through the Nautilus, through the Graves, because Nautilus is likely to get more armor now as his next item. So there's a lot of tricky spots that NA just have to try and not fight if they can.
Yeah, I mean, itemization becomes very difficult when there are these kind of super tanks like the Nautilus that you have to deal with, plus an assassin who kind of says, you need to build a Hex Drinker, you need to build some MR, or I'm going to one-shot you. And it's kind of which do you go for? And oftentimes the premier AD carries will say, you know what, I'm going to position perfectly, I don't need the MR, I'm going to go for the damage.
So looping this one back to champion selects, we were looking at LMS and saying, hey, look, they have a very much a pick-based composition, and I think they've executed on that very well, considering how the game's gone so far. They've leveraged that into those objectives, but where's the break point for NA? Where do they get strong to the point where they can start challenging LMS in those 5v5s?
I really think it is completing 3-4 items. These kind of points for Caitlyn when she has rapid fire on top of this, you can really start putting out a ton of damage. And Bjergsen completing his Seraphs and getting an Abyssal Void. They need to complete more items, and that means they need to delay. So it's going to be up to LMS to force fights around objectives. Look to make NA fight you now around the Bear and around Dragons where they don't have vision and close out the game that way.
The problem is the NA All-Stars have picked fights earlier on in the game, and the point that it leads us to is the fact that Maple has done twice as much damage as any member of the NALCS All-Stars in this game so far. That's what you get when you fight a LeBlanc this early in the game, and after a couple of kills, a couple of items, suddenly you're wondering, why is this LeBlanc doing so well? It's because your Reignovers decided to fight time and time again.
And look at the flank they're setting up here. They're looking for a fight here.
Oh no, Aphromoo, the depth charge is locked on him. He's not going to allow that to hit any more of his teammates, but the TP is now coming in from Maple, so he'll join the fight. Reignover's leading the charge, but he's now been revealed, and the rest of ICE are grouped together, so I don't think Fire really want this fight, considering the state they're in currently.
Now, if Maple can't... Ooh, Karsa!
Oh, nice pick onto Karsa. That will start off the fight.
Impact so well done there. The flash stun. Heroic charge against the wall, pins Karsa, they take him out, and that is a big play from the top laner.
And that's the difficulty with this composition that ICE are running, though, is if they go in head first.
But this is going to be just a 4 versus 5. This could look very good for the NA lineup. Reignover, he's kind of dancing back and forth. Redemption came down as well.
I would like to point out that everyone was hitting Ziv in that fight. We did about 2% HP. Good job, guys.
And he's regen all of that back up with Albus there behind him as well. That will secure Team Fire the Dragon. Reignover's going to jump to the bus, give himself the push there. But Impact for the crescendo onto 4 players. Ziv's going to be chased down by Reignover, jumping back in one after another. Ziv, he's taken the brunt of the damage from Team Fire. He'll tank that after, but Bjergsen wants in. He's going to teleport 4 people into the back line. That will find BB, and now Ziv in enemy territory. He's going to be run down, and it's just a matter of Impact slamming him against the wall and getting Reignover in there for the kill.
Impact is making the stun look like it's just a point-and-click ability. Like, there's no setup involved in this thing. He seems to be able to get people on command. And Bjergsen, though,
but didn't get a chance to get away. But Reignover, he will avenge his mid laner. Maple, he's going to have to jump away with that distortion. Albus there to back him up.
I swear there used to be a Rise on my screen. I don't know where he went. Someone's going to have to fill me in.
We have to CSI the crime scene. There wasn't LeBlanc running away. Points and click ability indeed. Impact, I don't know how we did it.
That was fantastic CC chain. Reignover lands the empowered bola, double it, follows it up with a trap, and then Impact slams him into the wall. Beautifully done.
This was a messy sequence that eventually goes heavily in favor of the NALCS All-Stars. Let's take a look at how it started, because the key difference here is the fact that Maple cannot find a way into this team fight. He cannot get onto a squishy target. This is the second phase that, despite a great crescendo, again, look at it, the damage dealers are not able to stand and fight. Maple cannot get in. Bebe can't find the space because of how low he is, and ends up with 4 members right around him as Bjergsen ends up taking him out. Before this, Maple was in a situation where he was looking to go head in, and if he goes just in through the front door, he's going to get room prisoned, just like he did in the bottom side, and get taken out. So he's been a lot more careful with his engages now that he's died once.
And let's be honest, they had no jungler. It was a 4v5 the whole time, right? If Karsa is there in that fight, we saw how Reignover was exceptionally low. We saw how Impact got very low. They're just dead. So it was a lot of that on the back of the pick that Impact created, and he has been a big-time player for North America to kind of get them back into the game.
And that pick all stemmed from the NALCS All-Stars basically playing the LMS's bluff, knowing that they can't engage head-on. They forced them out of the mid lane, around the corner, and they were saying, we'll get a turret or anybody that tries to come for us. So it was a good call for NALCS to just go straight down mid, knowing LMS couldn't quite get the positioning on the team fight that they needed.
I mean, a real heads-up play, you know, getting that pick onto the pick team themselves. Karsa, the one clearing out the Baron ward. Almost.
It is twice as clear.
Twice as clear. The double control ward's going down. It's always scary clearing out the Baron ward as Graves. Not sure if one of those pellets is going to hang the Baron. Don't want to be taking too much damage, but Impact now in the bottom lane. I don't think there's too much to say about this fight, other than that they are hitting each other, not really doing any damage.
They're both going to get a shield up at exactly the moment that the other's shield is up. So it's just going to always continually be trading, but it's like
fighting.
It's kind of losing out.
Yeah, I mean, Ziv is kind of winning.
Just get him, Ziv.
I don't think it's going to be enough to actually kill him.
What a hook.
So it just becomes about the pressure that he gets in lane. So he wins that skirmish. Now he gets lane advantage. He can get the push going. Impact has to base. So that is what he got himself there. I don't think he was under any illusion. It's like, I'm going to get him, guys. I'm going to get him. You're not going to get him. But you might get the minion wave.
He wants him.
Impact just wants to ult it away by the looks of it.
Don't always get what we want, boss.
No, we don't. We do not indeed. But I'm happy to be LMS pulse for this game. No?
Yeah. I mean, I wanted TSM to win Worlds. How did that go for me?
Oh boy. Hello. He's in this wobbly. Oh, the damage jump from Maple, but there's Courage of the Colossus. There's the shield on his shield, but it's not enough to keep him alive. Karsa with the assist.
Well, we learned the answer to the question, can Bjergsen take that fight with 3 items? Still no. Despite still having some MR and a fair amount of tanky stats, so...
Yeah, I think he needs more items than you can get to win a 1v2, but, but still.
He's got the inverted scoreline there for Maple, so...
Yeah.
He'll get there. He just needs those 4 items, Azael. That's all he needs.
That's true.
That 50-minute mark, the power spike. That's what we're looking for.
We're scaling.
We're scaling.
We're
We're scaling, boys.
guys.
We've
Don't
got the
worry
late
about
game.
it. Yeah.
The classic solo queue. Keep the morale up. Don't worry. We can make this work. 16-7, though. 30 minutes into this game with a 7,000 gold lead to the LMS. But Baron is not yet down. However, speaking of Baron, LMS is looking for it.
And this is really what they need to get to crack this game open because the gold lead has stagnated.
Whoa, double lift!
Bad.
Deleted by Maple.
And goes
Reignover's
Reignover.
going to jump in. He does have the shield. Nice cleanse out of the ultimate there from Albus. Going to be knocked up by the death charge, but Maple, he's causing havoc in the back lines. Baby taking out Aframu. Jumping over the wall. It's going to be secured by Karsa. Reignover looking for the hero play, but not today. You are not the protagonist of this story.
Look at Maple's damage when he finds somebody on their own. Doublelift doesn't know what's hitting him, and just suddenly LeBlanc takes him out, and it opens up the easy, clean Baron play for the LMS. And this, at this point, should be enough to close this game and start getting the inhibitors down. This is the kind of lead that they really have been looking to open up.
Yeah, I mean, 3 members dead. There's no contesting this one, and the question is, does LMS just march it down and try to actually close it out? But I don't think they will. They're going to base. They're going to spend their gold up. And this is definitely the safe, the smart play from them because they have the pressure in the mid lane now. They can look to the side lanes and try to really play it safe.
So let's take a look because we didn't catch this actually the first time. Doublelift on a ward. Easy combo for Maple to take out. And that was the start of this fight that eventually leads to Baron. Reignover a little fortunate because he gets that can't be disabled through the crescendo, but still ends up, you know, losing out on this fight for the NALCS.
And this was pretty slick, though, by Reignover. Not only to stay alive, but to get around. He jumps in onto Bebe, attempts the steal. Had he got it, that would have been pretty sick, but not going to work out for him, and not much has been working out for NA in this game. Down 10K and going to lose another Infernal.
Even at that point, it's worth just trying to go.
It totally is, yeah.
Try and be the hero. Try and turn your fortune around. We've seen it happen time and time again. But at the end of that fight, both Maple and Bebe were almost sat on 3,000 gold each. So that's why they needed to go back. They needed to go and make sure they had just enough to be able to close this game out because they have just been on fire this entire game.
So I just heard that Maple has done 25k damage, and NA have done a total of 50k damage. He's done 50% of the entire NA team's damage.
Us here in North America, we're about teamwork, so you got to have it all together.
Let's bring it across. All right.
It's camaraderie, you know.
You, Azael.
We're doing fine, guys.
I mean, you're not, but 19-7, and Baron buffed LMS who are pushing into the bottom lane. But I appreciate the optimism.
Hey, good hustle, right?
Good hustle. Good hustle.
They're doing their best, and they are trying to defend this bot lane turret, and it's just about stalling at this point. Stall, stall, stall. LMS want to close it out with this monumental gold lead, with the Baron buff, with everything that they have in their favor right now, because the reality is, yes, they're crushing North America right now, but if you give it another 10 minutes, if you let these guys continue to pick up items, the gold lead starts to matter less and less and less, but it's going to be a huge task to stay alive.
As the towers are just falling left, right, and center, you can see Maple going on Bjergsen on the top side of the map as well, and pushing up to the turret. So, I mean, there's just so much in the pressure game here for the LMS, shoving constantly in with the mid lane, having super minions streaming in. I don't think we're going to get to that 10-minute point without a horribly botched fight by the LMS. If they try one of the ones where they're looking to go in through the front door, where they tried in the mid lane, then perhaps NALCS have an opportunity to hang on.
The Baron buff has almost expired, though, so once that goes down, it's going to be a big boon to the North American team. We'll see if they can make it to that point.
We are just trying to weather the storm now. Delaying tactics from NA, double lift with the wonky wall of traps. I always love the nice, clean line of traps. I always get triggered by the wonky wall. But
it's enough, though, because they're all short-range champions pretty much on the LMS squad, so they can't actually step close enough to really deal damage. And as you said, now that the Baron buff is close to expiring, suddenly this wonky wall is fairly effective.
They're looking for the dive. He's just going to crash right through it. Here comes the engage under the tower, but Karsa, he's in a little deep. That's a nice exhaust into Maple, keeping them alive. And Impact going to stay alive as well. Maple coming in there, looking for the assassinate. No one's down just yet.
Everyone's still alive here for NA, and they actually do hold on. A lot of summoners blown there by the LMS team. Their carries are without their flash, so NA holds on.
Yeah, they hold on because beautiful ultimate from Impact to knock so much of the front line out. And Maple, his eyes were on going in. He wanted to be in that fight, in on the back line, but he was the only one. He was surrounded, so couldn't get the majority of his damage down. Look at where Bjergsen positions himself, flashes up onto the top side, away from Maple so that he doesn't get taken out. Impact hits out the Nautilus and the Sona and Karsa. And look, Maple tries to go in. Low health targets, but he cannot capitalize because he was so low in the middle of everybody else. Cannot pick anybody off.
And part of that is the change for LeBlanc. You have to actually stay in long enough to proc your passive to really kind of pop people. Old LeBlanc, you just go in, you QR, someone's dead there. You cannot do that with LeBlanc. You need to stay in long enough for your chain to proc or to get the second spell off. He couldn't do it this time, not able to complete one of those kills.
What an ultimate from Impact. That Keeper's Verdict, literally knocking 3 players away. I don't even think I've seen a triple Poppy ultimate before in that scenario.
Impact has really had the team on his back this game.
Oh, yeah.
He is doing so well, and he does not want to lose.
This game, this tournament, I mean, Impact yesterday as well was going deep. But Impact is really
that 1v1 was pretty hyped too.
It was, yeah, absolutely. So if Impact can make it work, I mean, he's looking at his team right now, 1-4, 1-6, 0-6, and it's just like, look, guys, don't worry, I've got this.
When, watching the NALCS over the last year, it's kind of what we've come to expect, though, right? It's Impact. He's showing up consistently when they needed to. And this is exactly what the NALCS All-Stars need, is this defensive play off the Impact ultimates, denies the fights and stops the snowball. We're at 1 minute 15 until Baron. We know LMS are going to have to go for it to be able to push in for the win. If this time Doublelift doesn't step over a ward and get assassinated, they should be in a lot better spot.
Yeah, and honestly, we talked about items earlier, right? A lot of these items are now coming in. Doublelift has some lifesteal and his magic resist from the Mercurial. We see the Void Staff completed for Bjergsen. The armor pen's coming in for Doublelift. These are the key items that they need to start getting to become relevant in these fights. And Maple, he's huge, but he's capped out. He doesn't get stronger from this point, whereas Bjergsen still has room to grow, still has another item slot to complete.
You know, Azale, you're the type of person I want on my team in solo queue. Forever the optimist. Guys, they've hit their power spikes. We've got this. We still have time to scale.
Guys, we're level 11. They're 18, but they can't get higher. Don't worry.
We can only get stronger.
We can't lose by more.
Reignover, just don't face check a brush. Okay, it's fine. He shimmied on out.
Now, I want to see once Aphromoo actually has the locket completed, just that the increase in effective health that the NALCS team are going to have. Because with all of the shields, with all of the resistances they have, if they get that boost of a shield on top of it already, Maple, again, is going to struggle to catch anyone out. And that's where Bjergsen kind of takes over in the mid lane game. Oh, Reignover Gotta be careful that he doesn't get caught out by Albus and the rest of the LMS.
And this gets really dicey because Maple is already in the base. He's pushing the inhibitor. This is going to be dead no matter what. But what does NA do? Because the LMS are going to push on multiple sides.
But for a moment there, you don't know whether it's the real LeBlanc. You have to second guess yourself. So Maple's going to try and get himself out. They couldn't commit instantly.
Oh, use the TP.
TP's out.
At least he had the TP there for the NAT, but that was really smart from Maple. I love that he's able to do that, and with how much AP he has, he actually punched through that and hit super quick. So now the pressure is back in that lane. Top wave will always be pushing. The Baron is on the field. The Elder Dragon is on the field, and LMS has 3 dragons to 1, so they have all the pressure here, and it's going to have to be Impact sitting up in that lane, trying to clear these waves out. And they're going to start up the Baron. They want to get his TP right now.
Well, they are 5-man strong. Maple, he's sitting in the wings looking for a pick.
Give it up.
Reignover, he's going to try and find a steal. He'll jump in. He's going towards the Baron. Can he find it? No. It's secured by Karsa. Impact and Reignover trying to scurry out this fight. Double Lip being chased down. And Ziv will find him with the assistance from Karsa. Reignover getting blasted down. That's the double kill. Impact. Bjergsen, it's now damage control for the NA lineup, but it's not going to happen. LMS are chasing them down. They're scattering the roaches. And Impact trying desperately to run for Maple, but that's shut down. The 5 for 0, 24-7. The Baron over to LMS.
A clean fight for the LMS. This time they caught double lift in the fight. There was no damage to be done, and despite Bjergsen hanging on, he was on his own. Even Impact was low health and backing away. What a performance from the LMS All-Stars.
Yeah, Double Lift gets caught in that fight. He gets taken out, and Maple, Karsa, Ziv kind of combining to take down that AD carry means that LMS is going to take down North America.
An unbelievable win from LMS, a surgical removal of NA from the game.
I really like what the LMS All-Stars are bringing to the table. Karsa and Maple working very effectively together, and we talked about how we were expecting the NALCS to do the same kind of thing, but this time you look at the synergy between Reignover and Bjergsen didn't quite seem to be there. This time it was Ryze instead of Orianna, so the combos weren't available as early on, and they didn't really get the ball rolling on that until it was way too late.
Honestly, to me, this just looked like a team playing a group of good individual players, right? LMS played like a team. They were always on the same page, whereas the North American players are all fantastic, but they were not playing well together this game. We saw, Reignover and Bjergsen going into a 2v3. We saw Aframo getting caught out for first blood, kind of walking by himself, and the team never seemed to be on the same page. Double Lip was rarely with them when they were looking for these team fights early, and it just felt like LMS was too organized, too well prepared, and got too far ahead.
And that's disappointing because yesterday we said the NALCS, that was one of the major strengths they had against Europe, was Europe looked unprepared, NA looked like a team, and today you can't quite say the same.
And we came in saying, look at the junglers, look at the mid laners, but it was the entire team, and it was the entire team of LMS actually getting together. Impact looking crushed there, not able to take the win here. He tried his best, but I think you hit the nail on the head there, Zale. Like, they just played a textbook game.
Yeah, they really did. And, an Impact and Reignover looked like they weren't really sure what happened. They were still trying to hash it out at the end. They were talking about it, obviously pretty distraught about the loss, trying to figure out what went wrong there. And I think there was a lot of things to pick up on. But it was a very exciting game. We got to see LeBlanc played to the highest level, and Maple has not disappointed. Even losing against LCK, this guy looked incredible on Katarina. He's looked incredible on LeBlanc, and I can't highlight him enough. He has just been a monster in this tournament.
And I think one of the best things about that is we talk so much about how good Maple is, how good Karsa is. Albus showed up this game, huge in the team fights. The crescendos, multi-man were instrumental every single team fight.
Yeah, I think there was just so much going on. I felt like we overlooked him just a little, but I don't think he even died that game. He was just hitting once.
One
death and 19 assists. He was hitting crescendos left and right, a massive part of their win. And honestly, just gotta praise the LMS. And it's like, they came here to have fun, but like, what's fun? Oh yeah, winning. Winning is fun. And that's what they just did in this game. Absolutely amazing. Just congratulations to the LMS squad.
Yep, not much more to say than that, but I think we are going to get more from that victory. We're going to head it down to the stage where Dash is standing by with a killer LeBlanc from the Flash Wolves.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. That's right. I'm standing here with Maple and Christina, who's going to be helping us with some translations here. But I got to talk to Maple about the fact that we've seen a very high level of competition already in this tournament. So just speak to me a little bit about, the individuals that have been invited, or rather voted into this tournament, and how good they are.
首先先恭喜你获得这一场比赛的胜利。那虽然明星赛是比较趣味性的，但是比赛非常的激烈。那你觉得有哪些选手表现得非常优异吗？
表现非常优异。说对面还是我们？
都可以，都可以，或者你也可以。
我觉得比尔森的雷兹3等那波吓到我了，像他点了那个坦克天赋的巨人勇气，其实让我吓到，所以我3等就被打闪。我觉得他那波玩的蛮好的。
I was very afraid of Bjergsen when he was level 3 because of how his masteries were set up. So I was pretty afraid of him at level 3.
Yeah, that was a very unique mastery. Have you seen Courage of the Colossus taken on Rise in the mid lane yourself, or have you considered doing that?
你自己有想要点过这个天赋吗？
我从来没有看过，所以这是我第一次看到。
I've never tried or seen it before, so this is my first time.
All right, well, you dealt with it very well. A very impressive scoreline on LeBlanc, but we also saw you get to play Katarina yesterday. So you yourself, of all the mid laners, have gotten to play some of the most feared mid lane champions. What is your thoughts on both Katarina and LeBlanc as they've been reworked?
大家都知道你是玩比较多刺客的英雄，那昨天也看到你玩了卡特琳娜，那你对卡特琳娜跟勒布朗这2个角色有什么想法吗？
我觉得勒布朗的话是当前版本基本上算是最强的角色。那卡特琳娜的话，我觉得在没有打线特别强的时候呢，他的滚雪球能力蛮强，就是他当有优势的时候，他可以很快的滚起雪球，然后对手很难阻止他的杀人。
So LeBlanc is probably the strongest in this meta. As for Katarina, when she is not in laning phase, she can snowball pretty easily and also become really strong in late game.
And finally, you yourself are known very much as an assassin player. I want to look towards the 1v1s. Both of our finalists from last year have been eliminated. You get to play later today in your first round against Bengi. How confident are you in your ability to run the table and be the next 1v1 champion?
接下来等一下晚一点会有1打1的比赛。那去年打到决赛的2位选手都已经被淘汰了。那你觉得你接下来对上 Bengi 几开？
对上 Bengi 的话。其实我蛮有自信的，因为我们在钻研那个单挑，其实打了非常多场。
I feel pretty confident going against Bengi because we practice a lot backstage.
All right, well, there you have it. We look forward to that matchup. Once again, congratulations on the victory here, Maple. And of course, thank you for the translations, Christine. Now back to the desk to talk about that match.
Thank you so much, Dash. Before we get into the nitty-gritty game stuff, he out-purpled you guys hard.
He did. He looks like Hugh Hefner, honestly, and that is pretty impressive. I think we look pretty good.
That's a unique shout-out for a Riot Games broadcast.
Right there.
Yeah, all right, let's talk about the game. We talked to Maple, and picking up, again, an assassin, it was left open, and we were all kind of scratching our heads of like, okay, how much is going to do? And you guys had a lot to say about LeBlanc in the current state without us seeing how she went off in that game. How strong do you think it is, and how should that matchup work?
LeBlanc is definitely very strong.
Right up the top of the power.
Yeah, like S-tier assassin. I mean, Maple said it himself, just because it is so hard to play against like LeBlanc overall. Her damage is great right now. The new ult that you can even twin like stealth super quickly can make it hard to like assassinate her as well.
And the flexibility also right now. She has the wave clip. She has so many things, but they traded. It wasn't just giving up a LeBlanc. They traded it for the Poppy, and they had the Rise also available as a pick they really wanted.
And you guys did say that you thought that scaling-wise, the Rise should do better later before all the mayhem happens.
Well, I like Rise against LeBlanc right now. One, yes, you can outscale into the late game, but actually more importantly is the early game. Obviously, Curse of the Colossus for Bjergsen is something I know a lot of European players have been doing as well, because I've at least seen it before. I was a little bit surprised Maple hadn't seen it. So basically because LeBlanc has the 0.25 second delay on how she can distortion back to her original position. So when she jumps in, Rise will just put like a Rune Prison in her face, get the big shield, and just like trade once with her Q in her face, and then she has to jump back and she kind of loses that trade automatically. So I really like this matchup for Rise.
And we saw the level 3 especially, when he went in for a trade, LeBlanc probably felt very confident, and then suddenly it was the Q shield and the Courage proc, about 300 shielding just earlier than you could expect, and it looked really good for Rise early. But then LMS turned it on. The TP play this game was insane.
Yeah, definitely. LMS, they came to a crescendo in their first team fight. Let's take a look. Brought to you by Acer, because that Sona had a lot to do with it by Albus.
I mean, the TP, though, is the real win here. The fact that they could put off such a clean TP, Nautilus was on the minimap. TP's right behind. This is, of course, the HQ duo. Ziv in the top lane. Albus put down the ward earlier. And the Wombo engage here. The level of clean plays on the TPs especially, this is better than SKT were able to pull off, our world champion.
Whoa.
Now, Duke's
Whoa.
He said it.
Duke's not good at the TP, so that's one thing where unfortunately SKT fall down. But this was really impressive.
Yeah. I just want to make sure because it was doing a replay, people didn't think I said it as the Western caster. I'm like, oh yeah, SKT.
Yeah, your
not that
voices
great.
are totally similar.
It was
That's
the
true.
LTK caster who said
I'm
it.
basically Danish.
There you go. You are more or less Danish. I agree 100%. But no, we saw these fights. We saw more of them as well. LMS were on fire.
Yeah, they were, and we are taking a look at the stat line from Albus. So talk to me about your thoughts about Sona in the current meta. We know that she is squishy, and we saw that NA tried to target her early, but Albus had a fantastic showing once you get out of that laning.
I mean, you talked about early. I mean, they blew the flash at level 1, and I'm like, Sona laning without flash is going to be terrible, but they didn't actually use that window of time when they could really take advantage, and Sona got through the laning phase, and that should never be an assumption. That's the thing, is that Sona is great out of laning phase, but can be punished and wasn't punished.
I mean, one of the problems with Rengar specifically is pre-level 6, you're not really ganking. So yeah, okay, there was no flash on Sona. You can't really abuse it too hard. I like Sona with the items there is now, especially Redemption. Obviously, we like it on every single support almost, but the fact that you can go Redemption, then Mikhail's, because Mikhail's buffs your shields and your heals, and obviously the change that happened to Sona like some patches ago, where her W now shields as well and everything. So Mikhail's like benefits both the item and Sona specifically in the late game, gives her enough cooldown reduction. It's actually really strong later on, and especially if you play like Albus did in this game, because he landed so many good ultis.
Yeah, NA did find another window to come back in the game, but it wasn't enough. We're going to take a look at a couple of more fights to close this out and see the items that Sona had in the Redemption in play as well.
We thought this was the comeback.
We thought.
It technically was a comeback for now. First, they struggled to deal enough damage on this insanely fat Nautilus just sitting there with double shielding as well.
But the thing you should take away from a fight, this is the reason why we really liked the Fire team going forward, is the front line for Caitlyn was immense. Rise, Rengar, of course, tank Rengar once again from Reignover, and the Poppy. Theoretically, it should have been Caitlyn just free hitting. If the game was more even, this front line would have been super sturdy, but it wasn't because of the snowball we saw from the great TP players and the LeBlanc play, specifically from Maple.
Yeah, again, it wasn't just one TP play early on. It was like multiple ones. There was one in the bot lane as well, where LMS picked up some kills. And I just want to see this LMS lineup be a thing after All-Star. Like, I want to see them be a team, because these are like the 5 best players you can put together in the LMS now that obviously we have
Albus and Sword Art was kind of the big
Sure, now Albus is kind of taking that spot here, and BB has kind of overtaken on as well. So I want to see that lineup be a thing next year. Obviously, we probably won't get to see it, sadly, but they're showing how good they actually are, like these 5-star players together. And NA obviously have 5 very good players as well, but LMS came out on top.
Fantastic, and they also netted 100 points for Team Ice. LMS jumping and saving Europe in a game at least.
For now.
For now.
For now. Revenge.
Yeah, and what do we think of the NA squad? Are they going to be too taken aback by this loss? It's a tough one, but it's also one of those where like, yeah, the LeBlanc got rolling and then we just got rolled over, so what do you do?
I think they'll shake it off. Obviously, they have one more match left. Korea, of course, have to pick up the slack, unfortunately, of NA once again. So, I mean, as long as Korea win their 3 games, I can feel good about myself.
This would actually be a very good day for Team Ice, because Europe taking on GPL next. Europe will be favorites to win that game. And if China can beat Korea at the end of the day,
possibility.
That's a ton of points for Team Ice right there.
You got your ice jacket on too, so
exactly representing.
Sending out the good vibes. We're gonna take a quick break. Next up, the Howling Abyss with a twist. It's been a while since we've seen the Poro King, and he has some new tricks up his sleeve. Don't go anywhere. You won't want to miss it.
Okay, it's better. It's way better than Jenna. And
yeah.
Better than Jenna. Better. I mean, who's that idea, man? Oh.
Yay. Albus gonna follow him after. We've got Nautilus coming in from the top side. Maple to follow. Crescendo. Everyone dance. Everyone die. Bjergsen and Aframu trying to find the portal out of it. Albus, what a god! But Bjergsen wants in. He's gonna teleport 4 people into the back line. That will find BB. And now Ziv in enemy territory. He's gonna be run down. But Maple, he's causing havoc in the back lines. Baby, taking out Aframu. Jumping over the wall. It's gonna be secured by Karsa. Reignover looking for the hero play, but not today. Impact of Reignover trying to scurry up this fight. Double Lip being chased down, and Ziv will find him with the assistance from Karsa. Reignover getting blasted down.
It means that is that. LMS is going to take down North America.
Welcome back to Barcelona. I'm Daniel Dracos, joined by Azael and Max Atlas Anderson. The Poro King is back with a vengeance, boys.
Yeah, I'm stuck here in a play-by-play sandwich, and I'm not sure if we're going to have...
This is the kind of sandwich you want to be in, man.
I'm not sure if we're going to have enough hardcore, in-depth analysis to really tackle this game mode.
No, I believe in you. You can do it.
I don't know if I can.
I'm personally an aficionado of the old Poro King, so don't worry about it. I'm basically an analyst. I can help you out if you need anything.
I'm not 100% confident in that, but we'll give you the benefit of the doubt. The rules of the Poro King.
It's the first time you ever had.
First time. As you know, they're very much the same. You get 3 bans. It's going to be blind pick, but Atlas, I think you know it better than anyone else.
Yeah, basically, it's just dodgeball. If you get 10 points, your big fat friend comes down from the sky. You then have an activatable button. You can fly to him if you feel like it. Keep throwing them Poros around, and now he's got some sick new abilities.
Exactly. This time around, the Poro King likes variety in his snacks. The trinket slot in this game mode is going to be used to hold Poro snacks, but the players get to choose the flavors. You can see it right there. The super spicy snack, essentially a giant flame spitter from Rumble.
Yep, you got coffee snacks there as well. You can knock back some enemies. Give the king a large shield.
You're seeing the frosted snacks here, Atlas.
Yeah, those are the frosted snacks, and this is, I believe, the Rainbow Snacks Party Pack. It's a giant Threshy, except it sends the Poros a tumbling, and they pull you back.
Giant Threshy is beautiful. And that, of course, is the coffee snacks. We have all drank coffee and know exactly what that's like. But now to see who is going to be going head-to-head in this magnificent game mode, let's take a look at those lineups, starting with the players from Team Ice. Of course, in the top lane. Well, top lane. Wow, I'm saying top lane.
Oh, it's the top lane.
In the middle lane, it's sOAZ. Also in the middle lane, Mithy, Wayless, Albus, and Mata. A true team of terrors.
Exactly right. And on fire, their opponents, it is going to be Smeb, Bengi, Reignover, Levy, and Ron OP. And they are also all going to be in the only lane on this map.
A little known fact, there actually is still 5 lanes. They're just very small. You have to stay. It's kind of like, you know,
it's like a flying V.
Like
you got a flying V up the howling abyss.
Think about it like you're running track. You know, you're a sprinter. You have your lane.
Yep.
Stay in your lane, or you're going to get disqualified.
I think they're going to break.
We're going to be disqualifying a lot of people this game.
I mean, Mata's here. We saw him with some controversial strats yesterday. Dying level 1 to the tower.
Controversial? He got damage down on that tower, man.
It was an effective mind game, for sure. But now we have to ask ourselves, so, I mean, we played Legend of the Poro King, all of us in the past. The snacks, complicated. We'll see how that unfolds. But is there anything that's, like, super OP in this game that we have to talk about?
Galio.
Yeah, Galio was actually discussing the OP on ARAM, and I mean, that's essentially the same kind of deal we got going on here, but I've heard some rumblings that that the spicy Poro snack is actually pretty OP, that it can like almost one-shot you, so that sounds like a good thing to have for the team.
I maybe just some hard CC to line him up for that perfect
Sejuani ulti, the Poro snack comes in, you know, just like that.
Play all around it. Now the question is going to be skill shot accuracy here. Of course, the teams are a little divided up. Team Fire has 3 junglers on their side. We're going to see maybe the mechanical prowess here. One of them's Reignover.
Lee Sin.
Lee Sin?
Lee Sin Q, Poro snack. It's kind of the same thing. You see where I'm going here? Somebody help me out.
One skill shot is another similar to another skill shot.
Not entirely sure, but I do like the fact that it is only 1 lane. Therefore, I mean, there's only a couple of directions that you really need to worry about as far as aiming those skill shots. More of a cone. So therefore, it's got to be a little bit easier, right, as we hop into Champion Select.
And I mean, this is really the super serious mode that Team Fire was saving their energy
Which is
from,
why
you
we're
know.
seeing super serious bans like Garrett.
And a last game, you know, they were really just giving Reignover a break so he could focus, so he could prep up, mentally prepare for the Poro King.
I would say worth it.
I would say worth it too.
Well, we've got an Aatrox ban, which I'm feeling real good about.
Nami as well. Now the question is, are they spelling things?
Yeah, they're spelling Nay. We've got a Hecarim confirmed for Team Ice. I think that's a guarantee.
All right, now looking at the champions. Of course, unlike a normal pick and ban, we don't get the joy of watching this unfold one at a time. It's just all over the place. Kog'Maw locked in with Varus, Janna. These are some pretty passive strategies coming in here on the side of Team Fire.
We have some tryharding going on that I'm going to have to call out on Team Ice here right now. Almost all these champions are super OP in ARAM, so, I mean, AP Cog is actually pretty nasty if you are going to try to play that. Sona, if you're a dirty Sona picker, you have no self-respect. No self-respect. You get a hold of yourself.
Whoa, come on,
Don't
man.
worry about it, Albus. It's fine. Just don't listen to the broadcast. You did a fantastic job last game. Don't worry about it.
Katarina, another champion that we saw debuted yesterday by Maple, so maybe Albus slightly familiar with it, but still waiting on a lot of luck. Team Fire know what they want. They know what they're about. Team Ice taking a lot of time to figure it out.
But thankfully, sOAZ decided that what he wants is the Vel'Koz.
And you can tell, you know, Reignover really going with his most practiced, most preferred champion the Janna. You know, that's probably signifying that we are going to see some Janna jungle coming out later in the competition.
The hardcore competitive strats here. I think there could be no doubt that this is the pinnacle of League of Legends competition.
Yeah, I mean, there may not be objectives. There may not be multiple lanes.
Hey, there are objectives.
There may not be the same items
on this map.
Look, man, all I'm saying is on normal Summoner Rifts are there Rainbow Party snackbacks.
No. Is there a giant Poro that shoots fire out of its mouth?
No.
There you go.
But this is an opportunity for those of you eager to see who will come out on top. You can head over to Twitter, vote at LOL Esports, #FireWin or #IceWin. Don't sell us out, EU.
And now we are finally onto the Howling Abyss. And I want to talk about Reignover's pick because, you know, he's got a Howling Gale. We're on the Howling Abyss. Thematically, Team Fire has already won.
Of course, now eager to see what the teams are going to start. Who's going to land the first snowballs? Ever eager to see who's going to get that counter up to 10. Who will unleash the Poro King?
Who's going to win the game of dodgeball?
It's also very important to now harshly judge the item purchases of our pros. How much ARAM knowledge they have. And Guardian items are OP. I'm not seeing very many Guardian items across the board here. We're seeing a couple. But, you know, Smeb, I'm disappointed.
Tear of the Goddess, you know, will stack faster, of course, on this map. But playing for the late game here, not frequently, as you can see. But sOAZ.
Oh,
Smeb's dancing. He's not even trying. That's inting.
Snowball.
Oh, good. That is the victory move right there. Gets headbutted back, but makes it. Look at this. Can he die to the turret? No, he can't. That's exactly what he wanted.
At this point, we just call it the LPL special. Mata did it yesterday. Wayless did it today. You never know when they're going to go in.
This is ridiculous. Look at this line of fire right now.
You can see why Smeb selected the Rammus, used the Powerball to dodge the incoming Poros. It's brilliant.
It's almost unstoppable. Look at the shields. He's unkillable. He doesn't do anything, but he's definitely unkillable.
Wayless just got hit by 3 Poros. Wayless, you got to step it up.
There it is.
Well,
ladies and gentlemen.
He comes.
Let's see what Poro
Hail to the king.
Well, we've got 3 chili snacks here, and the Super Mega Rumble is real silly.
All right, well, none of them used a snack.
Only or was that anticlimactic?
Yeah, that was severely. Yeah.
Maybe the strategy is to wait for a later Poro King since they are so significantly far ahead in the snowball landing department. Oh, there goes Mata.
Yeah, looking to try and get his way in there. However, not really going to find too much more on this. They have right there.
Still
Everyone's bouncing, but he is going to die in the end. Man, it's so exciting.
LPL, not very good at ARAM. Turns out.
They're supposed to be so good at fighting.
Reignover! That was an odd maneuver. As well as going to get some revenge.
It's not the tank Rengar anymore.
That's when you hit him with the question mark.
No, that's when you say needed to buy. Sorry, needed to buy. Wayless, bro. Bengi going in. Wayless dead as well. Everyone just trailing through. What is this? sOAZ, get in there with the damage. Mata, what are you doing? He's being a cow. Just being a cow. Back to the pen. We're going to be fine.
Isaac, what is the next move here strategically from Team Fire? They seem to have an edge. They're up 4-1. I mean, what options are in front of them?
Well, the world is their oyster. They can do whatever they want. But they can keep throwing these snowballs in. They got to get the Poros out.
I think breakdancing is probably the best method. Smeb has got it under control right now.
I think going to go in. That might be a kill.
He's going to get knocked up a whole bunch of times. Should be fine.
Oh, there goes the snowball. Levy's going to drop. Albus.
Resets. No. Going to get out instead.
sOAZ wants more, but he goes right into the Powerball. The knockup's going to connect. Smeb, is he unkillable? Right now he is.
And the Poro King comes down at the same time.
Oh, he wants it so bad. Mata!
Back to the King there as well. That is the utilization of that one. As the chili snacks come out. Look at the well, it's not really doing all that much, to be perfectly honest. He was angry for a while. Wayless gets haunted.
Coffee going in.
Too much caffeine for that guy. Just hit the turret, boys. We should be okay. It's Albus. How did he survive?
Of course, can snap back to the Poro King to make it out.
Did you say snap back or snack back?
Snack back, as it turns out.
Snack pack?
Back? One thing you gotta say, Ice, a lot better using their Poro snacks. Fire wasn't even able to do it.
I think Fire, a little confused, but clearly better at the core Poro game mode in the early game. We'll have to see if they get creative with their snacks. Moving forward. Pressure now mounts for Ice. They're gonna have to figure out a way to overcome this onslaught of pressure.
I want to utilize our analyst on the desk here as well. I mean, if we're having a look at these team compositions that have been so expertly crafted by both sides, who has the scaling comp as we see the Poro King come?
You're going to have to wait on that scaling because there's some more action here, Atlas. And sOAZ now doomed to fall as the Poro King relentlessly attacks the tower. Smeb makes it out. No, he doesn't.
Use your Poro snacks.
Yeah, get back to your Poro King friend.
It's the 4 key for some of you, maybe the 7.
They're 0 for 2.
Yep.
None of them are pressing the buttons.
Just look at how many chili snacks they've got.
I
That's so
respect
much chili.
the fitness and diet program that FLICKR are trying to put the Poro King under, but he is a fat man and he is proud of it. Feed him.
Another double knock up. The cow getting bounced around. Will die to Levy as the disintegration rays in there. Decent ultimate from Reignover keeps him out. Darkfire's going to reset. Oh, nice geometry, sOAZ.
Smeb going to taunt up Mithy. Mithy definitely looks like he's going to go down here. Bengi on the way in. Hold does miss. Not what he wants at all. sOAZ gets the knockoff, saves his EU teammate, but Mithy drops anyway. Ron
Rekkles. Odd maneuver. Will be able to pick up the kill, though, as he's dashing around this fight. Not going to find too much for us. Mata chooses to time his way in just as his teammate had died.
Kog'Maw explosion wasn't enough, and now Mata's the one who's in trouble, and he's going to drop. That's a double kill for the Varus.
What a disaster. I don't even know which team it's for. You have a slight gold advantage for Team Fire.
It's 5-12, of course, in the kill department, and now the gold lead is mounting for Team FLICKR.
Also, as he's in trouble there, the taunt.
So many tanky members here on the side of Team FLICKR. Whaless doing the best he can. Coling is gonna go.
No! Just a tip, no! Oh my goodness. Mithy gets a nice double stun, but Whaless is already triggered by the fact that Smeb survived. Poro King's coming down, headbutts in there by Bengi. There's Whaless trying to get the damage in, but he's going to fall down. Smeb, he's going to pay the price. Yeah, massive death lotus from Albus as the Poro King's just wandering through, wondering why nobody is giving him any attention. And finally, a fire Poro snack.
But he shot it the wrong way. I don't know if that was supposed to happen, but it wasn't going near anybody.
Happens, man.
Poro AI on par with Daisy for controllability.
But it was fun.
FLICKR, interesting enough, backing off, not protecting their Poro King here, giving him up. They clearly have not a very healthy relationship with their team.
It's a Poro meat shield, I think, in this particular game mode.
I will say, with this AP Cog getting pretty strong in the Varus, it's going to get pretty brutal for Team Ice. Not a long-range poke they're going to have, but they do have their Poro King, and they have shown they know how to use it.
Oh, and there goes the Varus. Cannon could be next. Smeb making his way in, but is going to back out safely.
It's a follow-up kill, though, as Albus does fall down. Smeb's going to get knocked back. Can he take on 4 members at once is the question, but no, he doesn't have to as Bengi gets in there and kills his cow comrade.
Forward looking for the ult from the Kog'Maw. Any moment could be the kill, but they do back off. This is the moment of calm.
Ron OP is just sitting there looking majestic. I love that Kog'Maw skin. It is so cool. The fact that it's a little bit smaller now as well. Look at him. He's just having a really great time on the Abyss.
Zayo, as our analyst, how does this Kog'Maw skin rate on the Kog'Maw skin tier list?
Ooh, I mean, it's okay. I would say Deep Sea is S tier Kog'Maw skin.
Fair.
The skeleton Kog'Maw is like, I don't even know what you're doing with your life if you're using that skin.
What do you mean?
I'm not a fan of the skeleton skin.
Loves dinosaurs. Bengi is going to make his way underneath the turret. The Unbreakable Will is there as the headbutt's going to pop Albus into the opposing team, but he gets a kill for it. Tries to get himself out, but not going to be able to as Smeb. Now it's his turn to dive underneath this turret. Disintegration rays there. sOAZ melts down the Rammus.
Members dropping left and right in this absolute bloodbath of game. The 2K gold lead is maintained, but Levy throwing out the poke.
Just the tip.
And we're at 29 kills, 8 minutes in, so it's like kind of a slower LPL game on Summoner's Rift. But, you know, a little bit faster than some of the other regions are used to.
Bengi now move up forward, though. He is no fear. Doesn't have ult, though. Is going to drop to the tower. Mata, a little more experience on these support champions. A little more unbreakable at this stage.
See what you did there. Is Albus going to make his way in? Can he pick up the daggers is the question. I don't know. Yes, the reset's in there! As the Poro joins the fight. Albus is way out the back.
Feed the king.
Someone give him a snack.
Stop malnourishing.
I beg you.
The leader of your people.
Oh, in goes Bengi. There's
he
a double pull.
Smeb moving forward. They don't have that much damage, but Jan is here to back him up. Mithy now set to fall. Whaless is going to get one. Can he get more? So many tanky stats here. Moving in. Is he going to stick around too long? The snowball is active. Smeb hitting him up, but he's going to get knocked up himself.
So is having a good time on this Vel'Koz. Nice knockups. Whaless avoids getting taunted for that one. Smeb is powerballing back in, but don't know whether they're going to go for the 2-man dive.
Smeb, cheeky snowball leaps forward. Now snowball himself. He's set to fall. So dead. Oh, but Bengi wants more power.
Oh, God.
Gotta respect the AP power cow, but Bengi not respecting the rest of the team. It looks like he's going to drop.
Dies by his own terms as well. I like that.
What do we have to say about this game mode, gentlemen, other than a chain of me and Atlas screaming.
I really want the Rainbow Party Packs. That's what I have to say about that.
No one appreciates the Rainbow Party Packs like no one
Levy.
appreciates Levy because he's getting left out to dry. Never mind, he's a little too strong. Alba's doing a little spin around.
Oh, that was really cute. Avoids the damage from the hail of arrows. Chili snacks!
There we go. They used it while no one was around, but you know what? They tried.
And at least it looked.
Oh, here we go.
There it is.
Clear. Now we're seeing the strategy. Now it's the Zale's time to shine.
Go Mata. Mata. There goes the Kog'Maw. Is he going to get knocked down? He gets knocked up. No, may get taken out. Cullen going down.
Oh, there's more. Rono P gets out of the way. Should be all right. Disintegration round to Smeb one more time. He hates that ability as he dies once again. Bengi gets knocked up. Mata headbutts him back there underneath this turret. These turrets are lasting forever, by the way. No one really cares about hitting them as Rono P's going to fall down. Albus knocked up into the sky and destroyed. As please hit that turret.
Albus finally taken out, but you were right. The turret is now set to fall. Mata wants a little bit more piece of the action, but he's left alone behind enemy lines.
Just headbutting.
He got a taxi to Bang. He doesn't look like he's going to get the chance. Killing spree.
Ice is just displaying superior Poro snack mechanics so far.
Now, Isaac, there's a lot of skilled champions in this game. Katarina, Vayne, maybe Zed. If you're a dirty Zed, pick her LeBlanc. If you want to get creative, how does that rate against the use of Poro snacks?
Ooh, it's much more simple to master a Zed than it is apparently to use a Poro snack, as evidenced by the entire Fire team.
But Fire is now
being able to do it.
May not be able to push snacks, but they push their buttons real good otherwise.
Not today, Katarina. Now the tower might finally fall down. Oh, Mata back in one more time as Mithy's trying to stay at the very edge of this battle. Mata just surviving for so long. Tower eventually falls.
Oh, there's a snack. Here we go.
Yep. Coffee snacks.
Give him the fire snack.
I don't think it's healthy to feed him coffee when they haven't had anything else for the rest of the game.
That's a very good point.
Look at a spicy snack. You don't know what kind of spicy snack it is. Could be a delicious Mexican dish, for example.
All sorts of different Spanish spice if they wanted to be poignant in our current location. Of course, Fire now backing off, leaving their king to die once again, but his sacrifice was not in vain. Approaching more damage on the tier 1 tower, tier 2 tower rather, but the gold still remains relatively the same. Ice have to make his moves to get back. Wayless moves into the air.
Yeah, it was up there for quite some time as well, with that powered up Howling Gale. Albus got to do too much work with the current location of that dagger. Oh, I think that was a Levy ultimate, but didn't quite find the mark.
Going a little wide.
It's getting intense now as Bengi finally gets himself in there. Huge shield from that Courage of the Colossus as Mata now trying to get himself amongst it. Triple knock-up with the Howling Gale. And nothing else is really going to happen.
Is that John of Mastery?
Oh,
just
baby.
Wait. Just wait till he brings it. He's coming in the lane. He's ganking you with the Howling Gale.
And Wayless gets taunted and destroyed. This living artillery is starting to really do some work. Super passive, non-interactive League of Legends happening with this Kog'Maw.
And they don't even need to interact. They're
Albus!
Good.
Can he get this work done? Gets one kill. There it is, another one. Death Lotus is there, and he dies.
Out 3 daggers on the ground. No one going to get to use them. Mithy goes in.
Oh!
Gets one. Some bad damage coming in.
Now it's the battle, but he lands it. Get in there, Levy. What are you thinking? In he goes, and Mithy falls down.
And he goes right back out. It's just too much power on the side of Team Fire.
Sick mechanics as well, as Wayless is just going to punish him for it. Rono P should be able to grab himself the kill as he's dashing around. Piercing light, no damage. Rono P just says, I'm a butterfly. Back to it.
And Mata doesn't have the damage here to take down the king. The king is just nomming on this tower, and there's no one here to stop him. Look at him go. Knockups don't work.
Yeah, we need that Zune to actually find any damage that it is dealing to that turret.
It goes
without the evidence by the human eye.
Oh my goodness. The tower eventually falls down as Mata is the focus.
The blue team have summoned their king, though. Is this their chance to fight?
Albus.
AoE.
Max.
Albus potentially in trouble. Oh, gets popped.
Whoa,
Levy.
stop, Levy.
Just respond.
Good. Fantastic to know as Mata's now just trying to get himself around this fight with the help of his Poro King friend. Mithy's there as well. Crescendo not quite available just yet as Wayless takes down Reignover, and he's so deep in this fight. He's trying to get the taunt off his Smeb as Wayless does eventually fall.
Too much damage. Mata now has to step back. Bengi gets punted back into the team, but he may be too tanky. Poro King still alive and well. Are there snacks up and off cooldown? It looks like it. Are they going to get it? Mata taking too much damage. Courage of the Colossus keeping Smeb healthy. Frosted snacks come out, but Team Fire are uninterested in those tasty treats.
Yeah, it was a chilly time towards the back end of that fight, but Fire just didn't really care about retreating.
never too chilly in Barcelona. As the Poro King does go down once more. Bengi going in on a sOAZ now.
Absolutely fearless. We have to start to wonder why Bengi never played support in his competitive career, because this Alistar...
He did for FLICKR. He was the second support.
The third somehow.
And Alistar, you know, we used to jungle him way back in the day, so that's fine. Just kept on to those mechanics.
What do you think those Sightstone builds were?
Perfect. The heydays. Bengi's time on SKT.
But Bengi, you know, he did say in an interview, he's going to use this as a tryout for teams. He's going to be able to use this to find his way into another team. And he's like, look at these Alistar skills.
Oh, well, Levy may not want to after he gets popped like that, but Bengi's still alive and well, but there's 5 members on top of him. He's nearly unkillable. Redemption comes down. Not quite enough. Snowball's looking to land, looking to summon the king. Mata wants to start the party off, but gets knocked up and denied the engaged Smeb. A little too tanky. sOAZ not quite enough range. Fire back off, mostly unscathed.
Good disengage there from Reignover, helping out with the Howling Gale. More snowballs are landing. Team Ice actually getting their eye in at the moment. Counting that one up as the tower will eventually fall down, and they do grab the king. Smeb gets the taunt off, but he's pretty tanky. He's not going to fall, even though he was relatively separated.
Of course, Thornmail up and available on the Ram as Lucian. No lifesteal outside of that Guardian's hammer.
Oh, sOAZ once again doing well.
Levi actually just took like half his health from that thing.
Does a lot of damage.
Oh, the caffeine stacks! You gotta respect the king, guys. He doesn't technically do any damage when he does that, but it looks really cool.
Damn right it does.
I mean, the Poro King, he engaged. Where was the team?
Yeah.
Where was the team? Where's the follow-up?
Yeah. I mean, come on. Are we medieval king, or is this, you know, king in name only? Where's the follow-up team? Trust yourself to an AI.
Delivering Smeb into his team. Gets taunted and destroyed, so it goes back. Needed to buy anyway, I believe, is the call, as there are massive knockups onto Reignover, but it doesn't seem to matter. Team Fire is ripping through Team Ice as Wayless doing the best he can to kite, and Mata's relatively tanky. But it's now 5 versus 2. Oh, the culling grabs Reignover, but he is going to fall down. Just too easy to land the snowballs when he's using that move.
And as you said in Champion Select to Sale, the AP Kog'Maw is just too powerful on this game mode. No one can stand before Ron OP.
Not going to do it.
We're all thinking.
Yeah.
We're all thinking.
Chili Snacks come out one more time, using it to burn down the turret and all of the minions making their way in. I like it. There are more snacks here. We need to use them.
Spicy.
Oh, there's the rainbow. He gave him the rainbow.
Get it?
Think?
Trying to pull him back. It's
there it is.
Nope, not going to get him.
Oh,
Think
no.
he wants a little more.
Knockups everywhere. Not sure exactly who's doing it. Albus doing a fair bit of damage, and Bengi's getting melted down. Wayless with a piercing line, but not going to really find anything else. And he gets caught up. Oh my goodness. Good ultimate from Minty. Disintegration rays, exactly that! As they get torn apart. Albus in there as well. Wants the jumbo and gets it. The knockups there. Triple kill now for the Katarina.
EU on a mission after their disappointments yesterday, making statements here. Mithy says, I may have messed up on Zyra, but Sona is my champion.
That is so tanky.
Turns out, if you can press Q and W, Sona's everybody's champion.
Don't take this away from my region.
Oh, I'm taking it away.
Now that's perfect. Well, Albus showed us that, works out no matter what. Some sick plays there as well in the last game.
Not interested in fighting Smeb. Knock him out. sOAZ, more action. Similar story for Albus as he resets the Shunpo cooldown.
A couple of times, just for the fun of it. Looks cool, jumping around the map. These arrows continue to fly through from Levy.
8 kills, 18 minutes in.
sOAZ with the disgruntled throw of the Q out of the middle of nowhere. I liked it.
At what point are there too many kills in a league play?
Never.
When I'm playing Yasuo, the other team generally has too many kills. I will leave it at that.
Well, in he goes. There's some early snacks, exactly right, as Levy dodges away quite effectively. That Xerath did not really get it right.
Poro King.
Oh, Billy Snacks. He's zoning him. He's zoning him.
Mata.
Keep with the party. Levy on the outside. Kog'Maw still up in the back lines, but Smeb and Bengi dies for a Jendo. In goes Reignover, but there's the Katarina going off. Albus looking for the resets. Is he going to go big? The tower's on him. Can he heal up? No. Albus sets a fall, but Wayless still alive and well, and Bengi not going to be enough to stop the AD carry. Or will he? Kog'Maw passive going in. Redemption. Wayless going to keep him up.
and hops back to the King. They'll take down the turret and possibly the inhibitor. Team Ice actually make it into a gold lead. Not that the gold's all that relevant in this particular mode. However, now they're taking down Nexus turrets. Can they actually win the game? These death timers are tiny. I have a feeling there will be enough Team 5 members getting back up. And there's Marta's death as Levy throws out the ultimate Chains of Corruption onto Mythy now. Oh my goodness, thank you very much, Poro King, as now the Nexus is banned. Disintegration Rays in as Levy's tanking it up. Lots of damage from sOAZ, now he needs to get out. But huge work done by Team Ice.
Poro King still alive as well, so they can blink to the Poro King when they respawn.
An opt-out of that particular method there from Albus. Decides no. Enemy base not where we want to be. And Reignover, he's going to die. Mythy, he's going to get taunted. Will he fall down to a Smeb? Smeb is able to lock it up. Nicely done.
Ice now looking to back off. They can't afford to take another fight. They need to heal up. Wait on that Sona to come back.
Has this turned into, can Albus get a reset and win the game for Team Ice? Is this the situation that we're faced with now?
I mean, there's a lot of ways they can win the game here with Vel'Koz, Sona. They have Illusion, who's actually pretty strong now, so they could definitely do it. I think that sOAZ gets a good ult. Albus could go in, start getting those resets.
Of course, on the other side, though, the Alistar, the Rammus, the Janna. A lot of tools to interrupt the Katarina. Will the fancy footwork from Albus be enough?
Smeb doesn't want to find out. He just wants to get in there.
And Fire has a really good comp. They have AP carry, they have an AD carry, they have tanks, they have a support. Their comp is pretty strong.
Different options. Everything they need. Poro King now to back them up. Is it time to feed him?
Oh, it's always time. Let's see if they do it.
What are they giving him this time, though? It's
Rainbow
Wayless. Oh, what is this?
Where you going?
Sick backdoor play.
Bengi's all alone, but they can fortress right back to the Poro King.
Not like that, Wayless.
Yeah, that was an odd maneuver.
Oh, no.
Marta is in so deep as Reignover's smashed into the enemy team. And Marta doing exactly the same thing as Wayless. They're just completely on walkabout right now.
All part of the plan. They're going in one at a time to confuse Fire. Fire will be overwhelmed and won't know what to do.
And they want to take down the Poro King.
Albus is in trouble. There's the CC, but there's the Death Laser too.
That's a bouncy castle. Yeah, Disintegration Ray did some work, but the Monsoon kept everyone on Team Fire alive. One more Nexus turret is available for Team Ice, but these death timers are not too high. Wayless is going to be back up as there's some coffee snacks to get the Poro King bouncing around. And Wayless once again back into this battle, killing himself on Smeb's Thornmail right now. It's a good chain over from Mythy, doing some work. Wayless locking up a double kill now. Can he get Reignover? That's going to be Mythy getting one. The Poro King is a net. They're going to get the win. Oh, I felt like Ice had an opportunity there in that last push, but these death timers never seem to get big.
And we have to give credit to Mr. Azael here, because he said, Reignover took the feet off the gas in the last game. Said, this is it. This is my chance. This is the jungle Janna.
Yeah.
Waiting to be unleashed.
I also think that Team Fire has to give a lot of credit, a big thanks to Wayless and Mata, who randomly suicided at the end of the game.
It was a strategy.
To give Team Fire.
Look.
Also, big props to the Poro King. He insects Mata in there with that coffee snack.
Yeah, I feel like a whole lot of things went wrong in the beautiful strategy that was developed by Mata and Wayless towards the end of that game. Unfortunately, we didn't see it unfold the way they wanted it to, but I believe that there was method to that madness. I just don't know what it is.
And really, we're here, to give credits to the great. And if Mata's experimenting with the new strategy, we have to be sure that there's something else there. Maybe we'll see it in another game mode, but he's figuring something out.
Yeah, I mean, Mata takes All-Star very seriously. He's been practicing for tandem mode, only playing one hand for quite some time.
Yeah. Oh, God, man.
What a wonderful game mode. Now, gentlemen, we've had a chance to watch how the snacks work, and I want to know, which ones are your favorite?
Favorite snacks?
Favorite snacks.
My favorite snack would probably be the coffee snack, because watching the giant Poro King bounce around is just awesome.
I think Spicy Snack was pretty good, but I was kind of underwhelmed by some of the usage there. The Poro King would have like 4 guys in his face, and no one was giving the Spicy Snack for the flamethrower.
Yeah, and sometimes they would use it on an empty lane.
Yep.
Wasn't quite ideal.
Questionable.
The Rainbow Party snack pack was a little disappointing. Very pretty, for sure, but not highly effective.
I have to say it was a little bit of a letdown. However, watching that little Poro cutely adventure outwards and then try and push everyone back was adorable. Just didn't do very much that I noticed. although there were a lot of things happening, so perhaps, you know,
could have gotten lost in the madness.
Yeah, amazing things could have been happening, but there was just headbutts, pulverizers, all sorts of knockups, disintegration rays, and death lotuses everywhere.
And the important thing to remember is North America was victorious here. Once again, you know, nothing happened earlier. If you guys are just tuning in, America 1-0 on the day.
Yeah, solid day so far.
Definitely.
And if you missed in game
you
one,
missed
they
earlier.
banned LeBlanc, clearly too strong to be let through.
Yep, definitely.
Maple didn't get to play it.
Played as a team.
Yeah.
Strong the whole way through.
Hey, wait. Are you guys being sarcastic?
No.
Because I could have sworn it went the other way. What a disaster. However, definitely redeemed after this game.
I think.
And if we think about it as well, Summoner's Rift, how is that even nearly as serious and competitive as New and
I mean, they're playing those matches because they have to, right?
Yeah.
They're not there because they're here for the interesting stuff, for the Poro King, for the marksman.
For the fun
This is what they've been
modes.
training for, you know? And we just can't, expect much in those traditional games.
And they did get 50 points for the team, so it's not too bad. It's been pretty close so far. And I am very excited for some of the other fun modes as well. Tandem, also aside, I think that mode is super, super fun. One for All is really hype. So I'm pretty excited for both of those modes. I remember last year we had All Blitzcrank. It was pretty exciting.
I have to say, Assassin mode going to be amazing.
Assassin mode will be amazing, but we're going to have to find out more about how that game unfolded because Dash is standing by on the stage with Reignover.
Thank you very much, everyone. I'm standing here with Reignover after a victory here on the Legend of the Poro King, new and improved. So my first question to you is, what do you think about this game mode and the enhancements that we made in the Poro Snacks?
I think it's definitely really fun if you play with your friends. And like before, like when you spawn like the Poro, like it was just like a Poro. But like recent one, like you can like feel like a snack to Poro like after you spawn him, and then like it's like Rumble Q at the first time, and then like you shoot like a meteors behind them, and I think like those abilities are like really fun, and like you can like play around it too, you know. So I think it's like really cool.
Now, is there a specific Poro snack that you think is the most powerful, having played it now? The flame spitting, the ice sieging, or what?
I think having shooting like a meteors behind them and like engaging together is like pretty strong because they have to run away, and then like there's like ton of damage, and you have to like dodge this like meteors too. So I guess it's pretty good.
And coupled with that, we saw you play Janna, but now that you've played a game of it and you've seen what those Poro snacks can do, is there a specific champion that you think might be even more powerful that you would play next time you play this game mode?
I actually didn't know about like Rammus, but like Rammus was like really, really strong pick on that mode because like people keep constantly trying to like jump in and jump out, but like if you just taunt like the champions like right after they jump in, like usually they get one shot. So yeah, I guess like something with like a target strong instant CC is probably like the strongest.
Now, I want to switch gears for just a moment because we've seen you playing Rengar as well as a couple other people in this tournament so far. Your build, though, is a little bit more tanky as we've seen other people go for more of the assassin build. Why is it specifically that you choose to build Rengar in such a way?
I think going full DPS as Rengar is kind of risky, and I guess like later on the patch, like Riot like shows on the patch note that it was like a bug that the ratio goes like a full AD instead of like a additional AD. But yeah, I mean, as tank Rengar, you still have like DPS to one-shot their carries, and like the new W is like really, really OP with a lot of HP and armor and MR. So yeah, I guess, I mean, I just tried and it was like, I felt way better than like a damage Rengar, so I just decided to play like that.
All right, and finally, later today, you're going to be playing in the 1v1s. Your first round is going up against Rekkles, former teammate of yours. So how confident are you going up against him in the 1v1 today?
Yeah, I mean, Rekkles is, yeah, I mean, he's an AD carry, and yeah, I mean, definitely he have like edge on the 1v1, but I'm preparing something, and then if it works well, probably I might win. So yeah, I'm really excited to play against Rekkles, and yeah, I heard that we can like speak each other on the 1v1, so it's gonna be really fun for me.
Yeah, to make sure to talk a lot of trash. Well, we look forward to that one. Congratulations on the victory here in Poro King. We've got to take a quick break. When we come back, it's going to be the EU LCS All-Stars versus the GPL All-Stars. We'll see you then.
Everyone focus Smeb. Kill Smeb.
Smeb's dancing. He's not even trying. That's inting.
Snowball.
Oh, God, that is the victory move right there. Gets headbutted back, but makes it.
Oh, wow.
Oh no.
Mana, the Kog'Maw. Is he going to get knocked down? He gets knocked up. Mana's going to get taken out. Cullen going down.
Oh, there's more Rono B. Gets out of the way.
And they don't don't even need to interact. They're
Elvis!
good.
Can he get this worked out? Gets one kill. There it is, another one. Death Lotus is there, you guys. Killing himself on Smeb's Thornmail right now. This is a good for that chamber from Minty. Doing some work. Locking up a double kill now. Can he get Reignover? That's going to be Minty getting one. The Poro is a net. Oh, win.
Welcome back, everybody, to All-Star 2016, coming to you live from the Palau Sant Jordi in Barcelona. And oh, is it rush hour already? Because we are joined by Afremu and Doublelift on the desk. Welcome, gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hello, hello.
Hello. Obviously, we just got to talk a little bit about the match earlier you guys had versus LMS. The consensus on the desk was the NALCS All-Stars are strong, but that combination of LMS players is just really hard to play against. What did you guys make of it?
I think we just made a bunch of random mistakes early game, and then like we had to claw our way back into the game, and then when we made one mistake, it was like too snowballed for them to come back. So yeah, that was just an unlucky game.
And a question I have for you, Afremu, obviously you're one that has brought Sona back into the meta before. What's your take on the Sona pick again?
Funnily enough, before we went into draft, I played against Karma the first game versus EU, and then I was like, wait, Sona beats Karma. I told Peter, I was like, dude, it just demolishes.
So that's some like secret tech that we now have out there exposed.
Yeah, and then he picked it. I was like, dude.
Oh my God. In general, though, before we jump into this match intro, how have you guys been enjoying the All-Star event? I know you guys, of course, take the game really seriously, but it is all about seeing those players you don't get to play with often and making new friends.
Yeah, I've had a really good time. I mean, the NA All-Star team, we get along really well. Yeah. I played with Afra for like 3 years. I played with Bjergsen for like, this whole year and got close with everyone. And then I didn't know Reignover and Impact that well, and I thought they would be like really shy, but they're actually like super nice. We hang out all the time, and yeah, making new friends has been nice.
And you got sick jackets, so.
Yeah, these are nice.
Right, all right, let's talk about the next match. We're gearing up for another regional showdown, this time pitting the Europeans against the GPL All-Stars. A tough day for both teams yesterday, losses for both the GPL and EU, and you guys, of course, started off the tournament fantastically by beating EU. So what are your thoughts about the strengths or the relative strength of this lineup, Afremu?
For EU, right?
Yes.
For EU in general, I think Mythly had an off game the time we played him with Rekkles in the bottom lane, but I think going into next game, he probably won't be on like a Zyra pick and more so playmaking type of pick, maybe a tank, maybe Thresh, something like that. And that should be a lot easier on like their front line or engage opportunities, because just leaving Rekkles on, the arrow initiation isn't as good as, having a front line engage.
Definitely. Doublelift, what did you make of it?
I think sOAZ is like pretty creative with his positioning. Like he made me blow sums a couple times with like, he just does like this bush cheese where he just sits in the bush for like a minute and he waits for the AD to come farm, catch a wave. Also, like, FLICKR had some really sick flanks, good TPs. So they definitely have, like, they have good ideas. They're very creative with the way they play. But, like, I guess in team fights, maybe just they're not used to playing with each other that much. So there's a little bit of, like, back and forth there.
And you said that word that, of course, incites the cheers here in Spain. It is FLICKR. He was really on form here. He was the biggest question mark. You looked at some of the names on this team, some of them out of form, and FLICKR obviously playing AD carry in the second half. But some of his flanks here, bringing back the Ari he was known for, he actually had a day out, even in a loss.
That international picket buff, it just didn't go away, I guess. Yeah, it was good for him. We're going to have to see what they do. They're up against the GPL All-Stars. They also didn't have the best start up versus LPL yesterday. They had some problems drafting, and they never really got in the game. But we do know that they're skilled individually. They got a lot of points in the 1v1 at IWCA and here as well. So how big of a chance do you think they have here?
You go for it, Zach. No way. All right.
Well, we need some positive.
All right. I think. I mean, we're all team fire, right? So I think they have a decent shot. Especially the player that stood out to me the most is Levi. I think when I watch him, even in the fun game modes like Poro King, he has good mechanics. And mechanics as a jungler used to be not that important, but now there's a lot of like 1v1ing and skirmishing with the jungle early that decides the tempo of the game. So I think if Levi pops off, they have a good shot at winning.
All right. Currently, it's tied. Fire and Ice are 250-250. So. It's going to be a very interesting matchup. Quick prediction, EU or GPL?
I think I have to give it to EU. They just have the pedigree there. One thing you can say about the GPL team, they've been together for the 3 events. We've hit that a couple of times. They played in their own kind of all-star among the other GPL regions into where they're at now. So this team, they've looked strong, but it's tough opposition.
EU for Papa?
Yeah, I'm going to go with EU too. It's like just because, all right, at Worlds, it was a very serious event. They're on vacation. And now it's actually vacation time, so they probably will take it serious and win. Yeah, it's opposite day, always.
Wow. I'm going to go with GPL for Team Fire.
All right, there we go. The double disc. Well, we'll see what happens. Our All-Stars are almost ready for Champ Select, so let's send it over to the caster desk.
Thank you very much, Jacques. Stress and Sam Kobe Hartman-Kensler are now joining me on the desk for this matchup between the European LCS and the GPL squad, of course, specifically coming in from Vietnam. These guys have fought hard to get here.
I know. I mean, this is their third consecutive All-Star event, basically. They've been at All-Stars for an incredibly long time, and they've shown it in the 1v1s, you know, had some success there. We'll see if they can translate it onto Summoner's Rift, though. Definitely have a challenge in front of them here.
Well, let's take a chance now to look at the starting lineups, beginning with the EU All-Stars from Team Ice. Coming in the top lane, it's sOAZ, jungle Jankos, mid XPeke, AD carry Rekkles, and support Mithy.
Well, they got a lot of support from, you know, the Peke chants all throughout the crowd. We'll see whether the representatives of the GPL from Team Fire can garner a bit of support in this game. In the top lane, it's QTV. In the jungle is Levi. In the mid lane is Optimus. AD carry Celebrity with support Ron OP.
And you know, first thing about their loss yesterday, to me, that stood out, were kind of the losing lanes. And, you know, Shen up in the top side, where everybody that's been really try-harding has been, yeah, Poppy, Nautilus, or Maokai up there to abuse Courage of the Colossus. And, yeah, Shen can use it. But I would like to see GPL just go for super strong winning lanes right out of the gate. And that really does open your jungler up. That analyst stats, they were talking about Levi, so maybe you can make some happen.
And that was one of our biggest thoughts during IWCA, was that QTV, while of course everybody's going to be comfortable on the Maokai, on the tanks, he just seemed like one step behind a lot of the other top laners when it came to his decision-making on engages, how he was playing the lane, and when he was using the teleport. So that's what I want to see the GPL squad kind of shore up.
And of course, sOAZ similarly having a rough day yesterday, playing well in the laning phase, but getting caught out time and time again. So going to be curious to see where these bans go, if the top lane is the center of attention, or if it's going to be all in the mid lane for the Optimus x Peke matchup.
I mean, maybe they first pick in Poppy this time around, because Poppy is queen up there with Kurt. Ah, there it is.
Yeah, there it is. Right, banned off the board. Caster Curse.
One pick that we haven't really seen taken away, but is now in this game, is Elise. We've seen some presence on Lee Sin coming out of the jungle, but you know, this is the first time we're releasing the Elise bans here at All-Star, so pressure on Levi.
Yeah, I mean, Elise bans are definitely target bans or a throwaway ban, because there are so many good junglers right now, and she's not even at the top of the list, so definitely a lot of options still left open. I'm sad to see Lee Sin off the table, because that was one of Jankos' best performing champions.
This is a big moment though, because if the GPL leave Rek'Sai available and one mid laner, the EU LCS can only really pick one of them and the other goes over. So either they leave two strong mid laners up and Rek'Sai and they take a 2-for-1 trade, or they just kind of outplay themselves and give the EU LCS one strong pick and can't really answer with it.
Seconds away from that final ban. EU must be pretty confident in their first pick. You can see Jankos smiling on the screen. It will be Rengar taken away. Interestingly enough, Reignover showing the power of that champion yesterday.
So LeBlanc is still up here. You know, talking about power, one of the most powerful assassins after the real. All right, there we go. No hesitation. And I'm assuming that's going to go to Peke.
But there's three big picks that we look at. Rek'Sai, Nautilus, and Ryze. The Ryze doesn't have to be rushed here, so the GPL squad could look to pick up those three. We have seen a bunch of Graves, but at IWCA, Rek'Sai really was queen out of the jungle when you weren't looking for those, trades all the way through. We've seen a little bit more action out of junglers here at All-Star.
Something Mithy talked about, Rek'Sai much better in environments where teams aren't as unified. You get the free brush check, the free tremor sense, that reliable pseudo-free vision, making it much easier to make decisions as a team. But Levi, he's not about that life. He wants to do the damage.
Yep, not going to be a Courage of the Colossus there for Graves. He'll bring the damage all right. And they'll just tank that Nautilus up to the top line to provide that front line.
And at this point, that's kind of the easy way out for QTV. You're given that pick while the Poppy isn't available. So now, if sOAZ wants to try and play a laning game, perhaps he'll look to just push the Nautilus back and stop him from ever getting tanky enough, but that's a risky strat.
And you know what? Something that has emerged in the last couple of months that's super strong at shoving in is the Nasus with Emax, a different flavor up there for the top lane rather than trying to get a bunch of stacks. One of my favorites is the AP Shaco, but generally you want to play that against more squishy lineups, and already looking at the Nautilus, probably won't be the case. Jankos looking to mount up here, though.
And of course, playing with our hearts, he spoke briefly yesterday, I believe off broadcast about. He's like, I think Twitch is really good in the jungle. We might get a chance to play him in the jungle, hovering over it for as long as possible just to tease us. will, of course, be the Hecker in the end, or at least for now. There are still a few seconds left here.
If he does end up locking this in, this is more Jankos trying to be a playmaker more so than Rek'Sai. Of course, you can make plays on Rek'Sai, but Jankos is a little bit more of the mentality of, hey, let me get myself ahead, and then I'll get the rest of you ahead along with me. So looking for a little bit more damage, a little bit more engage coming out here, giving them that tool with the Onslaught of Shadows.
A lot of Wombo comp potential. Now we have to wonder, Rekkles and Mithy struggled a little bit yesterday, had a strong early lane, but what are they going to pick up here?
Yeah, I mean, they are hovering over the Caitlyn, which is extremely powerful right now because we talk about winning lanes and wanting to work off of early pressure, and that definitely would do a lot towards that area of the map. I have to say, though, one of the concerns I had for the GPL was their AD carry, and especially since now he's facing LeBlanc, Hecarim, and Kennen. A lot of dive towards the backline, so looks like if he picks something low mobility like Ashe or Jhin again, and he could be the target. The Janna would have been a good option. I always like Janna counterpicking Kennen, one of those really old counter picks that has been there over the years, but Alistar technically can headbutt him out as well.
And this is starting to look like a very tanky lineup for the GPL, utilizing multiple instances of Courage of the Colossus, and there is always the risk with this EU style where you've got a LeBlanc, you've got a less tanky top lane champion, and a jungler that wants to snowball. If that doesn't start to happen in those roles all at the same time, it can become a game where the GPL outlast if they can bring some later game damage from their mid lane.
I think that is key. I think that's a good point because Graves is one of those outlasting junglers, right? He's not going to have the super high impact ganks early on, is definitely looking to farm and clear out and try and get those levels stacked up, whereas Hecarim has the options. I generally will always consider Hecarim wanting to do a full clear for the first one with the blue buff because you really want to make the most of your first blue buff. Very mana intensive jungler, but he has options, especially with Ghost. You can go for early ganks if they're really ripe and they're really presenting themselves.
Of course, Ice really taking their time on this final rotation. Not sure what they want to grab. We have to remember Zyra up and available. Powerhouse in the early lane.
Ooh.
You don't play with my heart.
Is it? It's locked. It's locked.
Oh, yeah. What we want.
Rekkles made his name in Season 3 playing Vayne, and we get to see it at All-Star.
And I've been hearing a lot of talk about how Rekkles, after the first showing there for Team Ice, really buckled down, and he was very intense about practicing a bunch of 1v1s, getting ready for today and trying very hard. I mean, all the teams actually have come to these regional games with a very try-hard mentality. I'm so excited to see this Vayne because he has been a menace in solo queue, and he's going to have the Janna to try and help him through that laning phase.
We saw one Vayne go completely off in IWCA, just go to like 11-0, two-shot everybody. No way of standing up.
But we do have to remember that Vayne did get 3 kills in succession in the first 10 minutes of the game. So I don't know if it's going to be the same story. Stress, I want to see it too, but it's so vulnerable early on.
It's a possibility because Hecarim can do that classic red buff Krugs into 2.5-minute gank. We shall see, though, what's going to be the mid laner.
Well, there's the late game damage and the Wombo combo. This is a strong team fight setup that's coming out of the GPL. If somebody's out of position, the arrow comes through, Alistar goes in, or the Nautilus, and brings the ball, and suddenly everybody's lost their health.
Yeah, both teams looking like they have a lot of power here. The Wombo combo you talk about, I think most terrifying for Rekkles here is that depth charge from Nautilus. The unavoidable, undodgeable CC. Yes, Nautilus can't take Vayne out his own, but he hits that Vayne once, locks her down once, and she's going to get popped like it's nothing.
Definitely true. I mean, all these guys are also going to have to watch out for that Ashe arrow. So there's a chain of events that can go in GPL's favor. This EU team, though, looks like it's very good at scattering, right? LeBlanc can create a lot of chaos. Kennen can control a huge zone and then allows Rekkles to make use of repeat invisibility tumbles.
This is the most ridiculous team out of Europe. They have 4 roles and 4 champions that are just wanting to carry at all times.
This is a race. Who can carry hardest?
I mean, Peke showed it to us yesterday. Maybe Peke is going to be the carry again, but Rekkles is clear like, it's my turn. You had your chance on Aura yesterday. We didn't do it. We didn't pull out the win. Not going to get a chance today. Maybe he will. LeBlanc, pretty good champion to do it on. But of course, this is your chance. Head on over to Twitter. Vote at LOL Esports. Hashtag IceWin. If you think the Vayne can come out on top, or hashtag FireWin. I think the GPL can close this one out with confidence.
Whew, I'm excited to see the Vayne. Been a long time since we've seen Rekkles on Vayne. course, the changes recently made it that, you know, Vayne Janna is exceptionally strong once you get past the very early points in the game, so I'm
She
excited.
did get nerfed on 624. Does that mean she's OP on 623?
Normally that's what it means.
It's time, ladies and gentlemen. Third match of the day, EU versus the GPL. Team Ice already well on the way out, looking for some early plays.
And to focus more on this bottom lane, this is a matchup that specifically I asked Mithy about during IWCA, about Vayne into Alistar, because I was thinking, well, you're just going to get Q-flashed, surely. And he said, well, with the changes to Alistar, you now have to walk past the champions, so unless you can flash all the way past them, it's impossible to headbutt and punish them, so you end up the other side of Vayne in between two people. And with the Janna, any kind of crowd control to deny the Alistar the way in makes it almost impossible for him to engage reliably. So this is why this Vayne Janna has been picked into the Alistar.
Yeah, and there's so much potential for outplay with the Vayne, and you always like to highlight these big, 1v2 and 1v3 even sometimes possible plays.
Oh, nice.
All right.
He doesn't even need it, ladies and gentlemen. He's that confident. The crowd cheers for Peke.
By the way,
cheers or cheer?
D is for dance, Stress.
It's definitely cheers. And this time he's not running teleport, the classic Peke. He's bringing the ignite for the kill in lane.
See this brand. I mean, there's just.
There we go.
If you're watching from home, you cannot appreciate the sheer magnitude of Peke fans in the crowd right now. Spanish loyalty at its finest. See now Team Ice starting. Very standard blue buff early for the Hecarim. Similar story for Graves on the bottom side.
Which means we're not seeing the red Krugs 2-minute 30 gank that we were looking for, Kobe. Maybe getting them ahead, but we'll see how they do in lane on their own.
Yeah, I mean, that has been the most talked about strategy after the changes. It's become that everybody kind of expects it on the bottom side nowadays. And like I said, using the first blue buff to a maximum effect for Hecarim, full clear is not a bad option. This is a very, very high percentage chance of success if you just power clear the entire jungle, then you come out with your level 4 and go for the ganks that way.
And you can see the punish already coming through. Mithy puts the shield on Rekkles. Rekkles goes forward to Celebrity because with Ron OP only being level 1, he cannot even combo on towards him. Like, even with a Q flash, there's nothing more to be done in this setting, so... Wait, really?
Flash replay!
Oh, he dodged everything. Nothing hit him.
That was foreshadowing. I mean, he's setting up the mind game flashes into a brush to juke people out. Once you get close to the wall and flashing backwards into the brush instead.
We saw it at IWCA. We'll see it here now in ASE as well. Jankos getting a little cheeky. Going into the jungle here, spotting out Levi.
I like it. Peke calling his shots. And actually, yeah, you talk about the circle around to the top for Hecarim here.
QTV's pushed up.
Stun gonna connect in with the Hecarim. He wants to get it. Should be first blood, but QTV gets a big shield here. Graves on the way up. It's too little too late. Jankos picking up first blood for Team Ice.
And yesterday we were looking for some big early moves from Jankos. Didn't quite come through with them. But here we go. Talk about the mind games. Oh, everybody's expecting the red into Krug's early gank. Ha! Do it on blue side, and he is rewarded. Plus, since Graves cleared bottom to top, he can't punish and go to steal away the red side jungle.
TP's here, though.
They can't punish sOAZ.
That's a big wave, and that's going to be one dead Kennen. QTV traded back.
Just a little too low on the health. Stuck around while the TP was channeling and couldn't dodge out the hook. sOAZ giving Jankos the way out there. Peke were going aggressive in the middle lane. Optimus has already burned through all of his mana already.
And sOAZ is one of those guys that has such a long history of escaping ganks on the top side.
No, sOAZ.
And repeat. Levi going in. Red buff down. Nautilus hook. Are they going to... Nope. Backing off. Meanwhile, the rest of the lane's playing suspended. Oh, that was a great tornado from Mithy.
Definitely, too. You expect that for a top-tier player. Rono Pizo goes in with the flash.
Look at it. He can't clear the distance enough.
Not going to be able to go forward. Rekkles still trading back, and it's not going to be much in the end, but so close to the potential knock under the tower. Peke, though, has now overstayed his welcome in the mid lane. Levy proccing the red buff. Peke set to fall.
Great patience there, and they punish him as soon as he goes in for the distortion. One of the other changes, the only kind of downside to the new LeBlanc is you don't have that old passive where you go invisible and then you have to make him guess which one and have a higher chance of escaping. They do punish him there, kill Peke, and he doesn't have teleport, like we said, to get back to him.
There was some other guesswork going on there by Levi and Optimus. Where's the flash? When's he gonna flash? How's he gonna flash? Bengi, now they're gonna think he's saving it.
They're never gonna know. They're just gonna think he saved it for some reason.
Exactly. They're like, oh, you know, he was resigned to his death, so he saved it for next time. Won't get repeat gank now.
So patient. Peke, how does he do it?
It actually pays off. Wow, repeat gank's not coming.
Talking about repeat ganks, though, QTV, again the focus.
Jankos may try to delay the back here.
I mean, if I were QTV, I would have called his bluff and just stood there, because if Jankos goes in...
I mean, there's no help going to arrive for him here, so QTV is...
Oriana's on the way up. Oriana's on the way up. Optimus only level 5, though. QTV gonna have to try some fancy footwork. In goes the Hecarim. Challenging Smite drops. sOAZ grabs another one. Too little too late from the mid laner. Not gonna make it in time.
I just look at that and like, okay, it's a little too late for QTV to stay alive on his own, but what was Jankos gonna do? Go under the turret with no minions around to tank and sOAZ not there for the rest of the damage? I think QTV, with staggering blows, a hook, his shield, may very well have stayed alive in that situation and dead Jankos, or he just keeps recoiling out and Jankos can't stop him.
Look, they see it's pretty rough, but
I just mean like QTV.
I feel like you're taking that optimistic top laner approach, and I like it. But it's not going to work out for him, and Jankos not playing around today. Pretty hard with that top lane camp, and he'll be up to a pretty quick Trinity Force as well. Generally, you'll get the red smite just for the, you know, the combat power there, and then switch over right away to the Trinity Force build. And once you get that, it's off to the races.
Of course, interestingly enough, bottom lane going in the favor of Team Ice. Rekkles kind of commanding these trades in so many ways. Ron OP waiting, looking for an attempt to all-in, but not finding it yet. You can see 57 to 52 farm. Ashe will even it up, but Vayne kind of expect her to fall behind so much in these early games.
In the mid lane, setting it up with the chain.
Not going to get it. Flash out from Optimus.
We were actually having... oh, never mind. Let's wait for this counter jungler to go off first.
Okay, Kobe, I don't think they're going to kill each other yet.
But it's fighting over the small raptors.
sOAZ fighting over the creep wave as Nautilus is ready to contest. Does burn his ult in the end. Oh, Levi gets it.
He wins. He wins the trade in the
golf clap.
The golf clap.
Well
It's
done,
the little
well done.
victories.
Got the large chicken.
Jankos letting us know she's proud of that moment.
I mean, Levi is doing what, you know, the Graves path there. He's up a level on the Hecarim, so, you know, not falling too far behind. Did have the successful gank mid as well, so not too shabby there for him.
Now I'm interested to see whether Peke uses his clone. We saw this earlier out from Maple, that he used the second part of the ultimate elsewhere on the map to fake a roam while he was going over for blue buff, which, you know, is something that I think we're going to start seeing a little bit more out of LeBlanc players, just having people guess where you are when you drop out of the lane. But this time, not the case. Interesting mechanics that I'm looking forward to seeing more LeBlanc players use.
Keep our eyes on it. Of course, Optimus, no stranger to the LeBlanc, however, did bust it out to qualify for this tournament. So we have to think that, you know, he may know how these combos are going to play out, that he may be able to outplay here in some of these trades.
Jankos with that red timer, goes in for the red steal. Meanwhile, you see on the minimap the little bit of backup there that Levi was going to give to Optimus when he was going to fight Peke in the river. But because of that, not going to be anywhere near the top side to protect his red. Jankos gets it and gets out.
Good response from Jankos. Peke, though, still getting aggressive. Ooh, not going to get it. Peke does make it out in the end. Collateral damage, not enough.
NT. Good try there for Levi, but not going to catch Peke this time around.
Yeah, Sombrero not really effective against LeBlanc. One of the more difficult champions to lock down. Despite adding that extra second that she has to stick around before she can take the W back, still well before the time that Optimus ult would have closed. So I'm interested to see how Optimus can kind of hold on in this middle lane, and if they can keep up with Peke when he starts roaming around the map.
Yeah, Oriana, not too shabby towards the late game, does scale very well. So Optimus doing just fine at the moment. We shall see though, because I'm waiting for some bottom lane action. Ashe has hit level 6. The CC available to this GPL bottom lane is really, really good setup for something like a top lane teleport. You know, Nautilus is very high impact as soon as he joins down. And Optimus actually with the roam.
Something in mind as well. Maybe look for the bot lane play, but he gets caught in transit, and Optimus now set to fall. Peke gonna grab one, but the TPs are here. Nautilus not overstaying his welcome, instantly makes his way out.
Pretty dangerous roam there, and looks like Team Fire going to get chased out of the jungle here altogether. Now they have numbers on the bottom side of the map. See if they actually establish any more control.
Kobe, you asked for a bot lane play. Optimus was on the same page.
Yeah, okay.
Team Ice not going to have it. You're leaving the Vayne alone. And it looks like it's working out well so far. Of course, fell behind for a little bit there, but is now evened up in the CS department.
Evened up, and we've been hearing so much about Vayne in solo queue. You get yourself the BF sword, then go attack speed item, a lot of that upfront damage on those first couple of hits. I want to see how that actually ends up playing out now for Rekkles. We've seen it a handful of times in competitive, and it really does take the game over if you don't put the Vayne behind significantly. So EU are in a decent position for that.
xPeke just going to double dash on out of that. Not accepting the risk of the depth charge. Alt traded for alt, but looks like it's in favor of Peke here.
Yeah, definitely in favor of Team Ice right there, I think, because of the low cooldown, plus because now there's a Flash Cannon ultimate available with no answer from QTV. They don't have that extra CC from the Nautilus, and as we said, sOAZ is going to be one of the big divers towards the back line for Team Ice, especially once that Proto Belt does get completed. Trying to get to that pretty quickly here.
Misses the shuriken on the trade, so not able to lock up QTV, but still pressuring out here. You can see the massive CS differential between these two players, and it's only going to get harder for QTV as they move forward.
Surely, though, the decision-making now is you're talking about the depth charge. I completely agree with this as an option not to stop sOAZ. It's difficult for him to decide because if Vayne starts snowballing, if Kennen starts snowballing, if LeBlanc starts snowballing, one of these champions, you can only pick one of the three. Who are you going to depth charge?
Gonna wish you had it, so that you at least stick to use it on somebody. But 50% left on the cooldown, and I think they're gonna give up some ground here. Jankos going in for that deep vision coverage, combining with Mithy for the blast plant escape.
Making their way out. Mithy making his way back into the bottom lane to keep Rekkles safe and healthy as Ron, OP, and Celebrity back out. But xPeke and Jankos are back in the mid lane. Maybe looking for a little bit of play, but Graves is waiting in the wings. Gets spotted out, and immediately Peke retreats.
Speaking of Mithy, we can commend him for a better performance today than yesterday, losing in the 1v1 and having a really rough game on the Zyra. So I know he took that hard. I wonder whether he was along with Rekkles tryharding the entire time.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the vision control as well. One of the big criticisms for Team Ice yesterday was the team play. They talked about themselves. Mithy was kind of disappointed in their late game strategy. All the different players had different ideas for what the team plan was, and it didn't really come together. This time around, they have a lot more information to work with, and we'll see if they can actually make that work on the bottom side, because so many of those wards have been set up for this bottom play that we keep on hyping up or waiting to bring to fruition.
And of course, sOAZ now continuing to pressure on the top side, but you mentioned it, it's maybe hard to have that team play with so many leadership members of the team. Peke leading Origin, so often subbed in as AD carry because of his ability to shot call. Mithy, big caller coming in for G2, maybe butting heads on the authority level, but it looks much cleaner today.
We've got a kind of uncharacteristic thing happening on the Rift with the Rift right now. sOAZ is so far ahead, he's nearly at first turret flood, and he's pushing up with the next wave. Very rare that it's a turret other than bot lane that gets taken down.
Jankos, surprise Optimus, not at all the party he wanted, just wants to lay down a ward, and he'll get the ward, but I don't know if he's going to be able to escape here. Running along the wall, but Levy there to back him up.
Does save his flash still? No! Peke will make him blow it.
Ooh. Great patience coming in from Optimus at the end there, but Ron OP caught between a rock and a hard place, knocked down into the wall, burn the unbreakable. Rekkles hungry for more, not gonna get anything else out of xPeke. Oh, he wants a party, but he's not gonna get what he wants. Not gonna be able to jump out at all as Levy grabs that one.
Great combo there from Team Fire, but remember, they still already sent Optimus back to base. So not much, chase potential there, and they are going to be able to at least defend their blue buff there after punishing xPeke.
And we were talking about the top tower. We were talking about how this bottom lane action was playing out as well. That tower did go down in favor for the European All-Stars, so they do extend their gold lead a little bit more. But, Peke going that aggressive over the wall, perhaps a bit of a death wish for him, not really respecting Celebrity's arrow that eventually comes out. Peke just tries to go aggressive and point blank eats the arrow after a good combo.
It's just a great, flash play there from Ron OP. Flash combo, boom, sets it up for the arrow. Not able to get out of that stun. And 100% to, or maybe it was about 70% to 0 for the execution there.
But you saw Peke walking back and forth, not sure if he wanted to stay there. Caught out now, but they're in trouble. No Unbreakable Will available for Ron OP quite yet. Rekkles wants it! That was a sick play. Rekkles taking down Ron OP. Moving in on Celebrity, and this man is hungry for blood. He's not done yet. Moving forward, but in goes Celebrity. 50, has he overstayed his welcome? sOAZ on the way as well. Celebrity wants one more, but the Nautilus is here too. Depth charge goes down, but Mithy is gonna stay up as sOAZ backs off.
exciting play there. We talk about, oh yeah, the outplay potential from Vayne, and buffering that condemn for the headbutts. He had that perfectly and does get the kill, but then, overestimating their 2v1 ability against Celebrity does go down in the process. sOAZ can clean everything up though.
Yeah, and this was how it started. We're looking just at that condemn again. Look at the damage that comes out from the Vayne already.
Yeah, and what you can do is just keep spamming the condemn while he's just out of range and then canceling it into an auto, then continue spamming it so that when he does finally cast the headbutt, it automatically will go off and he is able to knock him back. But then Celebrity with the activated Ash Q right there takes him out and chases him with the flash.
And it looks like Rekkles wasn't quite expecting the flash to come out of Celebrity because Rekkles still had his, so he could have extended a little bit more of that distance and chose not to, wasn't quite in, a range to reaction flash since he was so low. So Rekkles ends up dying, keeps the flash, but eventually, the top laners came in with the teleports. It ended up being cleaned up.
At the end of the day, just that 1-for-1 back and forth trade, or 2-for-1 rather, traded back and forth. Dragon now set to fall as Peke taking a lot of tower damage here. However, there to back him up, and Mountain Drake looks to be going over in the favor of Team Fire. GPL falling behind in gold, but taking these objectives, taking control on the back end of that play.
And that was one of the characteristics that the wildcard teams a lot in IWCA would fall prey to. Was
Peke overstays his welcome. He's going to get the fancy footwork out.
Yeah, they were trying to set up a play where they dive mid lane, but if Peke can't push him into the turret, then Jankos and everyone sitting behind this turret.
They want it. Here goes in, knocked back. Rekkles wants another kill. Are they going to give it to him?
The delayed trigger on the mid lane dive play we were talking about. And Peke with the long con on the bait there sacrifices most of his health to draw Optimus out from the turret.
I like the positivity. The long con. Not going to connect.
Peke even managed to avoid dying to Levi's collateral damage as well. That came straight through at the end as well. So Peke seems to be, the man on a mission escaping in this game. Taking a page out of Bjergsen's book from yesterday.
And remember, let's take a look at the compositions and what this EU victory would look like since they are winning right now. They're going to be about that team fight where they can try and flank around, get the dive with all the spread out damage that they can have with the 4 damage dealers we set up, trying to attack from multiple directions, whereas GPL, they want a solid team fight with the Nautilus and Alistar right in front of them to try and deny exactly that.
And that's really going to have to come from their vision control. Forcing Europe to come into areas where they haven't got wards available and suddenly out comes Ron OP from the darkness. It's going to be very rare that they're going to just be able to walk towards Europe and kill them in 5v5.
Flash over the wall. He's set to pop. Optimus grabs a kill in the mid lane.
Another play being set up here, Ron OP.
sOAZ not going to get knocked back to the team, is going to make his way out. The stun on the auto is going to get it, knocks him back. Levy looking to put down the damage. There is the ult. Can he escape? That's a lot of damage. Proto Belt is not up. Moving out, wants to make it to safety. sOAZ with the fancy footwork.
Looks like he's going to get out of this one.
The cow's coming back. Stun will be up soon.
Got
Ron OP. A little bit more blood. Kill for the bloodthirsty support.
Nice dunk, and actually back-to-back plays set up there for the GPL. They're clawing their way back into this one.
Yeah, they're getting the picks. They're just, 2v1ing as much as they can. The problem is Mythy and Rekkles have been on the bottom side, getting another turret down for the European LCS All-Stars. And I mean, eventually that's going to grind down the GPL if they don't really assess this situation and shut Rekkles out, because he's quietly farming himself up on kills, on CS, and is becoming very strong.
Almost a 20 CS lead. Optimus is just going to get popped. Rekkles picks up another kill, and this is kind of what you talked about, Kobe. There are so many damage threats up and available on this team. If you ignore even one, coming out of nowhere.
And exactly like he was talking about, towers going down open up more space for Europe to work with and try and get those picks.
It's Peke playing with fate a little bit there, teasing the Nautilus, baiting out the hook. Now going to pick up this blue buff as well. Europe absolutely in control of this game. You talked about needing to find windows and vision, but Europe have been so diligent this game about laying down the necessary vision.
Definitely true. We'll see if Team Fire can use the Ash Arrow and set up one of those more controlled team fights that we're talking about. But as of right now, Team Ice doing a good job of having that scattered gameplay as well.
One tower that remains that is critical for the GPL squad is that mid-outer tower. Normally it's fairly difficult to break down. You'd see Optimus go to mid lane, wave clear it. they've just got to be careful that Jankos doesn't come around the side. If somebody from the GPL is in a side lane out of position and isn't able to react in time, if that Orianna dies, that tower is going, and LeBlanc suddenly gets so much more freedom in the jungle like you were talking about, Kobe.
Yeah, the towers are kind of snowballing because even though GPL haven't taken a single tower yet, they do have that Mountain Drake, and they could collect a lot of gold pretty quickly if they get the momentum, if they get another one of those picks. The only problem is they got a couple picks, weren't able to turn any of that into any objectives because Team Ice, the European squad, they are doing a good job of controlling those minions.
Not just that, but also controlling pretty much everything across the map. 34.9k to 31.3. sOAZ with a massive CS lead. In addition to that, now completed Zhonya's Hourglass.
And that's so key because suddenly the depth charge no longer a real option for QTV to put on sOAZ to force him out of the fight, because as long as sOAZ has Flash Proto Belt, who's already in, Zhonya's the depth charge and the damage is down.
And the threats are just stacking up. Not only is the Zhonya's done, but Rekkles has his Infinity Edge.
It knocks him to the wall, but the Graves is coming. Ooh. Is there enough damage? Minty may try to disengage the fight. They're fighting him one at a time. They ignore the Nautilus. They turn for the Graves, and they're going to grab him. Rekkles looking for the montage moment here, but is going to have to back off.
Infinity Edge static shield.
This is not enough.
Shields.
Jankos going for more, Kobe.
Does get the ultimate out of Alistar, but that will take a long time to chop him down.
And it's going to be push the bottom lane, move to the mid lane, because Optimus is in the top lane trying to get top tower. Oh, they're going to
repeat.
Oh, they got the arrow.
Walk him up under the tower. Mithy with a nice disengage. Third proc.
Yeah, QTV had to clear out the minions there.
Oh! Static shiv, boys. Popping him up, knocking him down, and Alistar just delivers himself to the Vayne buffet.
Yeah, I believe that was like the third proc on the Crucifer plus a crit. That's just,
that was everything.
That's the Vayne burst talking about. Just 2 items, all he needs, running straight through the bottom lane now.
They take the bot inner, they're pushing up to the inhibitor tower. Look, the damage is so significant. Jankos has gone damage build as well.
Optimus is back, but I don't know if he's going to get here in time. They're breaking. Will they go for the inhibitor as well? Optimus finally returns to the base. QTV in a little frisky, looking for the gank, but Rekkles is untouched, and inhibitor's going to drop in favor of EU. They're just going to make a hasty retreat.
They keep up the pressure. Now they're timing their back with this extra Infernal Drake. That's going to add to this 4 damage dealing, 4 damage build squad that they have, and just it's going to be out of control here. They can continue to split up the map as well and poke at GPL from different sides.
Europe just got a ridiculous amount of gold in the last 2 minutes. They took 3 towers, a handful of kills. Now they've picked up a dragon to kind of augment this power already.
Peke. Both habits die hard. Maybe not. No. Celebrity gonna grab the kill in the end.
Playing hot potato with Peke there. Alistar passed over to Nautilus into the Ash for the last kill.
Depth charge comes out but does not connect. QTV gets the cooldown back, and Peke does drop. 1-4-1 the scoreline for Peke, but doesn't matter this time around. Jankos 2-0-4, setting the pace for the team in the early game, and Rekkles and sOAZ more than happy to keep it going.
Whips the ball. Jankos forced to ult to get himself away. The turret does go down, so a little bit of a recovery of sorts for GPL. They still have a long road back, though. This is so heavily EU favored.
Yeah, definitely necessary for EU to see that mid turret. They want to keep it split up, like we talked about. Vayne up on the top side, split pushing. Rekkles is feeling very confident in his ability to fight off any attackers in that side. And sOAZ, of course, with the teleport down bottom, completing their spread strategy.
And Mithy's ready. He's ready for the long-range supporting on Janna. He's got redemption. Doesn't even matter if he throws himself out first to die. It's the name of the game.
It feels like the perfect item, given his performance yesterday.
Ouch.
Meanwhile, 0 deaths, 007 here.
I know.
Secret Agent Mithy, you guys are just holding yesterday. You're living in the past.
It's true.
All his troubles were so far.
And well, Rekkles now, coming in, has 36% of his team's damage this game. The man solo killing anyone and everyone he finds. And Mithy, of course, there to back him up. You can throw shade for yesterday, but today you guys are right. He is absolutely crushing it. And now they're going to look to crush Levy, although it's not going to be so easy. Now looking for the disengage, and the siege just continues. On the backside, sOAZ is here. Peke is trying to keep out Optimus. Down goes the redemption. In goes sOAZ. 3 almost locked up. Levy overstays for just a little bit, but will make it out in the end. QTV caught between enemy lines, does not want to go any further. And Rekkles, unconcerned with the tower as Mithy tanks it out flawlessly. QTV, the true silver bolts are just too much damage. Mithy keeps the ball rolling, and Rekkles grabs yet another one.
Yeah, even with Vayne chunking away on him, takes a while to go down, but great flank there from Europe, and they're able to close this one, push in another inhibitor turret.
Pushing down another. This is going to be second inhib of the game. Rekkles just tallied up his 600th kill. So, you know, impressive game.
Another round of golf. There you go. Well done. Well done.
Sorry, I'm being told it was 300th kill.
300th kill.
I think that was in 2016. I was distracted.
Wait, what did you say? 300 is very different from 600.
All right, we'll figure it out later, because this is a time for action, as made clear by EU going absolutely ham in this fight. And then, as mentioned, rest, there it is. So as dodging out the ultimate with the use of that Zanya's. And now, I mean, what options are left here for the side of the GPL? What can they do to come back in the game where there's so many strong members? On the
I'm
side
a
of
big
Smeb?
fan of everybody group up, try and nail one person with the Ash Arrow, and just get your 5-man roaming squad. Maybe you can, you know, start picking people off. But it's definitely a Hail Mary attempt at the moment for GPL.
I've had it clarified.
Got it. Nice.
I've
Nice.
got the
All right,
actual
what do you got for us?
300th kill of 2016.
Nice.
There we go.
Synergy. Moving forward, Rekkles looking for his 301st kill. Maybe hoping to take that away. Mithy hungry for a little bit of blood here, but Fire are backing up. They are grouped though. Maybe this is their Hail Mary moment. The arrow is available. The shockwave up and available as well. Ice prowling around the jungle, not looking to give an opportunity to fire.
Yeah, the minions doing a lot of work on the GPL base as well. They're going to need to dedicate someone to stand back and clear those out, unless they lose their other one. Oh no, the Baron's going to have to be forfeit.
Not what they wanted. Rekkles just does so much damage, and Jankos more than happy to tank it out there as they pick up the Baron. Infernal Drake backing them up as well. An 11K gold lead. Make it nigh impossible for Fire to come back, but they have the tools.
This game feels like the opposite game to yesterday, where, you know, everybody we were looking at being like, okay, these guys are probably going to be the primary carries. We're not sure how FLICKR is going to do. It feels like complete opposite land, which is good for the European fans.
You were right. You were just a day early, I think is what we learned. The analyst was right. They were just a little early on that one. But now Ice moving in. They could end the game here. That tower's set to fall. TP coming in. One final fight to decide it all. Mono P on the back line. There's a lot of true damage on that Vayne. I don't know if the ult is going to keep him safe. Ooh, Jankos can't be disabled when he uses the ultimate. Does leap forward. Redemption going in. Whose is it, though? It is going to be the heal up for the side of Team Fire. Jankos caught up and locked down. sOAZ looking for the big play. Goes forward, but the team is split up. A moment of miscommunication may give Fire a chance, but it's not enough. sOAZ moving in. Vayne grabbing the double kill. Team Ice moving forward. Rekkles.
Do it!
Oh, they got to get it! Yes! One more for the Vayne. The shutdown in the end. A triple kill to close it out for EU and Team Ice.
We've been wondering, when would the Vayne come out? We had Double Lift tease us a little yesterday with one of the games, and we finally see Rekkles on it, and 9-2-4. He and the rest of the European squad looking a lot better than yesterday.
Definitely agree. And one of the cool things, you know, about this whole event, what is obviously All-Stars, a lot about the fun. So coach is not allowed this year, and so obviously the teams didn't come in with a bunch of practice, but they're all such competitive people. You have to be at this level of gaming. And so once they self-organize here at the event and start super tryharding, you know, a lot more of those coordinated plays do come through.
And while EU earned the victory in the end, there were still some excellent plays coming in from the GPL. The chains you see onto FLICKR time and time again, making sure, hey, we might not be able to take a win, but we can make sure your scoreline looks pretty bad.
Well, it was a good attempt on that. They certainly hit FLICKR's and sOAZ a little bit, but we talked about it, 4 carries, and all 4 of them wanted to, and you could see, like, ended the game in a pretty decent way. Jankos had a great game as well. We were talking about how the Heck Room was a little bit more selfish for him, perhaps, than the likes of a Rek'Sai, but he made it work really well.
Yeah, I mean, the top lane camp there, repeat visits to try and punish the Nautilus, also chaining into a first turret victory for them. Pretty good snowball.
And, you know, and really, for me, it was so little attention paid to the bottom side of the map. Any effort made to send that attention down there just did not work out for them. And so we're watching topside. We're watching sOAZ, we're watching FLICKR, and then 15 minutes in, we look down like, oh, that's a Vayne with a ton of farm who can kill literally anyone. And suddenly there's another threat on the map, and just made it so easy for Ice to close it out.
That like 3-shot on Celebrity.
That's why Vayne gets a lot of bans in solo queue at the moment.
I mean, tons of power, as you said, the hidden power we talked about on that, especially that one kill where it was the static shift proc plus the crit, the infinity edge, everything coming
there's
together.
so many sources of big burst in Vayne right now. You're not exactly sure which ones we're combining for that last hit. Could have been any number. But yeah, as soon as the static shiv and a little bit of AD are complete, the tumbles with invisibility are doing work.
Well, now we've talked enough about this game. Let's send it over to Dash, who's standing by with the man that everyone wants to hear here in his home country, none other than FLICKR.
Definitely here with the hometown favorite in FLICKR. I mean, you can hear it already, the energy behind you. First things first, let's go ahead and respond to the cheers that you're getting here in the crowd. How does it feel to be back here in Spain, in Barcelona, with this kind of support behind you, knowing that you were voted into this?
Well, you can hear it. I love it. I love to see the support. I'm thankful for it. Really, thanks.
And I mean, and then beyond that, just as the EU LCS team being up here, does this kind of energy, push you even further in terms of strategy and wanting to win more so than maybe, having kind of those playmaking moments?
I think so. I think it's we're here for the fun mostly. And I don't know, we're all enjoying it a lot. We're all discussing what we want to play on the go. Like, yeah, I want to play this. I think it's going to be fun. And so it's motivating because we want to play good. But at the same time, it's more fun because we know the people here is just in here for that.
And now let's talk about this game here up against the GPL All-Stars. You had a lot of flashy plays in this one. So talk to me a little bit about those.
Yeah, this game was more about ending up trying stuff all the time. I think we were playing serious, but at least myself, I was just all the time trying to go in, trying to learn LeBlanc during this game. So sometimes it looked good, sometimes it didn't look so good. But yeah, it's we won in the end.
Yeah, you picked up the victory there. You also picked up a victory yesterday in the 1v1s against Aframu. And I've been asking a lot of people these questions as, the finalists from last year got knocked out. And you're moving on to round 2. What's your confidence level, as you kind of ramp back up, learn some of these new champions in making it all the way to the final and maybe hoisting the 1v1 championship here in this arena?
I mean, obviously I wasn't so confident at first about the 1v1. It's something that I was like, I don't know what to play. I don't know how it's going to go. But after seeing everyone play, I think I have a good chance of winning it as well. And like I say, the last champion got kicked out already, so.
Oh, yeah, and he was hanging his head ultra low there. But finally now, once again, since we're here in Spain, I want to give you an opportunity to speak to all the fans and all of the support that you've had throughout the years of your career, not just here this evening.
Well, I could say something in Spanish. Do you hear me? Absolutely. Hola. Buenas. Bueno, nada, muchas gracias a todos por venir. La verdad es que me hacéis sentir muy orgulloso y sobre todo disfrutar mucho de España. Que cada vez que salga estéis diciendo mi nombre, la verdad es que me encanta. Muchas gracias.
One more time, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for FLICKR. There it is. I love to hear all of that. Now we're going to throw it back to the caster desk to hear what they have to say about that matchup.
Thank you so much. Wow, fantastic. And I can only imagine for a player that has so many years under his belt, it's just a cool moment at All-Stars to be celebrating here at League of Legends and being in front of all these fans. Have you ever had that happen to you, that everyone's like, Papa, Smith?
No, not quite. Back in my day when I played professional League of Legends in Australia, we didn't have the OPL. We didn't really have much infrastructure. You played at a LAN party.
I'll do it for you. I'll do it for you. Papa, Smithy. Yeah?
I mean, it's a small microcosm. But,
All right, let's talk a bit about the game. Pekka said it there himself. He doesn't think he had the best game on LeBlanc, but some of his teammates really stepped up. Let's talk about the pick and ban, because that Vayne pick came out from Rekkles Doublelift first up. Where do you think she is right now, and what state is she in? But apparently quite strong if we saw her played, but would it be something you would still first pick?
Definitely not. So that game, they saw All-Star first, and so they're like, who's playing All-Star right now? Let's play Vayne. And that's a reason why nobody plays melee supports, is because if you play melee supports against something like Vayne with like a bunch of shields and it's going IE, you're just going to die unless you get the one-shot, and it's really hard to one-shot against something like Janna Vayne. You're not going to be able to get all your damage off before you get peeled. So I think that's why right now on patch 6.23, melee supports are not good. They're not in, and peeling, shielding supports are really good with champs like Vayne and Twitch.
Okay, Aframu, to that as well. But on the other hand, we do see tanks and assassins that can just shred a Zyra, a Sona, a Karma really quickly as well. So is that not a reason why maybe there should be some more other picks available to go up against things like this? Or is it just irrelevant when it comes to what they can bring and what the melee supports lack?
I think melee supports lack a lot of defensive stuff towards range supports, and it's even with the assassins coming in, melee supports counter that, but it's really hard to pick a melee support, especially with like Vayne coming out in Twitch. So bottom lane is all about range supports and poking and stuff like that, and being able to pick Vayne in this meta when someone picks a melee support is just asking yourself to lose. So.
And to your point, you were talking about the fact that Alistar was locked in, but actually it was Alistar Ashe both locked in, and to me, you answered with double counter pick. Janna famously can Howling Gale cue the headbutt pulverize, so has always had answers in lane, but Janna's not a blind pick support. As you're saying, Vayne good into some matchups, Caitlyn not so much, so it was almost the double counter pick was granted to them. So often we see last pick support, last pick AD carry, double counter pick, and from there they popped off.
And Mithy had a better game as well. He was feeling quite bad about the game yesterday, so you can be proud of that. And Rekkles also tumbled onto the Rift, determined to condemn the GPL All-Stars. Let's take a look, brought to you by Acer. There is a lot of highlights in this highlight reel. Double lift the Vayne Master.
Here we go. So he has a 100% kill right here. So all he needs to do is watch Alistar for the condemn. He knows, turns around. Okay, so get the condemn right there. I think Alistar, if he just kept moving away, instead of going for the turn, he would have lived.
I mean, you are a very discerning Vayne main, of course. What was your read on Rekkles? Because we kind of heard that this guy wanted to come up big today. He really wanted to prove himself, and he had a day out as far as I could tell.
Yeah, I think he played well. I'm not going to discredit him in any way. I think that, like, his Vayne mechanics are pretty clean, but mostly the enemy team just kind of walked up and killed themselves. Like, right here, there's no way you're going to win. You're just going to get 3-shot. Alistar's coming in to help, and he just gets cleaned up too, so...
The 1-by-1 didn't...
The 1-by-1 against Vayne is not what you're looking for.
No, a confidence boost there. In general, how do we feel this Team Ice team looks, or this EULCS team looks after this match? Compared to you guys, it didn't go that easy for them, but in this one, they did look stronger. Are they a contender? Can they bring Ice to the top?
Yeah, I think the EU team definitely got their jitters out and came together as a team for this GPL game. But I think it's going to be a really close match between Ice and Fire, especially with how close the points are right now. Like, every team is just winning left and right.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at the points because they are very close at this point. Ice has pulled ahead just for now, 350 points to 250 from Fire. But all Papa Smithy has been saying all day as well, we haven't seen any of the LCK heavy hitters in the 1v1 stepping up to the stage. So you have a lot of faith.
Obviously, the 1v1 won't impact the point total, but we do have China versus Korea as our final game. So actually, if Korea wins, it will be 350 all. So if you're following Ice and Fire,
it's an investment, the 1v1. Like, in the
it's
end,
true.
it pays out a
It
lot.
is a delayed investment,
Yeah.
but the instant gratification will be if LCK win, 350 each, and all tied up 2 days in.
All right, we're going to the 1v1 mode after the break. Do you have a pocket pick on who you think might win the entire thing? You do have FLICKR in your team,
Who
so-
behind the scenes is kind of really confident about their 1v1 game?
Well, I was confident.
You also said you didn't know your competitor. You've
I didn't know who he was.
Never heard of this whaler.
How am I supposed to do any research on him? I don't know who he is. I honestly, I don't have any.
He played
confidence.
at Worlds last
I don't have
year.
any confidence. He did. I don't know. I don't have any confidence in Reignover. I'm not gonna lie. I'm sorry, Reignover, but I don't know.
Our teammate.
He's a jungle main, but we have Korea on Team Fire, so FLICKR, let's go.
Yeah, that's your pick.
I pick Impact.
Impact.
Impact doing
Okay.
well.
Yeah, that Olaf yesterday, absolutely smashing.
Uh-huh.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Enjoy the rest of the event and kick some ass on stage. We are going to take a break, but don't go anywhere. When we come back, our All-Star 1v1 tournament continues along with the sick banter that goes with it.
What do you want, champion?
Me?
Yes.
I can't tell you, dude. It's a secret. What do you want?
Maybe Karsa?
Karthus?
Yes.
Wow, okay. Let's see. Oh, God. All right.
Oh, I think maybe you game over.
Really? Okay. We'll see. I think 50-50.
I think LeBlanc being OAD.
Ah. All right. Holy shit. GG.
Wow. Oh shit, the screen's so big. So high quality. Look at it.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah, thanks.
You look so good. Oh my god.
Cute. It's the hair. Oh, you too. The hair too.
Oh shit. No. No.
Yeah.
No. No.
Good luck.
Good luck.
GG.
The world has changed. The war we're fighting today needs a different kind of soldier. Get on your knees! If you wanted me back, you could have just asked me. Let me simplify it for you. Kick some ass and try to look dope while you're doing it. I could definitely make that work.
Yeah.
작년 같은 경우에는 우승 그 1대1 우승의 트로피라는 게 있었는데 이제 그걸 너무 갖고 싶었거든요.
I think in 1v1 what could win you the game is a cheese and you can try out a lot of stuff, so maybe if you want to expect something.
I don't know what he's gonna pick, but I still want to win, and I think I can cheese him.
我觉得 Bengi 是一个主打观念很好的人，但我觉得在单挑赛应该派不上用场。
对上 Smeb 的话，我觉得如果用出全力的话，应该有机会获胜。
뱅기 선수랑 얘기를 하고 있었는데 너랑 나랑 이렇게 한번 붙여달라 해보자 하려고 했는데 그 타이밍에 맞게 이제 딱 대진표가 나왔더라고요. 딱 페이커 선수라고 하니까 라이엇에서 좀 너무한 것 같다는 생각이 많이 들었어요.
Welcome back to All-Star 2016. Pulse is joining us.
Oh, there he is. There we go.
Pulse is joining us as we head to the Howling Abyss for the next round
Mithy
over
too.
1v. Yes. Oh my God. And Mithy, hola, ¿qué tal?
Hola.
All right. We're going to talk about the 1v1s. We're going to do a refreshment of the rules. Of course, everyone knows the rules. We're playing on Howling Abyss. It is the first kill, the first one to 100 CS, or the first one to bring down the enemy turret wins the specific match. I've
Which
totally
never
lost my...
happens. Which never happens. Killing the turret is almost impossible in this mode because someone will reach 100 CS by the time the turret will die.
I mean, you see people trying to go for it, and then they mess themselves up because they...
Well, yeah, they hit it once and realize this is actually useless, and then they back away. And I'm glad we have like a 1v1 expert here with us today.
Yeah, definitely.
Because especially the game yesterday, he showed...
Talking about Pulse,
He
right?
showed his class. Yeah, Pulse is exactly. Who's played a lot of 1v1s. This guy over here.
Well, I am great. I just had a bad game.
You tried to go for... Actually, you did try to go for the 100 CS, but you lost your cool, I think, or what was it?
I think I'm not really sure what I was going for when I got in game, yeah.
All right.
That's actually one of the best things because Crip and I, who were casting in 1v1s yesterday, we were talking about how these players are so smart. Like, they understand how to put, you know, with the mini waves, when do you push, when do you back away, how do you force them into bad trades. And then when you stand behind the players in practice doing 1v1s, they're all just yelling about fighting. Can I kill this guy? Can I go for him now? They actually never talk about minions or anything.
No.
And we got to see that yesterday from some of the players.
Yeah.
Thing is, I can like think about the game and like look at it from like an outsider perspective, but when I have to actually like last it and think at the same time, that's when problems start coming in.
Yeah, well, you came very close, but you lost to Levy, and let's take a look at the rest of the results from yesterday. The first half of the first round was played out, a full 7 matches. Of course, Bjergsen and Doublelift, they ended up being out. Expeke made it to the next round versus Ron OP. Impact also victorious. Clearlove, of course, famously knocking out Bjergsen in that matchup, and then the second half of the matches, Mithy sadly out versus Levi, who will be going up against Rekkles, and then Optimus will be going up against Uzi. And as said, well, Bjergsen and Doublelift are out. That makes it a bit easier. It should do for the eyesight to get some victories. Let's take a look at some of the top picks we saw yesterday. Pulse, what was the most exciting one for you?
For me, it was just, I mean, in general, for me, it's about the meta and how it evolves. And like looking at how Optimus did and how Levi did, because they had a weak experience under their belt, is the impressive play I expected to see from Mithy that unfortunately we didn't see. So I actually wanted to see more of that. And I'm actually waiting to see the Nasus come out, but he has been very high in the priority bands, along with Caitlyn because it's super brain dead, along with Syndra and Callista.
And we saw Varus twice as well, which seemed to be an LPL special. It's worked out. That's how Clearlove knocked out Bjergsen. He has everything.
Yeah, it's really, really good in this map, obviously. Can push, can actually trade really well. And because you can run Barrier Exhaust, like, you almost never die, and you can always go for 100 CS if needed. I think it might get banned today. I think we need to see more Kennen bans as well, because I think he's actually, like, one of the most broken picks in this. But the players are kind of all over the place with the bans.
I want to see Tam Kench.
Yeah.
Yeah,
there it is.
Yeah.
Did I
Time
convince
catch.
you, or did you just randomly play it yourself?
I played it myself. I realized that I'm horrible at last hitting, horrible at trading and stuff. So I was like, okay, so I'll just sit back, sit on my tower, and as soon as I hit last snowball, I can just go in. You know, that seems fair enough.
Yeah.
It works. It works.
It does work.
It's really good.
They were very successful. Let's take a look at the back half of the first round, starting with the GPL versus LMS clash between Celebrity and Karsa. Then we will have Reignover versus Rekkles. That is a very nice one. Those ex-teammates up versus each other. And Ziv versus Smeb. Fantastic top laner brawl. And of course, in the second half, okay, sOAZ versus QTV. Bengi Maple. Mata versus FLICKR. A bit unfair, right, is what he said. And Jankos versus Spray. How will our European players do, Mithy?
I would like to point out that sOAZ is the reigning supreme 1v1 champion.
Yeah.
On what?
The original one back in Season 3.
True.
In Shanghai, where he
Yes.
managed to win. Jankos, on the other hand, he is doomed. Like, he's going to get completely wrecked.
What?
He will get completely wrecked because I know he's going to play something cheesy. He's going to fail it. And then even if he manages to win, he has FLICKR in the next round.
Yeah, but that's how you play. If you have the unfortunate matchup there, like Mata versus FLICKR, you just go for cheese because you can't make up the skill gap, so you make it up with cheese.
He's so bad. He lost to me in 1v1.
He's going to play Volibear, and
I
he's
don't
going to
know.
be terrible.
Pulse actually was talking to me beforehand how he was a bit taken aback by the fact that you have no trust in European players whatsoever.
That's not true.
Is
That
it
is
not?
not true. I think sOAZ can go all the way and win
Okay.
this tournament.
That's the one.
And FLICKR can actually go pretty far as well.
Yeah, with the crowd behind him, definitely can. Some other
100%.
interesting matchups. Reignover versus Rekkles was a Doublelift after, or Doublelift said, I don't have any trust in Reignover to do this, but he said he had something prepared. What do you think, Mithy?
Maybe we see some Rengar.
Maybe.
Maybe some level 2 cheesing Rengar or something from the bush, because you got the bushes there.
Yeah.
What other jungle champion?
Wouldn't Rekkles ban it though, seeing as it's like the pick Reignover's been playing this tournament?
I don't think. I feel like the way he said during the interview, he has something else up his sleeve.
Yeah, also, Rengar is not like a pick that we see all the time. We saw it once in IWCA, and it was just about getting that all in. And he was against a Swain as well, so it was a free win. No, not really. But like, if you can win at level 2, it's really good. But apart from that, there's like no way of really making it work unless you get that kill before first back.
All right, well, the players are ready. That's enough from us. Let's hand it over to Ibai on stage.
De una contra una otra vez. En la esquina azul ha peleado contra los equipos de la Wildcard y ha evitado a cientos de paparazzis para llegar hasta aquí. Celebrity. Y jugando para el equipo hielo. ¡Que lo detenga! ¡Que venga la policía! El asesino de coreanos, Karsa. Buena suerte, caballeros.
Ooh, these guys looking ready to fight some 1v1s. I managed to actually get rid of the Vishio finally and have a great upgrade. Cyrene, welcome to the 1v1s.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be alongside you, Crepo. I got to introduce you as well. Slide that in there. But yeah.
In case people by this time still don't know who we are. Did you get to catch all the 1v1s yesterday?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I did. I was very surprised at the fact that both Doublelift and Bjergsen got knocked out the finals from last year. I got to catch up with Doublelift a little bit afterwards, and he was saying like they didn't practice too much for it. Him and Bjergsen both kind of took it a little bit easy, but as soon as they lost, they were like, damn, we should have taken this seriously. And that's what you have on the luxury of day 2. They got to see everything.
Talking to Doublelift this morning as well. At the same time, I was like, bro, what went wrong? Like, you did everything wrong in that all-in. And he basically said the same thing. I don't think I could have played it any worse in that particular situation. Basically, according to him, what happened was he was going to win 100% on the CS.
Always, huh?
But he wanted to fight like a man. And, well, he died like one as well. And gave the free win over. So hopefully, today, people that are actually ahead on CS will just keep on winning.
Yeah, and the fact that we also see people go for those bloody kills when you could have just ended it that way so easily. But the picks, I want to see how they adapt, because we are seeing things like Twitch, like LeBlanc, some people pulling out Jace. Varus is becoming a big pick. The Draven as well is actually Celebrity's big pick. He's known for things off meta like Draven, Lucian, and Kalista. So those may be banned against Celebrity.
Yeah, I'm definitely loving the Varus picks because there's 2 ways that you can just trade on champions through minions with the Q and the E that you can actually just get the double value off. It's a great champion that gets to 100 CS. And when your opponent gets a little cocky, you just pop it in the head with the ulti and then you just win that trade.
Yeah, Varus has been incredibly good, able to like chunk people out as well. LeBlanc, Caitlyn. Caitlyn's big one on the ban category, #1 right now. Syndra, you expect it to be off the table as well?
I mean, we're looking at Kennen Nasus just like yesterday.
There's going to be something up.
There's a few too many picks available, but it all depends what style they want to play. There is a little bit of rock, paper, scissors going on. Obviously, it also depends on kind of what runes these guys are running. We're going to try and follow that a little bit more closely. That is something we maybe skipped over too much yesterday. And just have a bit of insight of like why these players are making these decisions, because it is as Mithy is saying, sometimes they're just in the moment and they're also not thinking straight all the time because they're so busy with CS.
Yeah, I actually remember when we had the 1v1 mode actually on live. Every time I played it, like, you play a ton of League of Legends, but you actually feel your heart in your chest because every little thing you do, you don't have people to back you up. You make one mistake.
Can't blame your team.
Yeah, you can't blame your team. It's all on me at that point.
You are your
team. Thanks. But I'll mess it up, and then, you know, the guy, it's just purely outplay, outskill, and they can punish you really hard for the next 2 minutes off of one mistake.
And again, if you're wondering why these hovers happen until the end, despite it being blind pick, it's because these players are sitting right next to the screen where it's happening. They can look up and look at the player cams, look for reactions, and look at the last seconds champion switches here.
Karsa peaked. I don't think Celebrity actually peaked.
No.
And yeah, Celebrity's going to go with the Lucian that he's known for, and Karsa's going to go with the Rengar.
Yeah.
Jungle pick.
That is a matchup where you have to stay away from the brushes. I feel like Rengar will never win it unless he all-ins at level 3. So this is basically survive with super defensive summoner spells.
And this is such a strange thing on the Rift, or I guess on the Howling Abyss, is because you want brush control, but at 2 minutes 15 seconds, that's when the relics spawn. And then for every minute and 15 seconds after that, they respawn. So the Rengar has to play between actually controlling the brushes on the top side and then eventually being like, okay, it's about to come up, I gotta get the bottom side.
So it's kind of a cascading effect where you get brush control, hopefully that gives you minion wave control. Yep. And then once the wave is kind of your ally, you switch over to the other side to get the right timing for those relics. But that's extremely hard to track while trying to CS. dodge Lucian Qs and not die in the process.
Yeah, it's incredibly hard. And you have to keep track of all that. Nobody's keeping anything for you. And you have the other guy in your ear.
Yeah. He talks to match it. Players actually haven't really been using it too much. I want to see more like, especially from support mains, because they're so used to like not having to do much in the game. So mental warfare, like you're already disadvantaged. You can't CS very well. You're going up against a better player. So I really hope that Mata later on when he goes up against FLICKR starts using that.
And I know a lot of these guys take it very seriously. You're talking about Mata against FLICKR. He really, really wants to actually win that. He loves the Howling Abyss. He loves being able to play on it. Loves A-Ramp. But looking at Celebrity, and the GPL guys are 2-0 in the actual one-on-ones from yesterday.
Yeah, an interesting start as well here. Karsa looking for an item upgrade early because he doesn't go for the conventional Dorans, which means he sacrifices power early for a little bit more sustain.
But it gives him a little bit of an upgrade. If he does get a first back, that's also good.
All right, we had a quick look at what they're running runes-wise. Basically 15 armor on both, and then Celebrity is going obviously a little bit more into the attack speed, but there is just raw AD paired with that armor on the side of Karsa. Karsa is going all in. Brutal early game stats. Nothing scaling, obviously, since it's a 1v1.
And the fact that he also just gets healing and he's able to actually move around a little bit faster when he uses the W, that he'll have a good bit of sustain.
Yep.
But it won't be off of actually those auto attacks.
And then obviously Warlords versus Thunderlords here. Karsa running the Thunderlords.
Okay.
He really wants to go for those spikes.
That's super risky because you can see everything that Celebrity does to hit in terms of damage is going to stick. There's no way for him to get it back. And I love those health bars at the top, actually. That's sick. Sorry.
We pipped our overlay. That's Karsa. Basically wants to jump to the minions and then extend the trade.
He wants control here to push him out before he hits level 2.
Oh, it's over. He's going in.
He needs one other.
That's it.
Man.
We can analyze these matchups all you want, but if you don't stay away from a level 2 Rengar, you're just gonna die.
Yeah, jumped through the bush, had complete control of the spot on Rekkles' face. It's my turn already, man. I mean, Karsa, he's known for taking down FLICKR, so killing celebrities isn't something he's new at.
We were just done leaning over to check the runes and masteries to go in-depth in this matchup. We were about to talk about Power Spike, and he just gets whacked level 2.
Yep. Karsa doesn't care about the schedule, doesn't care about the book. He's actually level 1, he leaps forward, and then he gets level 2 off the minion dying on top, and that's what gives him the upgrade there. But it doesn't matter, actually. No, he does it all level 1,
straight
actually.
up level 1.
Yeah.
And it's the bonus killing speed that gets him to level 2, but he doesn't need it anymore. Level 1 all in even.
Yeah, wasn't respecting the damage, and if I think through that again, pretty sure he was just stacking Frosty very slowly, and it's very hard to do at level 1, and then he eventually gets to the point where it's like, oh, I have enough.
Yeah, fill up the ferocity, go for the all-in. Pretty candid Rengar play, but at the same time, you have to question the fact that Celebrity did not go for the barrier. If you're playing against an all-in champ that just wants to wreck you level 2 and 3 and you can win on CS, why not just go exhaust barrier?
Yeah, exhaust barrier, survive. You have Warlord, so you just sustain back up. Sure, you can give him minion wave control, but it's not going to mean much if you play the long con.
Back. There's no way a Rengar is going to perfectly CS in the long run, but...
Yeah, I think that's the big thing is when you see a Rengar on the enemy team, you have to know that you aren't going to try to kill him early, just out-sustain him, go for the long game. You have to delay. If you start playing his game, then you're done.
Yeah, and it's honestly playing towards your win conditions and also thinking about the win conditions of your opponent. Obviously, it's very easy for us to stand here and it's like, why did he die to level 2 all in? Or level 1 all in, rather. But I think we both probably would have died anyways.
Yeah, and I was talking about, like, you feel your heart in your chest and there's just so much tension because everything you do, one misstep, one step to the left too far, etc., actually costs you so much. But you make those mistakes all the time, and then the other person on the other side, it's such a strange concept, but that's a human being that's also thinking all about these situations. They will see your misplay. They will punish you for your misplay. And you have to respect that, right? You're playing against professional players. The crowd... Oh, my God. The tension on top of that, too. It stacks. It really does stack.
Could have been a precursor for Reignover as well later on because he was leaning towards that Rengar so heavily in the tournament. He's been playing tank Rengar. I doubt he's going to do the tank Rengar in the 1v1s, but now Rekkles will definitely have to watch out for that because he just got the first-hand look as he was sitting in his pod looking at the screen, what could happen to him in the next game.
Yeah, so the Rengar may be banned. I think that it is actually an incredible champion in this remote, incredibly powerful. So, with what happened if he actually had gone first, wouldn't have seen the power. Who knows?
Yeah.
But
I was talking to him a little bit earlier as well, and he said he was very well prepared. Rekkles played around 50 matches in total against
in 1v1?
sOAZ. Yeah, in 1v1 prep. So they haven't been prepping for Summoner's Rift at all. There we see them on the screen, guys, as well. They're setting up. I don't think anybody was ready for this match to end after 2 minutes. We're just giving the players some time. We're fetching the new guys.
It's like, Ibai, get your voice back together. Dash, you guys ready for this?
They're warming up. They're walking up the stage right now. So we're obviously cycling these players while one game is in motion, we're setting up the second one.
Yeah, Champion Select actually took a little bit longer than the actual game. So not expecting that, but Karsa went for it, and he recognized that was the way he was going to win. I want to see if it holds up for him as he progresses in the tournament.
Yeah, definitely showed no hesitation.
Yeah, that's Karsa though, right? Karsa was the LMS Summer Split MVP coming in. He's been such a pivotal piece of that squad that Flash Wolves came out #1 off of his aggressive play. They were able to actually overtake J-Team in a 3-0 as well and made Worlds. They did fantastic off of his back.
They're doing good so far. Now Rekkles and Reignover are looking more ready. Practice game. I can just look at the screens. They're literally behind the camera. Like they're in the lobby right now.
What are you playing?
Can't really see just yet, but
I got a peek at where Rekkles was hovering, but we'll
yeah,
talk about it
that's
later.
it from us. We're gonna go over to the stage and check what's in store in the next game.
Loud noises. Loud noises.
Well, a quick game 1, but now it's on to game 2. So hitting the abyss for Team Fire, it's back-to-back LCS MVP. Put your hands together for Hooney's big brother, Reignover!
Y representando al equipo hielo, a veces los viejos amigos se convierten en tus peores enemigos. Pero maldita sea, quiero tener su pelo. Rekkles!
Yes. Every time. I'm getting to the point where I'm like, how many of these are there? How can they come up with new stuff every time?
I think that's why we're splitting them up, so we don't have Dash anybody there every time, because by the finals, we have to like start getting really creative at that point.
Yeah, we already got a little preview of a bye carrying Dash with his back, so hopefully it holds out for the rest of the tournament.
Nobody's going to carry these guys, though. 1v1, mano a mano, Rekkles. I'm actually really excited to see him in the tournament, because where people are talking a lot about sOAZ, I think Rekkles actually has insane wave understanding from bot lane as an AD carry and just really solid mechanics as well.
Yeah, and I think motivation is another thing too. He is playing All-Stars to win All-Stars. Every game mode, it's like no fun allowed. Rekkles, let's go.
He hates losing.
There it is. The Kennen first ban, it's what actually Rekkles, I saw him playing in the practice game.
Yeah.
So, no surprise there.
Yeah, the Quinn that he pulled out as well, and then Kayla, and obviously these are all really good AD carry bans. I like the Vanguard ban. It's a little dangerous for me to leave up Nasus versus a jungle player, because it feels like that's the go-to cheese. Just tank Nasus and hope that you get to 100 CS quickly.
Yeah, everybody's saying like us junglers don't have mechanics. It's kind of true, but only when it comes to CSing, right? But with Nasus, you don't have to think about that. You E and you'll kill the whole back wave.
Yep, kill the whole wave. I think Reignover is looking forward to an all-in kind of style here, though, the harvest he was having so far. 20 seconds remain.
That zoom in there actually blew my mind. Brand and Lucian, it just looked like Lucian was on fire, and that's it. Like, same splash art.
People have overlaid those splash arts and have, like, dug deep into the lore, and then they confirmed he wasn't actually
they went too deep, and now I'm disappointed. Oh, well. But I wonder what he's going to play here, because Akali, don't think so. Darius? Oh!
He actually locks it in.
Okay.
That's super hard to play, because if you play Darius versus dashing AD carries, you can interrupt the dashes usually, at least if you're lucky, but with Ezreal's shift, that's never going to happen.
Yeah, how are you going to get to him? So you're talking about how you win in the win conditions. Darius, you have to kill him, but it's really hard to get to him, and he's slippery, and if Rekkles actually takes Exhaust and Barrier, I don't really see Darius coming out with a win here unless there's a huge misplay by Rekkles.
Yeah, Reignover is going for pretty unique summer spells here. I hope Rekkles realizes that that's coming, because that's actually pretty smart, going for the Ghost. The Ghost and the Cleanse, something you could see on an Olaf as well. Just really desires that proximity. Yeah. Rekkles obviously going for Exhaust, but it would be nullified entirely.
Yeah, if there is a Cleanse coming out here, it is important to note that Cleanse doesn't just remove CCs, it removes Summoner spells as well. So the Ignite will actually go away on top of it.
Definitely, but then it's up to Rekkles obviously to never double stack those in and all in. Just had a quick look. It is Reignover's running the
Fervor
18-0-12, so Fervor with 15 AD, 6.3 armor, and then 72 health. So basically he's doing like an 80 all-in page with some tank stats that work well versus physical carries. So that kind of is super standard.
I will say though, he will have a shove advantage with his Q level 1 over the Ezreal if he just decides to walk up straight into the lane. He does go with those 2 summoner spells, and Rekkles is also going with the aggressive set here.
Ooh, Rekkles' rune page is actually really interesting. Ooh. The one he's running right now. He has 20% attack speed, then a tiny amount of physical damage, and then just some flat health. And he has 1 lifesteal Quint. So he's basically playing the push game. He's going to stack up that Ezreal passive and just keep autoing the creeps over and over and over. He is not looking for all-in trades. He's just looking for repetitive shove, honestly, winning the match with lane control.
And I assume he has Fervor.
Nope, he
Oh,
has
I'm sorry,
Warlords.
Yeah. Sorry, that's what I meant. Fervor is not very good at all. Especially, it used to be good on Ezreal, but now everybody's just actually. I would take it in solo queue, but I wouldn't take it on this.
Yeah, it's Fervor. You think it's good because, you know, on additional auto attacks on champion, I get so much attack speed when it's passive. The problem is, if you're playing a CS game, you just want to stay alive. So staying is so valuable.
Yeah, you think about last year's, everybody was taking the. Oh my gosh, I can't even think of it. Grassy Undying off the top of my head. There you go.
Everybody was grasping up here. Rekkles just trying to like focus the creep that his creeps are focusing as well here. Trying to whittle them down, then auto attacks in between. As long as it's the push, he can afford to go for those cheeky autos, because obviously he is ranged to melee. That is usually the trading pattern of a ranged champion into a melee champion. You want to get one creep lead on the push, then start trading, or at least finish off the creeps before the second wave meets.
And this is good as well. Reignover's going to walk up, try to get some damage on this, but Rekkles gets constant auto attacks. Brush control is in Reignover's favor here, but the level 2 comes out for Rekkles.
Yeah, because Reignover is not level 2 yet, and he gets punished for being that brush here.
Oh, he got both summoners off.
That's a good spot there, because he used both the Ignite and the Exhaust, so maximum value from Cleanse, but already on the back foot. This is why you do not want to be over-pushing if you're Ezreal. You want to poke him down, but don't donate the creeps under the turret, because this is an experience race for Reignover. He doesn't want CS necessarily. He just wants to stay competitive so his items don't track too far behind.
Yeah.
But he's looking for that all-in, especially in level 6.
I think you can wait for level 6. Yeah, that's kind of his win condition here. Get to level 6, try to punish Rekkles for a misposition or being a little too far forward. But Rekkles has full advantage in this game. He's going to go up in CS, he's going to go up in experience and shove.
He's getting sucked into trading a lot, though, instead of focusing on the creeps. He always wants to punish Reignover when he walks up melee range, especially for these cast creeps.
Yep. Also, both relics ended up spawning at 215. Reignover has a shove advantage here. Maybe he'll pick his up. Yeah, there you go.
Yep, picks it up. Has Corrupting Potion.
Yeah, he used all stacks of it.
So he's running dry right now, whereas Rekkles has that continuous source of sustain in the Warlord. So it's looking pretty good for the Swedish Wonder Boy.
Oh yeah, he's got Warlords, Lifesteal Quintessence, and he's also got the Dorans on top of it. So he's really healthy.
It's at these points where you gotta remain calm, though. Everybody wants to shift in, finish off Reignover, but there's still a chance that he can always beat you on the backhand.
If you're Reignover, you have to stay really calm, because this is where like the house is burning down around you. Like, this is fine. This is fine. I don't know. This is fine. I picked Darius. It's great. Because now you're thinking, okay, maybe I didn't think this completely through. Maybe I want a 1v1 with this. And,
I mean, he just has to keep thinking about the win conditions, which is getting to level 6 here. So
they're
we're
narrow.
tracking that.
Yeah.
But obviously, Rekkles, pretty good wave control so far. Honestly, a back behind, so he can afford to base. He doesn't really care if Reignover freezes this wave, because he'll just come back and shove it in. He's still enough CS ahead.
Oh, this is interesting, because Reignover will have like 10 creeps on him.
Yeah, Rekkles doesn't even care. He's like, I don't think you want to stop me there, buddy.
Yeah. Tough walk up, take all the aggro, cannon minion wave on top of it.
Good bit of a freeze here. Obviously, more minions on the other side. But Reignover knows, as a melee champion, you don't want to be freezing. Freezing only works if you can punish the opponent for approaching you. Or it works if you're close to your turret and you won't have safety. I think it's better for Reignover to just solidify getting all that CS and then stack a wave on the other way. Maybe then he can threaten Rekkles for an all-in.
Yeah, that's a good point. And he still has to wait about, I would say, like 4 more waves before he's going to be able to wait for that level 6.
Yeah, brutally long time. It's around like 50 CS. I think yesterday that most 6s were hit. So that would be exactly what you said right there.
Yeah, it's about that 6-minute mark-ish, a little bit higher.
It's a good trade for Reignover, I think.
Oh wait, he'll get the chase. It's good.
Full HP versus full HP, Darius will always win in proximity. Now Rekkles can sustain up though. If there's another trade like this, obviously it'd be good for Reignover. He's level 5. This could be a good precursor to the level 6 all-in.
Exactly. That was a good test there, because if he's able to actually get that E off and Rekkles isn't fast enough to actually have the Arcane Shift in return, that's a good sign for Reignover.
Now we're looking at the Ghost as well. The wave is in a great spot for Reignover, despite Rekkles seemingly having control, because he can pops the Ghost right now. He's going in pre-6.
Oh.
Reignover?
One more!
Why go?
Yep.
Why would he go like 3-6? He needs the ulti to finish that. He needs to capitalize on those stacks.
At that point, you got to go for broke.
Yeah.
Okay, I lied. You don't necessarily have to go for broke.
Oh, you don't have to go for broke. You just wait. Because the wave was in a good spot, which means you can always run him down if he runs away with the Ghost. So that kind of box was ticked. Rekkles on level 6, the ulti is, you can sidestep it with the Ghost too. Reignover tanking 5 creeps, 6 creeps in total, like the millimeter trailing there. Cleanse is a tad late as well. Just plays that very calm.
Yeah, Rekkles also got the Ignite off as the Darius Q was coming through on the heal, so cut the heal as well, which may have been the difference there for him to get away.
Yeah, that's obviously why he's bringing that to the table.
What were you thinking, man? But no, old teammates there, Rekkles will walk away with the win, and he's going to progress further in the tournament, which, people are saying Rekkles, sOAZ have really good chances of winning the whole thing.
Yeah, he was definitely had his eyes set on this match. Even yesterday, he was the only thing he was talking about was the 1v1s. Just really wants that victory because, I mean, it's a little ego thing. You know?
It stays with you too.
If you get voted for All-Stars, you get there, you want to show up, play against the best players in the world, get a chance to do 1v1 FLICKR.
Yeah, and FLICKR went in an interview and he ended up saying, like, when you solo kill me, you become famous. Maybe some people are trying to get a little fame back, take it away from FLICKR.
Yeah. Mata could be the first one. That one is up a little later, so definitely can't wait to see that one.
Oh, that one, Prey versus Jankos. There's a lot.
I mean, I can't wait to see Prey versus Jankos.
Well, you know what? Smeb versus Ziv is the one that's up next.
Yeah.
Both of these guys have been MVP in their region as a top laner, which is not the easiest thing to do in the world, right? The game, usually it'll reward junglers, it'll reward mid laners, and having a top laner that's able to get MVP of the league is actually a big feat.
But I wonder what style they're going to play, because League of Legends lately has been trending to like World of Tanks more in the top lane meta, but in the 1v1, we have barely seen any Tahm Kenches or the like.
That's true, but we did end up having to see some more 80 carries and some more mages in the top lane. So these guys obviously branched out a little bit. You have Rekkles and Reignover, former teammates of Fnatic.
Yeah, they're walking backstage. We're ready on stage, however, with Ibai to introduce the next matchup.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Seguimos con estos 1 contra 1. Y es que ahora tenemos un enfrentamiento muy, pero que muy interesante. Su aventura, el año pasado acabó muy pronto. Y este año quiere demostrar que puede llegar hasta la final. Es Thief. Y en el equipo fuego, el auténtico terror de la top lane, el doble MVP de la LCK, Smeb. Buena suerte, caballeros.
I like it. The vocal variety. Don't give us the same thing every time. I feel it. I feel myself build up. I'm like, yeah, here goes the moment. And it's just going to make me love it more later. I know it.
I'm going to be honest. I feel a little teased right now.
Yep.
I expected more of that intro. Poor Ziv got like a lukewarm applause from the crowd, so he needs to show him what he's got.
Yeah. And I mean, Ziv has always been kind of underrated. He actually has the nickname Supernova because he came into the scene and he just blew past everybody in the standings, got an MVP for himself. Like, absolutely insane that this guy came on and really changed a lot of the LMS region in terms of the top lane. He has been the strongest player in that role for a good while now.
Definitely so. No Nasus. That's what I'm hoping for.
No Susan, man. Oh well. We haven't seen it. Last year it was Froggen to actually bring it out, I believe. It still holds up, and it's actually a little bit better than it was then.
Yeah, Froggen wasn't afraid to go for the 100 CS games. I feel like that's the way to win 1v1s, though. But it feels like an insult to the craft.
Yeah, it's actually interesting because 100 CS is like the chess game, right? But it's boring to watch. It'll take 6 hours, and then you come back to it. People like get up from the board and walk away, and then they come back. But it's way more entertaining if people go for blood, especially in like the games that we've been seeing today so far.
It's like the equivalent of Monopoly, basically ruins families, but it gets you the victory.
Mario Kart 64. I'm looking at you, Ben. Sorry, childhood bro.
Childhood grudges right there. Ooh, that's locked in, right?
No, it's not. It has the green border around.
Oh, they're still hovering.
So, still the hover.
I would like to see a Yasuo mirror match. That would be actually pretty dope.
Yasuo is so much fun in 1v1s. It's such a great champion as well to play around with the minion wave. That's one of the champions that I really respect players who play Riven and Yasuo and our one-tricks. Even Fiora as well, because if you make
whoa, hang on.
Well,
you respect Riven one-tricks?
I do, actually. Do you know how hard it is to execute on that champion?
No!
People tell me the combos and I still can't do them.
But you can face roll and still win on that champion.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, the people who one-trick it and they have the animation canceling and all that, but everything we've said is completely irrelevant. Because we talked about hovers. We did it, damn it, Crepo! Every time.
Never talk about hovers. All right, Varus, we saw it yesterday. Again, that's a lane control pick. Kites really well, but has no gap calls. I actually think this might be a really good matchup for Darius.
Yeah. It's interesting because he can't actually get away like an Ezreal could have. But Smeb, I think I know who Reignover was playing.
Yeah.
this is way too similar.
They've actually
They were
talked a lot.
teammates. They were
Yeah.
teammates back in the day on
They were
Incredible
teammates.
Miracle.
I think they're actually rooming together here at All-Stars as well from some pictures that I've seen on Twitter. So they've definitely been bonding a little bit and talking about their experience. And obviously everybody's talking about the 1v1.
Oh, yeah. But going back a little bit on like Smeb's history with Reignover, like they were called the Incredible Failures. They came in. It was a team that people were like, oh, these guys really suck. It's like worst top laner that they had ever really seen in that scene. And then boom, soon as they start all getting scattered off to the 4 wins and all that, boom, come back. Hey, these guys are great. Number 1 on the 2016 Worlds list.
Turns out Smeb is pretty good at League of Legends.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
It just takes some time, Once you end up getting a player who has the mechanical ability and the decision making, you refine all of that. You kind of shape how they actually get to those decisions and those conclusions. Boom. But in this game, looks like it was Darius.
I think it's actually a really solid pick against a low mobility or no mobility AD carry because we saw what happened in the last game. Once that Darius got close to Rekkles, the damage you can do is quite severe. It's up to Ziv to really space out his summoner spell usage.
Yeah, he can't use both, and we're seeing a lot of people not actually go for barrier here, which is so shocking that you would go for something like an Ignite. I understand that you do want to cut the Darius healing a bit, but it still just seems so risky.
Yeah, Ziv is running pure standard 80 marksman pages with the Warlord, so nothing out of the ordinary right there.
Standard for 1v1?
Real quick.
Okay. Standard for 1v1, I assume. Good.
Yeah, no standard, just for like even 5v5, just 14% attack speed. Like no MR, I guess he cycled that out for something else, obviously, but haven't really been running that too much in most lanes either. So yeah, Smeb again playing from the brush, wants to maximize the AoE on the creeps. Div obviously looking for that trading pattern. A couple of autos later on with the E is what you're looking for.
Yeah, Varus is so strong in 1v1s because of the fact that his Blighted Quiver just gives him extra damage. It's like 400 gold worth of combat stats because it's 10 damage on hit, and then you just stack it up for even more when you cast a spell. But also when you kill a minion, free combat stats from attack speed, right?
Yeah, definitely so. We're looking at Smeb right now. His runes, he's actually is running rather cooldown reduction on his glyphs, so flat CDR, and for the rest he's filled it out with just pure armor and pure physical damage as expected, just pure all-in stats. You don't need anything else. You don't need mana regen or any shenanigans like that.
Oh. It's interesting to see how many people had actually practiced the 1v1 because the towers actually do a different amount of damage than minions.
Leaves you, it's really awkward lost sitting on a turret, so if you can park the wave in front, it's the best. Now Ziv kind of parked it in front, it's going to bounce the wave. It's really hard for Smeb. Smeb is running Fervor, so no Thunderlords here.
Yep, and you would want control right about now if you were Smeb to actually push up because the Relic's about to spawn, you're able to actually get Ziv out of the wave, but it's not going to happen there. Ziv's going to hit level 3, and he's actually going to get complete control too.
Smeb always wants to dash in and out of those brushes. They're relatively even on experience.
I guess he's going for the level 6 here. He's gonna learn from Reignover's mistakes.
Definitely not a bad trade here. Proximity trade.
That's 5 stacks too. He gets all that AD. He used both summoners, and Ziv still had the exhaust though.
Yeah, that's actually really well played by Ziv, holding the exhaust, baiting him, because Smeb, a worse player would have went for that. He's going in again. Just wants some sustain here.
Yeah, he's gonna try to stack that up. Get those bleeds going.
But now he's pushed in. He's already 6 CS down. Can get a little bit under this turret.
Yep, out of stacks too on his corrupting potion.
There's one more relic on the map all the way down for Ziv, I believe. But he would have to walk very far to go and get that one.
Gonna try to bait some mana out of Ziv.
Good sidestep. Alright, good CSing. Gets one.
Pulls him under turret. Oh, Ziv is dead. Low mobility 80 carry.
Well, at least we walk away today with a lesson. If you're playing against Darius, don't walk close to the turret.
It's not every day you have a Darius underneath the turret, especially in the top lane normally. He's shoving you in early, but oh man, taking that extra turret shot cost Ziv. He had the exhaust, so he was a little bit more confident than he should have been.
That hurts.
It does. Patience. Hey, I was talking about one misstep, and then you're dead. That's exactly what it takes too.
He's so happy that he's poking outside of turret range. He forgets that this guy literally has a grab that moves you, and he actually gets minion block for the second shot.
Oh.
Adding insult. Even the ref's like, come on, bro.
Yup.
I had that.
Put me in.
And I've seen that horseman play. He's really bad at League of Legends.
Oh, nice.
And he had that.
Oh, man. He's been a ref for a very long time. Yeah. But don't want to go completely off topic. Smeb, actually bringing one up for Fire.
Yeah.
Fire a little bit behind right now.
Need some victories.
Yeah. Yesterday, it was 4 and 3 in favor of Ice making it through. And there's one player from each side that already has a bye. So we're looking at 5 and 4. And so 2 more from Ice got added on. So 7 are through for Ice. And so far, we have 5 from
But
Fire.
we
with Smeb.
still have FLICKR coming.
Yep.
We have Bray still playing, so we can automatically kind of slot them into the next round. So it's looking pretty even if everything goes as projected. But you never know. FLICKR may forget that Darius can pull you on a turret and die.
Even the best players do, right? These are professional players. And that just happened to him.
Yeah, that wasn't too great.
Nope.
But yeah, hoping for some more variety to Darius' game right now in a row. I'm also probably mispronouncing it, and everybody's just spamming Darius in chat right now. Happens every time.
Darius?
So hoping a different champion happens there.
Now you just like blew my mind. Is it Darius? Darius?
It's over.
I'm done. I'm donezo. I'm donezo.
Heimerdinger. Have you seen some Heimerdinger? 1v1?
No.
I think it could actually be okay.
It depends on who you're against for sure.
If you play like Exhaust Barrier Heimerdinger and you get control of the wave, I don't think you need that hard.
I think you win in CS.
Yeah, you just, I mean, you're playing Heimer.
Yeah.
Not going to go
Oh, no, go for the Heimer kills, man. You have to go for them.
Although level 6 all-ins are decent on the champion, people don't really
stun,
know how much damage he does.
Yeah, if you get the stun RW, they're a goner.
Definitely a combo we can do. Maple is set up on stage right now. We see sOAZ setting up here, so I think we're getting ready for more 1v1s.
Yep, absolutely. And we are actually ready to go over and try to intro who these guys are. Let's see. What, is it a bait this time?
I think it's Maple.
Now I'm clear to go. Here we go. Match number 4, turning to the blue side. We have the great hope of France. Hold on to your baguettes. It's the Escape King himself, sOAZ!
Y en el otro lado, el único jugador de la GPL que ha jugado 2 All-Stars, QTB.
Got both of them up again that time. So
Yep. Their powers combined, they're even louder. I'm still thinking yesterday was a little bit better with the ratatata.
You see, that's the thing, though, is now that's in their heads, and you can't let
You gotta
that get to
perform.
you, right? You think of Dave Chappelle when he was, like, going crazy, and it's like, I have to outdo myself every single time. It
Gotta
gets so hard.
reinvent yourself.
Exactly. It's so hard to do, though, because people fell in love with what you had done. It's like Key and Peele as well. It's like, we got to keep making funny stuff. People
He
have this
came back, though,
expectation.
Dave Chappelle. Did he do like a little skit right now, a little lately?
Yep. Change his direction just a tiny bit, but still, it's one of those things, man.
All right, change direction into game.
Fiddles!
I mean, these guys can watch the match histories. There's a good chance some of these players have been like spamming certain champions because unlike scrims, you can't pause and leave a 1v1 because most of them go down to the wire on like a one single auto attack trade.
Yeah.
And then the game ends and there's always logs.
Alt F4 right before the last hit comes through. That's an auto lock, too.
Oh, they're playing a mirror match. The second you see weird bans, they're playing a mirror match. Because look at it.
sOAZ spelled Fnatic.
Yeah, FNC versus QTV. The second you see the vibe ban, you got to start looking at like the first letters and see what they're banning. This happened last year as well, where Bjergsen and Doublelift were banning out TSM every time and then playing Vel'Koz and Zed Mirror. Froggen played Anivia Mirror and they spelled it out. The Zillion was spelled out last year as well in his game versus Aframoon.
This is great.
Oh, dude, I love watching these Sims 1v1s. The sad part is they actually tend to end at level 3.
Yeah. Oh, usually it's the level 3, it's whoever got better ease off on the minion wave and the other person to try and push it a little bit faster. And whoever lands the Q, because they'll both stand in the minion wave, and if one lands a Q and the other doesn't, it's like, this game is almost over.
Yeah, it's really important because these guys are going to kind of mimic each other in terms of play. When it was played by Diamond Prox, was it like 2013 All-Stars? He definitely played a Elysian Mirror, but the problem was it was in the original Summer's Rift in the mid lane, so there was no fancy brush control or relics, and I think that will actually spice this matchup up a lot more.
Do
you run to the relic versus Elysian Q? Like, you got to believe in your ability to juke then. Is it worth it? Maybe not.
That's true. That's actually... See, these things are just so hard, and you have to think of all of them beforehand, because if you get on the Rift, everything has to go out the window, and you have to kind of rely on your practice. And if you haven't practiced enough, then it could be an issue. But I do think that QTV, and sOAZ, both very practiced. We were talking about how in Vietnam they take their 1v1s very seriously, especially in the GPL.
Yeah, definitely see if there's any contrast here. sOAZ is running 80 attack speed, armor, and just some health, so a pretty standard page, honestly, with Thunderlords. Just gonna look up what his opponent is running. We're missing quite a few Qs right now. There's magic resistant QTV.
Yeah, because E does magic damage.
But like 4 flat MR.
It could be the difference. I've seen it before. Yeah. I've actually seen it before.
All right. They're both running a little bit of attack speed, definitely.
It depends on what their style is, because some people actually max E first, because it'll shove the wave, and it will also deal damage to the opponent. So if you have magic resistance and they don't, it is the difference.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen W maxes as well for kind of a sustained tanky synth.
Yeah, it's the difference there. sOAZ started Q, QTV started E.
sOAZ connects, so that's good. In a minion wave, that's rough, though. QTV should always answer with immediate auto attack right there.
Yeah.
It's really important that you do not cancel any single auto attack animations. So it's going to put you behind in trades.
I was looking at fun facts for QTV. He's actually 28 years old, and he turns 29 in March. So.
Ooh, sOAZ bullied a guy playing a Lee Sin mechanic heavy matchup, and this guy is 28. That's just mean, Paul. Good size up.
It's just being toxic, you know? And QTV levels up, gets the Q and the exhaust.
Good counter exhaust from sOAZ right before the proc.
sOAZ has his Q up first. Oh,
that's big.
28, baby. Still got it.
I mean, maybe he's juking it because sOAZ.
Oh, he's got Q back up. He got him.
Oh, he got him.
He got him.
sOAZ, it's over. Oh, QTV.
It takes down the 1v1 king from earlier.
Look at him. He's happy.
Oh. Hey man, 28 years old, don't give up on your dreams like Crepo, everybody else out there. You are old enough to go pro.
I need a new excuse. What will I do now? Maybe I was bad all the time. Maybe it wasn't age.
It's okay, I've been worse the whole time. So we can be miserable together.
But it's better not to try and then not fail. And actually try and fail. QTV here, final trade.
Yeah.
That's a really good Q. And then sOAZ, yeah, his Q wasn't cooldown. You can't play that bold.
Yeah, that's the thing, is you have to count the cooldowns here. And that's what happened. What QTV did is when you saw him go aggro right before that replay, he walked up to the left and then he started walking back because he was like, -4 seconds, that means sOAZ is up here. Dodges sOAZ's Q, and that's what changed the game.
And he also had like 2 magnificent sidesteps there. It's really hard to juke against like great Lee Sin players or great pro players. So sometimes you gotta do the dumb jukes. Basically, you keep walking in a straight line. It's like a double mind game that goes like 3 layers deep. But he sidestepped both Qs and then obviously got control of the matchup.
Yeah, it's basically, you know, if you keep seeing them sidestep to the left, the person who keeps doing that has to eventually go, okay, I know that they saw that. I'm going to sidestep to the right. I don't know who stepped out on stage.
Yeah, I wonder if it could be that.
Might start with an F and end with an acre.
Yeah. This is what I love, man. That has to be the greatest feeling in the world. I don't think that ever gets old. I must say, I feel really bad for Bengi. We joined them for the fan meet yesterday. Basically, after the games, the pro teams go out, you know, to meet the fans, take pictures. I got put next to SKT, so I could have been. It was a good way to practice being invisible. And then every single person that walked up just goes like, "Hello, FLICKR," shakes his hand, and everybody else gets ignored. Smeb got a couple, but like Bengi was just like standing there, like poor little guy, invisible as well. I was next to Madlife as well. Nobody recognized like the true support god. It felt really like eerie almost.
Yeah, man, welcome to my life as a caster, man. It's like, Jat, I love you, Jat. It's like,
Budget Jat.
Yeah, I'm growing out the beard so that, you know, I can be
distinguished.
But then, you know, I'm obviously not Riv.
That's exactly what I've been trying as well lately. It's not working too well though. But let's send it over back to the stage. Dash and Ibai are ready to introduce the next matchup.
Lo ha ganado todo, ya no tiene dedos para llevar los anillos. Es un 3 veces campeón del mundo. Bengi.
And playing on the red side, it's the Flash Wolves man in the mid lane. There's nothing sweet about this stone cold killer Maple! All right, gentlemen, good luck and have fun.
All right.
Yeah.
Fierce.
I like that. That was great.
I can't do that. If I try that, I blow my voice out.
Yeah. Like Martin said yesterday, girly voices.
Girly voices. That's why we're here. That's why they are on stage.
Yeah. Most color cast. Never mind. I'm not kidding.
We're talking. Hey! Let's go back on track, shall we?
Yes, absolutely. FLICKR and Mata will be after this, but Bengi and Maple. This is actually a really interesting one because these two players, they were never voted in to the All-Stars until this year. Before it was Score, before it was SKT actually had to qualify because we took the #1 teams. And Maple, it's like Westor Shadow, Toys Shadow, back and forth. This is the first time that these two guys have actually been the most popular in the region for their role.
I think actually that's a good point. As well, like, Bengi is like so underrated. The guy has won like 3 world championships. What more do you need to do? Like, how do you prove yourself? Everybody's like, oh yeah, he's gonna lose this game. He's falling off the bandwagon.
Yeah, right? Like, I would say, even for myself, coming into Worlds, it's like Bengi's in a slump. It's like Bengi's not playing too well. They have Blank. It's like Blank's not that great. But then relative to Bengi, it's like, okay, how good are these two? But Bengi was the one that just kept getting subbed in over and over again when they needed him. And here he is on stage. Start. Can't sub him out this time.
Can't sub him out. It's my time to shine. Maple, though, is a player that I just really enjoy watching. And
okay.
For the Syndra. Locked
Those
in
are locked
Tom Kench. Trying to run this like matchup through my head. Feels like Tom Kench is actually quite comfortable. Blues on the push. So if you're not familiar with Tom Kench in all-ins, he should be running Snowball, probably, because that's the way you want to play him. Because you can actually, I don't think you get interrupted from Syndra's QE if you Snowball in, so it's much better summer spell than even like the barrier that he's running right now.
Yeah, and you probably don't need the barrier if you have the thick skin.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
can hit it fast enough.
So I don't think Bengi has done his full research, or maybe just playing a different style, but we have seen Snowball Tom Kench all in because you want to get into close proximity where the base damages of your spells are just super high.
Yeah, Tom Kench does so much damage if he can actually get to you.
Yeah.
And then Syndra at the same time, she'll have wave clear and wave control. I want to see how much he uses his W on the side of the Tom Kench to actually clear waves.
Yeah, it has some AoE, but I think the play pattern is basically surprising a W, like using your W to blow up a wave to create maybe a path to get a Q, because otherwise angling the Q is going to be very obvious. Like, Syndra will always be hiding the minions, and I guess that's where you're looking to punish.
Yeah, and he's definitely going to be hiding behind minions here, because Bengi did take the snowball last second, loaded it a little bit late there on the overlay, but that's exactly what he needs. And it is going to be a little bit more AP focused here from Maple, so Bengi got some magic resist.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Maple. This is actually Maple right here. He's running like the standard just early.
No armor.
He has 80
Ooh,
red.
ooh.
Oh, he's fighting already. Yeah, don't face take a Tom Kench. That's not going to end up too well. So Maple is running some magic resistance on his glyphs. He has 80 reds though for physical harass and basically helping him last hit. So even though you want for all-ins, you want to like run either magic pen, maybe hybrid pen at the worst. Probably not anymore since the quality changed. But you definitely like, you value having the comfort knowing that you can last it just that little bit better, especially with the annoying turrets if you run some 80 reds.
What's he have masteries-wise?
Let me check real quick. He is running Thunderlords as expected on the Syndra.
Okay. 1 point meditation, 2 points in vampirism. So
Yeah, Green Fighter's Gift is actually pretty good as well, so it does reward you for playing in the brushes if you're playing like these Thunderlords champions. Because nobody wants to run Bandit. And then there's a pretty weird page here on the side of Bengi. He has everything. There's like 5 AP, 72 health, some magic resistance, attack speed, and magic pen. He really is like jack of all trades, master of none. But let's look into the actual gameplay. We see Maple always hiding behind the creeps and just Q trading.
Ugh, Bengi's just taking so much damage. He's going through those flash charges right now.
And he's not getting any poke in to really use the corrupting part of the corrupting potion.
It's like he needs to back up. Maple's about to hit level 2.
And Maple playing obviously for a poke-oriented style where he keeps hiding in the creeps. He doesn't need to skill E early because in Summoner's Rift you skill E sometimes early because you're afraid to get ganked level 2, and it's a really good tool against ganks. But obviously if you can hide in your minions, just do QW.
Makes him miss that one too.
That's a good trading pattern. You always slow him with the W, guaranteeing your Q can hit. Ideally you last hit creeps or you poke creeps with the Q, but he always has the push going so he can just last it with his auto attacks and save Q for a harass. Remember, if you auto-attack an enemy champion, you draw minion aggro. Basically, that'll punish you even if you're next to the cannon. But if you use spells, it will never draw minion aggro.
That was actually something that I'm embarrassed to admit I had learned a lot later than I should have, because I was a jungler, and when I started playing top lane, I had no idea.
Yeah, a lot of players make that mistake, especially in the mid lane when they're playing very spell-reliant champions, like maybe an Ahri. They do a full combo, and then they go in for the last auto-attack, and that last auto-attack triggers like 6 minions to attack them, and they just lose the trade on the backhand.
Yeah.
So you have to be very aware of what you want to do with minion aggro.
I think I learned it when I played top lane and I played against a streamer and I watched it back and he's like, he won that trade with the Rise because he Rune Prisoned me, but because he autoed me, he lost it. It's like if he just cast spells, he would have won that trade.
Yeah, definitely. So
anyway,
so auto attacking Pumpkin really isn't going to give you too much.
He's getting through Bengi's mana though, and his HP. Bengi's trying to get control of the relic here. That's really good. Bengi, he actually walked on the relic at 215 on his side. He knows that his is going to be back up at 330. So he's just doing this, pushing the wave. He doesn't mind how much damage he's taking here, as long as he doesn't die.
And there's all in going from Maple. Ignite goes down. Bengi still has the thick skin, pops the great health. Ignite ticks out, but he has the base right now, and that gives Maple control of the lane.
Yep, control of the relic as well. So Maple will be able to actually push this out, spend spells, no problem, and then get a good back timing.
Yeah, we're looking at a 10 CS advantage if he gets everything here. One more creep, one more Q. The cannon, he can pick that up and throw that away, so he can definitely go back to base with quite a bit more gold.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what Bengi's angle is here now, because he purchased a Doran's Ring, sold it, went for the shield, and then went for the Fairy Charm as well.
Maybe he sees that Maple is doing quite a few auto attacks in between, wants to negate that with the Doran shield. I think he just wants some mana regen, so he can maybe win a sustain war against Maple.
Yeah, he definitely wanted that because mono was being a problem for him. So kind of went between the Doran's Ring and that. Wonder what he's going to build, though, eventually.
But we know Bengi thrives under pressure. Like, they swap him in the end of a best-of-5, just when the World Championship's on the line. He went down to 3 HP.
Very, very underrated ability to perform under pressure. There are a lot of people, like, I'm going to use Reignover as an example here. 89% win rate during the regular season, but in playoffs, we always see like a little bit of a different Reignover every now and then.
Yeah. Bengi right now looking to push in that wave, just get the reset. Forcing Xino to CS on the tower is probably like the only way to guarantee that she maybe loses some CS, because otherwise it's so easy for her to CS. But probably WQ combo right now is strong enough to clear out the entire back wave, which means Maple's just going to sit on that 6 CS advantage right now.
What is Bengi going to do about this? Level 6 doesn't help him.
I mean, he gets some stats, no, from his ulti. Tanky stats to kind of negate the all-in. Going for the zone, but look at how little this is doing. This is great. Sidesteps W, forces point blank E, which means Maple is being gated in the mana department, which means Bengi can actually start playing up more and more, and now use that zone to deny CS here. Cannon creep denied. So that's exactly what he wants to do. He wants to get back in time for his cannon. He goes in with the snowball.
Needs another. Almost got that other hit on him.
Maple's out of mana.
Yeah, he can't actually cast the ultimate.
And the wave is frozen, so Bengi obviously gonna regen. If he get 2 shrines, he actually doesn't cast the base, because these guys based on 33 PS.
Oh,
good cancel. Maple only had 10 creeps since his last base, so with this like freeze that Bengi has put in motion, he's actually controlling the wave right now, and he may very well win on a CS victory.
Yeah, this is a very high level game right here, because it's so hard to get control of the wave again once you get a disadvantage. But the fact that Bengi's managed to do it with his champion slingshotting back, that's really cool.
Now just push in and reset anyways, because he wants to back. Definitely will have a bit more gold. There's a couple components for Maple, but Maple's style will probably have to shift into an all-in oriented style.
Well, if you play a sustained war against this Tahm Kench that now has health regen and mana regen, I don't really see you winning. Especially since it costs you so
Maple,
much.
wrong order. Misses with his E and then sweeps.
Yeah. Oh, Bengi can actually he has leveled his ultimate. You can get back faster with your ultimate if you want to use it. I wonder how he'll actually use it if he is ever going to.
I mean, he could do it from Brush, honestly. Get behind the Syndra. It's another gap closing tool. It's all about proximity. Definitely also doesn't need to rush because the wave was fast pushed by Maple here for the reset. Gobbles that one out to prevent the reset as well. Wants to fight out on the range creeps as he gets the cannon last hit maybe.
Different. That's the thing.
He's not used to it.
It takes 1 hit. Usually it takes 2, but it takes 1 turret shot, 1 auto on ranged, and then on the melees it takes 1 turret shot and 2 auto attacks from you. If it takes 2 turret shots, it dies.
Yeah, at least, yeah. Because it's borderline 50% damage on the melees here. Again, Bengi goes for zone. He wants to deny some CS from Maple. Threaten him to go for the relic.
Pick it up, pick it up.
Nice at the Qs, that's good. Just get rid of the mana, that's what he's looking for right now.
Damaging his mana pool, forcing him to pick it up. Staying in the bush as well to make sure that he doesn't take minion aggro.
Lost chapter finish though on Maple, that's really important.
And yeah, exactly. So when he levels up, he'll end up getting a little bit more. Great job there. Bengi with the snowball to the left as well.
Yeah, he got a little flustered here. Good ignite. Maple really controlling
if he gets the Q, if he gets the Q.
Going close. Gobble, gobble.
Oh!
It's over.
That snowball to the left. Very questionable. Maybe he thought he still had barrier and then hit it. Because he hadn't used snowball the entire game before that.
I think he just misclicked, honestly.
Yeah?
Probably smart casting. Yeah, misclicking summer spells. Probably swapped them around.
Still, Maple, though, played it really, really well. After he got the Lost Chapter, he ended up just dealing enough damage, and his mana was being attacked. It's a different strategy to attack their mana, and it's not too uncommon on Tahm Kench. You'll see it on support as well, because that's their strategy. Every damage they do to you as Tahm Kench, because you have thick skin, it's actually less damage per mana because you regen it back up faster. So that was his strat, and got Maple to back a lot of times on unfavorable backs and got control of the wave again, but really great execution there by Maple to close it out and go for the all-in.
He realized he was winning that poke war. It is a dangerous game for Bengi to play, honestly, because you have to rely on your ability to sidestep everything, keep track of mana, keep track of the wave. Like, every time he moved forward, he had to be back in time to get a CS while he was zoning to deny CS. It's incredibly complex to keep that up, all while you don't know every single champion, like in a 1v1 scenario either. If you're a jungler, you have a rough idea of how strong these champions are, but eventually you'll kind of learn the hard way.
Yeah, the limits and knowing what they're capable of doing is comes with experience, comes with a lot of mistakes, I'd say. That's how most people will learn. Going back to like things like scrims, whenever I watch them, it's always try to find your limits on these new champions that you don't know. Can you kill them at level 3? Can you not?
Yeah, and this also focuses very much on like the micro side. If you bring up to like the scrim argument, that's where they usually take a more holistic approach, bigger macro picture, but that's too much derailing right here. We're ready for our next matchup, so let's check out what Dash and Ibai have in store for us right now.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Ya estamos de vuelta con estos enfrentamientos de 1 contra 1. Y es que, representando al equipo Fuego, tenemos a un hombre que fue MVP de los mundiales en 2014. Tenemos a Mata!
Well, you might have heard of him, but you've definitely heard of his opponent, the 1v1 king himself. The title, he's going to tumble his way to the Korean Bjergsen. It's FLICKR!
Some robots!
What's the action?
FLICKR's like, what are they doing? What
is this?
He's tilted. He's tilted. That's it. He's already tilted.
This is actually a long con set up by Mata, the tilt FLICKR. He hired them.
Paid off Ibai and Dash. But crowd already getting started up for FLICKR, but...
Yeah, I'm getting distracted. There's like a giant picture of FLICKR like above me right now, so I'm just actually not paying too much attention to what you're saying. Hurts.
It does. It does. I mean, FLICKR and Mata. We'll talk about Mata, 2014 World's MVP. FLICKR, 2016 World's MVP. These are both guys who were the best player in the world at one point for their role, for sure.
Yeah, but Mata became the best player by knowing the best spots to ward and where to walk. FLICKR became the best player in the world by killing people. So that's kind of a dichotomy that they kind of need to survive right there. However, Mata, I think, is rumored to play different roles. Allegedly, he has like different accounts that he ranks up all the way to Challenger in different roles, kind of the role-specific accounts. So he knows how to play almost every single champion. And he's also no stranger to the Howling Abyss.
Exactly.
There's a shot.
Yep. Anyway, we do want to hear a little bit more about how he loves the Howling Abyss. So we're going to throw it over to Mata to get his opinion.
개인적으로는 제가 칼바람 나락에 대해서 자부심이 엄청나기 때문에 이번에 좀 잘하고 싶네요. 제가 시즌 2부터 나와가지고 사실 랭크보다 약간 좋아했던 게임이 그 미드 5대5 아람전인데 이번에 그냥 캐리하고 싶네요.
I feel like I've been doing everything wrong in my life.
Yeah, that last thing we did wasn't very good.
I mean, except for the really awkward toss. So like, I've told myself I'm too old to play the game. 28-year-old guy wins on Lee Sin. I focus so much on rank, calling like ARAM a waste of time. And the best support in the world says ever since season 2, he's kind of just playing ARAMs all the time. He likes it more than rank. So maybe that's the approach.
Oh, yeah! Let's go!
Oh, they actually did.
They locked it. FLICKR, I mean, he accepted duels where it was mirror match and Nivea against Froggen last year. FLICKR, he is susceptible to challenges.
I mean, FLICKR has to accept. You don't want to have a story of like, yes, I challenged FLICKR to a duel, and he was too afraid to accept it.
Yeah, and I think as well, another thing is, in FLICKR's position though, when you accept somebody's duel, you have more to lose than them. Because if they beat FLICKR, they beat FLICKR. If you lose, it's like,
Proposing FLICKR to a mirror match is always a win-win.
Yeah.
If he denies, you actually have a story where you won a little bit, and if not, it's still on your terms. Like, it's the best shot you have to win.
Exactly. And if you lose against FLICKR, nobody's going to hold that against you, right? And that's actually a big problem with being the #1 is you have nobody to really chase anymore. And FLICKR, though, up against Mata, this is really interesting because why would it be Yasuo? Mata,
it's like,
Mata Yasuo.
It's the ultimate skill champion, though, in Korea. It's regarded as it's a champion nobody wants on his team because he goes 2-10. But then when he's on the opposing team, he's obviously 20-0. But it's an incredibly high skill champion and also just really fun to watch.
I love Yasuo so much. The tiny things in his mechanics, the Q into the E into the auto, the Q, stuff like that. It's really cool. And then there's a lot of great tricks, too, where you can, like, spin on a minion before R-ing.
Yeah, Mata's running 1% crit. He's going for it.
That's actually a very common Korean page. I'll look at a lot of Peanuts pages. They'll have them. And you're like, wait, you might crit the jungle creep. What?
That's actually happened to me once. Actually, it happened in the OGN finals.
Is that why you lost?
We lost for many more reasons than that, but that was actually
1% crit. Let's hold it. That's the story I'm going to tell.
I stole a red buff because my jungler crit right before the last auto attack. That's what happened on a live game, and then we tilted a tiny bit.
So who'd you give the red buff over to?
I was Soraka. Like, he had red buff Soraka. And like, anyways, doesn't really matter.
Okay.
Old story. FLICKR versus Mata. FLICKR is not running the 1% crit, so RNG gods have to be with Mata for once.
So this is the matchup that I will usually play on the 1v1 map. I'll just play Yasuo every time that I can, because otherwise I can only feed 1 kill. You can't go to 0-8. It prevents me from doing that. But every time you miss a Q, it's actually a big deal in this matchup.
Yeah, it's about lining up the Qs to hit both minions and honestly the enemy Yasuo. Mata got pressured first because he really didn't feel comfortable trading against FLICKR. FLICKR standing on the outside of turret range here, so every time Mata walks up, he can at least get a Q in the face. He wants to stack it up. It's a very micro-heavy matchup where you really want to click really right next to your team. FLICKR's still level 1.
Oh, FLICKR might be done.
He has to get out. That was a really good trade by Mata.
Got him again!
Tower shot. Ignite.
One more.
Oh,
God! Mata takes down FLICKR. And he takes over the Spanish crowd.
I'm trying to break this down. It all goes back to the Q that FLICKR used after the first wave. The crowd is in love with this.
FLICKR again. Mirror match. The opponent's terms goes down. Team Ice. I mean,
yeah, FLICKR used the Q when he turned around into the thin air, and Mata just rushed for that first minion, got level 2, and then went so aggressive on FLICKR that FLICKR never got access to that dying creep. Borderline level 2 right there. Obviously, it's the 7th creep that levels you up, so the first melee minion of the second wave. FLICKR should have been there quicker because he had the push.
Yeah, well, the thing is, FLICKR got the push on him, and when the minions actually create a nice line for the Yasuo, you have more chase down. You have a longer lane to actually make the Yasuo run down. So being underneath your turret in a mirror match like this isn't necessarily the worst thing, because they have to keep running from you. You get an E on them.
Mata did it really well. He walked alongside his creep to his zone, but even then, the waves are still going to meet in the middle. So in essence, it wouldn't matter. It was just the decision-making. I think Mata had his Q up sooner, which allowed him to take down that creep much faster.
I want to see it again. I want to see it in almost like long form.
Because this is the end, and we obviously know how we got here. It actually takes quite some stones to go in here as well, taking a turn shot voluntarily, but then dancing out.
Even didn't have the ignite as well. The focus there, the half joy. You can see he landed. That's where it's like he landed the knockup.
FLICKR's like, I always hated 1v1s anyways.
Oh. Team Ice, though, coming up big today so far.
I mean, Jankos is hoping.
Rekkles, Karsa.
If Mata can beat FLICKR,
anything is possible.
Anything is possible.
28-year-old wins today. Mata gets taken a victory over FLICKR. That's insane.
Jankos is not going to beat Prey. Or is he?
Well,
we don't know yet, but I'm actually really keen for that matchup right now because looking at the upsets that we've had. So for that reason, let's go back to Dash. He's on stage introducing our final matchup.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our 7th and final matchup of the evening. So, starting on the blue side for our next bout, it's the First Blood King looking for just 1 kill today. It's Jankos! And then on the red side is the player who's looking to claim the top spot this year. Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today. It's Poro! There can only be one winner, gentlemen. Let it be you.
I just love Prey. I love how he's just this bundle of energy. And like honestly, just watching him, he's so happy all the time. He was a huge force in how the Tigers just had a positive environment.
Yeah, and even when you see him backstage, he's like always smiling, always just like in a good mood. Ironically, Jankos is quite similar in the sense that he's always up for a joke. He's always ready for some banter. Really fun if you get to know him as well. He is quite nervous for this matchup though. He lost a lot in practice. Mithy even declared on the analyst test that he beat Jankos several times. And then going up against Prey is going to be tough.
I mean, as a jungler, it's not really in your favor to try and win a CS war, a push war, understanding wave manipulation.
I mean, these are all concepts that these guys understand. Like,
yes.
Like we're enjoying them, and these guys understand it on a much deeper level than probably both of us combined. But at the same time, the trick is in applying that knowledge while somebody else is playing against you with that knowledge as well, and CSing at the same time.
And it's always if somebody knows like one small adaptation or one trick where they do something to a minion that's different, they pull it maybe a little bit further down the lane. How does that affect it? You have to know all the contingencies too.
Definitely. So 2 jungler bans here, and then a LeBlanc. Basically, like kind of the point and click champions that are pretty executable are being banned away. There is still Pantheon. If you're Jankos, probably don't want to hover too early because there is a giant screen right next to them.
I like how he has Ghost, Exhaust. Maybe he was playing some Olaf.
Yeah, he probably was ready for...
Might be a Nasus that comes through as well.
So there is
I would think so.
If you look into Jankos' match history, there is a lot of defeats on the tournament realm. And Olaf, Rengar, and Yasuo games. So that's what he's been practicing. Looking at Prey.
I mean, the Praven, he's going to hover it. He's known for not being a very good Praven.
He just locked that in. He just locked Lucian in already.
That is
telling Jankos you can react. Pick a champion. That's bold. I like it.
Well, you didn't look, but it might be that last one.
Hovering the Yasuo. What a tease.
Okay, so he's going to play the champion that Prey's teammate played. He might have a little bit of an idea of what is going to happen here.
I mean, he saw Rekkles win that matchup on the Lucian earlier as well.
On Ezreal, right?
On Ezreal, right? Yeah, we saw...
That's true.
We've seen Lucians there as well in that matchup. It's just all about staying away from the Darius. That's literally your one prerogative. Just stay away from him, play the CS game, don't get all in.
That's the thing. You have to have patience. Play the CS game. You're not going to kill the Darius unless he really messes up. But he's just trying to kill you. If he gets 5 stacks, all that extra combat stat comes in and extra gold in his pocket in terms of how much that's worth becomes way too much for you to compensate for.
Yeah, definitely so. It's all about, I mean, the same topics keep getting brought up as we're playing 1v1. It's not like the map changes. It's again brush control. This Darius wants to hide there early, then swing the wave into a push, hopefully, so you can maybe contest the relic and stay away from turrets.
Yeah, but Lucian has a little bit more shove than Ezreal does, so he has the option of actually keeping Darius underneath the turret a little bit easier.
Yeah, the beauty about Lucian is that you can harass with Q through waves, and again, spells do not draw aggro. We have to keep reiterating that, which means that Lucian Qs, you can fire them from pretty close by, but you'll never get the minion aggro that way.
This is the matchup that we were waiting for, the final one of the day. There's a little bit of trash talk behind it. Prey said that he was going to give Jankos a taste of his own medicine. Get first blood on him.
I think Jankos has the wrong runes.
Does he have?
Are you in game? No, right?
Nope.
Okay, Jankos has...
Not touching these 1v1s.
on the rune page he has selected right now on the tournament realm, he has 26 ability power.
Yeah.
He might be playing AP Darius.
Gonna reload it.
Okay, he changed. Okay, we're good. He's running armor AD, flat cooldown reduction, and attack speed. He's basically running the Darius 1v1 page that we've seen. And Prey, pretty standard page as well. Just taunting. Good harass here by Prey.
Yep, got it.
Gets the first creep, which gives you control of the wave, and then you can decide if you want to go start trading on the enemy champion or not. And obviously he does that by queuing through a creep on Jankos.
Yep, got the double damage too. Got it onto Jankos and the minion. Is it exactly what you want? Q through this.
AoE on the range creeps, which is good. Sidesteps the Jankos harass previous to that as well. So Prey playing really controlled so far.
Yeah, I actually like this pick a lot more into the Darius than the Ezreal. Mobile, low cooldown on the mobility, so even if he does E you in and it messes up your dash, you may have the possibility of getting it back up.
The problem is you're
Be so
quite
hard.
short range compared to the Ezreal. You can't really Q harass. I mean, you can Q harass, but if you want to follow up on it, you're pretty bound to get minion aggro. That's why Prey goes in a bit too far.
Speaking of short range,
if he gets dragged right there at the edge, like he takes 2 turret shots.
yeah, we already saw what happens when you get E'd underneath, but Jankos doesn't have that just yet.
All right, has Jankos played enough matches that he can see us? Nope, nope.
Nope.
Oh, this hurts.
Nope.
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 Poor Jankos. This is where you need to keep an eye on the player camps as
Us
well.
junglers.
Look at the tilt. It's coming. Nice sidestep from Prey.
Nope.
Answers with a double shot Q.
Jankos has missed so much, and Prey's trying to get...
At this point, it's an experience game for Jankos. He needs to get to 6. Get a good
Ghost already.
Ghost, that's Prey being hooked. Cannon creep and 2 range creeps.
Yeah, he's going to try to beat him to the Relic, but nope. Try to use the extra combat stats. Might get the Q up again, and an auto. Oh!
Did he? I'm not sure if he actually canceled an auto attack right there, or if he could have played that any better. That was surprisingly close, so this champion has a lot of chase potential. I think farther down the line, we may see more Darius come up right there. But that was at least as close, I think, as Jankos would have wished if he was chosen to lose.
Yeah. Looks like the king has fallen for today. And Prey picks up the first blood, and it was the first blood. Didn't go for the CS. Jankos made it so that he would go out on his own terms.
Yeah, he got close. He got the grab off. So that was all fine
was
and
good.
dandy. Chase, I think he could have turned around once we saw the Lucian approach the health relic, but it's so hard to tell. Like, again, these guys have played maybe like 10 or 20 games, but to know how this evolves down to the wire until the last auto attack, you either have to have an insane game read or just practice the hell out of these matchups.
Yeah, and you don't always know what your opponent's going to practice as well. How many people have been playing Lucian in these one-on-ones, right? In the same way, the same rune setup. It's all about knowing those limits. You know, on Summoner's Rift, you play enough in terms of repetitions to kind of know those matchups, to know the possibilities and limits of the other person. But see this one more time here, because I want to see what happens with the Ignite, if it happens during the Q. No, looks like it didn't. He tried to actually stop them from being overlapped so that the cleanse does not remove both. So
Yeah, and then Jankos is 1 auto attack away. I don't think he actually interrupted any auto attacks. It was still on cooldown, despite his movement. Was pretty close though.
Teleported away there. But yes, so he's gone.
I mean, they're all
Out
gone
there.
at this point. 7 matchups have been played. Skill still seems to be okay in the 1v1s, but we haven't seen a single 100 CS victory, I feel. They've all really been...
Yeah, we saw almost a 90-ish.
Yeah, we've seen close. Was it 1? But I think they've all ended up in all-ins overall.
I think it may have been 1. I know 1 got to around 90 CS.
Yeah, 1 was really close yesterday, where it was like kind of a forced all-in to kind of stop it, but I think the person still died here. So most of our players, anyways, all in all, are playing for aggression, and that's something I like.
Yeah, I absolutely love that, because we could talk a little bit more about those power spikes as opposed to farming for the minion wave, but I do think that as it progresses and people take it more seriously, and it comes down to even the final day and the best of 3s, I think that we're going to see at least 3 CS victories, because I think somebody's going to pick up that style and say, you know what, I'm not necessarily the better player to outplay you, so I'll outplay the map with you.
Yeah, definitely so. But let's go back to stage here, go to Dash and Ibai, and they're standing ready to kind of go over what happened here just now.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to conclude the first round of the 1v1 tournament. Please put your hands together and celebrate all the competitors moving on to round 2.
Hold on! It's time to channel the dark side and unleash my unlimited power. Barcelona, your Spanish hero, Ibai, threw a challenge to me on Twitter. I accept your challenge and I will end it here. Do you think I'm scared of a Maokai main? Do you think I'm scared of a Diamond 4? Do you think I'm scared of someone who kisses Dash? 1v1 me, eBay!
Y en el lado rojo, un hombre que rapea mejor que juega. Y mira que rapea mal, rapea fatal. Es Slow Shot. Hoy vas a acabar absolutely deleted. Quick Shot. Okay, oh gosh. No. Listen to me.
All right, gentlemen, that's a lot of tough talk. A lot of tough talk that I hope you can back up. So here's the deal. I want a very clean fight. Gentlemen, put your money where your mouth is and may the best caster live to tell the tale.
I actually disagree. I am quite scared of somebody who would kiss Dash, because then you know it's not all there.
I'm still trying to process what exactly just happened here.
So, quick shot, gold 3-ish. Actually, I think I give him the benefit of the doubt there.
Dude, I've seen quick shot play, and like, it takes great confidence to make those statements on stage when you're going up against a Diamond 4 if you're quick shot. This 1v1 has been in the making. There's been whispers of it. I actually didn't know if they would actually pull it off. But Trevor's been looking for some quality queso, some cheese. There's actually a fun story there. The problem is, Deficio walked up to Eli this morning and told him everything.
So Deficio actually...
He ratted him out. It's like, look, brother, I don't want Trevor to win. I was in the makeup room at the same time, so ban Nasus. Because Trevor's going to play Nasus. And then Deficio gave him some tips as well about like playing a Renekton all-in. So that's maybe something we can see. So if Trevor somehow loses, let's all remember that it was Martin's fault.
Okay, it's very likely that he loses. I don't know if it's going to be all Martin's fault. I think even if he got to play Nasus, might still go over to Ibai.
Oh, dear Lord. Also, like, what does that look?
Yeah, when I saw that, it was like I couldn't figure out if it was Ziggy Stardust or if he was Sting from Dune.
I don't know, man. I feel like he writes sins and not tragedies at this point. Like, a little questionable dark side. I mean, I know Trevor's peculiar, and he has some interesting taste sometimes. Look at them. You can see them. That's the giant screen that we were always talking about. Right below them are these pods that they're playing on. They're set up on stage, going through their runes and masteries.
Oh.
Caster bias.
Hold on.
We would never do such a thing as root for Team Ice.
I'm going to have to actually go against him on this one.
Go for the Team Fire. I wonder what he's actually going to play. I don't know if Trevor plays that much League anyways. Are you going blind casting?
Oh yeah, no.
We can't actually hear you if you don't have your headset. Blind casting, I think, is something you could do if you don't want to watch this game. I think that might actually be a solid choice.
Blind casting?
Blind casting, just pull it down. The second Trevor starts last hitting.
Oh, I can't watch. I can't watch.
Can't see this anymore.
Yeah, it's for my safety later on in the game. I'm gonna
safety goggles once you watch Trevor CS. I'm actually keen to see this because we see all these pro players, but we can't really relate to the average player. I think that's something that Trevor's going to bring us today. Relatability to players who are not as good. So in that sense, I think we have to be grateful.
I cast the collegiate scene, so I know all about people who are right beneath the pro level who don't even want to go pro. Like, it's not pretty, Crepo. I will tell you immediately. It gets down and dirty.
Let's see.
EM.
Well, we look at what Trevor's. His last ban has to be an S because he's banning like LCS.
Syndra.
There's all kind of legit bans.
If he bans Renekton, then he's banning Ibai's champion. Nasus, he knows. Deficio ratted it out.
It's over. We had one shot. All right, Trevor right now knows he's been bamboozled.
There it is, the LCS. Okay, I don't know who to root for anymore.
The Gnar hover. There's gonna be some serious mind games again, guys. Like they can look at the screen.
Oh yeah, the Renekton or the Maokai. They're two champions for Ibai.
Think about it. Never think about OAF. Trev will go all in on level 3. He does not have the dexterity or the poise to take it past a level 6 or even a CS game.
He doesn't have the mental fortitude nor the mechanics. What he is doing is a Class A peacocking. You don't have any redeemable traits in the game.
Fake it till you make it.
There you go. You gotta bring out the pizzazz. Gotta bring out the extra clothing. How long did that take?
Borrow your mom's eyeliner. All right, looks for the OAF hover. All right, do we want to analyze this matchup at this point?
All right. I mean, so when I see something go wrong, it just becomes, I think it happens with you as well. I think we share this comment. Something goes wrong, it's just this cascading effect. It's like, oh, because he did that, that. And we're just going to go down a gigantic rabbit hole.
No, I think actually this is a good matchup for Renekton on paper anyways. I feel early game on this map. You have early push at least level 1. Because this is a matchup that is so centric towards spikes level 2 and 3, whoever gets to control the wave early wins. And the problem is that OAF, once he throws out his axe early, he can't actually pick it up.
Yeah.
Like he wants to throw his axe to 6 creeps and a champion, but then it's on cooldown, he can't pick it up. Which means Renekton can always start early and get the wave push if he starts Q, for example.
Yeah, it usually gets you underneath the turret. This matchup does happen in top lane every now and then, but Ibai, they can hear each other.
Oh yeah, they're talking mad trash to each other right now. All right, loading up on the Rift.
Ibai looks relaxed, calm. Nope. Center yourself. Actually, nope. I'll take it back. I can see his foot tapping. He's anxious. Quick
That's
shot.
good because he has foot rest. I don't think you should play with dwindling leg like Quickshot does.
Yeah, Quickshot actually.
You gotta get stable.
It's like a flamingo.
SKT. All right, Ignite Exhaust versus Ghost Exhaust.
Right off the bat, Quickshot slow on the buying.
Yeah, he clearly has played his map a ton. He has practiced very much.
Yeah. But it just seems like age is catching up to him. It took him so long to actually pick up the Doran's
He actually hasn't practiced.
And, okay. It looked like he had to actually type it into the shop to pick it up.
Doran.
Is that how do I spell that? Does it have an accent in it? Oh, no.
Goes for the Blade Pot start. I mean, this matchup is likely over before the 5th minute. Seems very much so like an early all-in game. No offensive summoner on the side of Quickshot either. Look at that mug.
Quickshot's hair on this cam, because you can't see the top, kind of looks like how Jat used to wear his hair, except it's a little bit longer. It's the unicorn.
I feel like it's pretty insulting to Jat.
It was a good hairstyle. He actually got rid of it.
He throws out his
Redefined himself.
Redefined himself. Q early push, so Ibai has the momentum here. I don't know if he knows, but he definitely has the momentum.
Quickshot missed the CS.
It's good, good trade, actually.
Oh, he missed the Q.
Missed the Q.
Quickshot should actually feel empowered to walk up and like pick up his axe after that.
Yep.
Ibai, I think Ibai's scared.
Ibai is really scared.
Either he's scared or he's mind gaming this to try and get a longer lane.
I mean, remember.
Experience. Remember what? What am I supposed to...
Remember, like, you're not afraid. If you're the best swordman in the world, you're not afraid of the second best swordman. You're afraid of the fool that just picked up an axe. Especially when it looks like that.
I love you so much. They talked in my ear, and I couldn't hear a single thing you said.
I made
I'll watch your
kind of bad joke. Watch the VOD and laugh. Like, that's all I asked.
They talked in my ear again.
All right, let's have a listen and we'll see what they're saying.
So yeah, are we going to listen in?
We've been told. There's whispers.
All right, there we go.
They're not talking. Production's like, guys,
are they
get
trolling
ready.
us? Are they trolling us?
Hang on, they're going on. Exhaust goes out. Ibai's out. So that means a summoner spell advantage for Ibai.
Oh.
Quickshot steals the relic.
Yeah, he needs it more. He has the mana.
All right. So production keeps whispering in our ears, like we're going to listen, guys.
Yeah.
They're not talking. They're so focused. These guys can't actually multitask.
They're like, we're going to listen in on absolute silence. So actually, maybe we were listening in. It was just nothing. Quickshot, though, actually, I think he has this right here if he keeps going.
There's minions, dude. Like that kind of do not want to trade into that wave.
Yeah, I couldn't see the bottom left of it. Usually, I'm so minimap reliant, I've realized, in this mode.
Yeah, no minimap.
Ooh. Quickshot actually hurt himself there with the Rekkles swing. And
yeah, he's getting traded on. Can't see us under turret. Wasting a lot of mana here on CS.
I think he's too far forward now. He doesn't have anything. I think Ibai might kill him right here.
The Ignite and Exhaust up as well. It's over.
Ignite.
Disrespect Ignite.
Oh, the headset comes off.
be a competitive ruling for disrespect for Ibai for taking his headset off before the game was ended. Therefore, I personally grant the victory to QuickShot.
And then CLG gets fined $2,000. But still, it was uphill battle, QuickShot.
He rolled downhill. He had the momentum early, but then he forgot how to like. I think he watched enough VODs of like games going to level 2 and 3, but then he forgot what goes next. So poor wave management, bad micro. Honestly, Trevor's a complete and utter embarrassment, and I hope he never represents the European office on a 1v1 ever again.
We'll have to ship him somewhere else. We don't want him in NA, so we'll have to discuss this afterwards. But QuickShot has no mana. This would be a place where he would back, especially against the Renekton.
Also helps if you hit your axe, generally.
I don't know how much that would have helped him there. It's got to be a 500 damage axe.
500 damage axe. No, he walks away as well. There's the BM Ignite, the Spanish casters much more lively in the background. He wanted to win. He was hungry.
So good.
He was ready for it.
I mean, the thing too as well is that Ibai actually talked trash first, and then QuickShot had to answer, right? So I have respect for QuickShot for stepping up to the table, not just rolling over, and actually like how much guts does it take to actually as a
Wear
gold
that mascara?
player? Yeah, that too. You know what? I'm not that brave of a man.
Nope, would not, would definitely not appear on stage like that. No. But yeah, he went in for it. He had the gusto. He had the, the balls. Let's be honest, to take up the gauntlet, play that OAF into the Renekton, and he made an utter fool of himself. But we still love him for it.
I also respect that he knew the Renekton was coming because he knew it was his best champion.
And he walked into danger, eyes open. He knew he was going to die anyways, but he just took the challenge.
Yeah, he ended up going for his bans on LCS. LCS forever. LCS for life, man.
Nice meme. Anyways, hopefully we get a little bit better 1v1 quality, but let's head it over to the analysts to break down an exciting 1v1 of QuickShot right there.
Oh yeah, the other ones also have.
You don't want anyone to tell everyone that you do wear mascara all the time, crap, but that's fine. Okay, before we get into it, I think, a lot of respect for Ibai for winning, for QuickShot for taking the challenge and stepping up to play, because that takes a lot of guts just to sit there and play. But the Fishio, we cannot just let you get away with this. Why are you
he sold us out. How much did they offer you? How much was it? Your body weight in Karsa? What was it?
Calm down. Basically, Trevor revealed he was going to cheat. They had agreed to play all-in champions, level 2 all-in champions, and then he was like, but I'm gonna take Nasus the last second and farm for 100. I'm like, no.
At what level did QuickShot die in this
Level
one?
3?
Yeah, that was definitely not. That is, you cannot, why do you do that?
You can't cheat in a 1v1.
Okay, look, as QuickShot's coach, I told him we need to close the gap by using cheese. Because they have a 2-tier difference. That's not cheating.
He agreed.
Cheese does not equal cheating.
Okay.
There were more 1v1s.
Mithy, what did you think?
I think QuickShot is really, really bad.
Hey, but respect for stepping up to the plate, and it must be nerve-wracking. And also a shout-out, by the way, to all the guys from the LVP and our whole Spanish crew. We've been getting to know them, and even though they kicked our ass in this 1v1, it's been a pleasure working with them here at All-Star. We are going to get back to the core All-Star competition, which is the 1v1 Celebrity. Playing Lucian, he fell to Karsa on Rengar, and we were teasing maybe Reignover going for Rengar. We're going to take a new look at the kill moment.
Yeah, kind of a disappointing choice of summoner spells from Celebrity. Not going for Barrier, which I don't think really makes any sense not picking it against Rengar, who can literally only all-in you here.
It's like we were discussing beforehand. The only way Rengar wins is if you get him before the first back, and also if your opponent doesn't take Barrier.
What was the range of that jump? He jumped like across the map.
Well, one of the changes is when you step out of the bush, you get like an extra second, I think, and then you can still jump.
I think it was like that before too, but...
Was it still full second?
It was
might have been slightly less. Anyway, it is even better now, and...
Oh my god, Rengar is so OP.
All right.
Pick Barrier.
And then there was a match in which we saw yesterday's power pick, Varus, played by Ziv, going up against Smeb, picking Darius. We saw a couple of Darius picks. Reignover couldn't win with it, but Smeb is, of course, very, very first in the top lane.
What an anticlimactic win. Varus actually had Varus had a good game going for him, even though the matchup was really hard, and he just walks up and gets hooked under tower. It's like the worst possible way you can.
Yeah, it definitely is. But still cool.
I'll say it now, though. It's very difficult playing on stage. Like, you go in, you have these top-tier players going at it, and then when you're actually at there, going for the 1v1, you make a mist because the red mist descends, and then you just screw up.
He walked into tower though. I mean, that's like even if you're on stage or wherever you're playing.
I mean,
don't walk into
I don't want to say anything because I played horrible too, but he did walk into tower.
Yeah. All right, and then game 4. Oh, he's gonna be mad at us for showing this again. Don't go to Twitter, please. sOAZ versus QTV, the Lee Sin mirror matchup. Oh my God, he had it, but then he didn't.
Yeah, there's gonna be a missed Q just in a second here from sOAZ, and he really hates himself for that one. Wait for it, 1 second. There we go. Oh.
Yeah, he called himself out on Twitter and said, if I hit that Q, it would have been GG.
Yeah. So unlucky.
Instead, he walked in and...
out of the EULCS 1v1 players.
Pekka and Rekkles.
Oh, Pekka is in and Rekkles is in. Okay, that's a 2 out of 5. That's not too bad. Game 5, though, we had Maple, of course, the Assassin Master on Syndra going up against Bengi's Tom Kench, and the Fisho had a thing or two to say about the mechanics in this one.
I mean, that snowball kind of went the wrong way from Bengi. He missed some abilities here and there, but I actually think, Posh, I know you agree with this one, like, this is actually pretty, like, high-level 1v1.
Yeah, it really was. Bengi was playing really smart. He just didn't have the mechanics to follow up on that, and that was the problem in the 1v1, but in terms of how he was playing out, he went for snowball, he went for the right all-ins, he just mis-executed multiple times.
I wish I could have played Kencho. Would have been so
You
fun.
could have.
Was it banned or?
Yeah, it was banned.
Okay.
All right. They banned my champs.
Tanken is the best champion in 1v1.
Yes, but a really fun champion was Yasuo, and Mata and FLICKR, they had a gentleman's agreement, and, well, Mata killed FLICKR on Yasuo.
So this was really important. It was all about getting that level 2, and it was off of the next minion from the minion wave. So FLICKR pushes in, but for some reason uses Q on the minion wave and didn't get that level 2 first. So Mata punishes, FLICKR tries to get the level 2 to fight back, then realizes he's in too deep, and then they start trading. FLICKR tries to line up, getting out with his sweeping blade, but he
was
goes back
actually
in
out
for some reason.
Yeah, he was actually out here, but he sees obviously the tower shot goes on to Mata after this little very slow-mo hit we get.
Just when he thought he was out, they pulled him back.
That was a great Mata Q. Like,
yeah,
actually hit FLICKR.
Good stuff.
It was actually really
pretty
high
big
level.
deal.
Yeah.
It was really cool to watch.
And also a win for Ice, of course. Ice.
Oh man,
How
I
many
wish.
did we actually win?
We.
A lot of them. Yeah, we up here won quite a lot of them.
Well, we didn't win the next one. Jankos, who was absolutely terrified. I was going to use different words, but glad I didn't. Up versus Prey on Lucian, but he got pretty close again with the Darius. The last hitting, though, we're going to take a look at this.
All right, so he missed 2 already. This one, he gets
he gets this one. I'm getting cold.
Oh, this is no. What about this
It's
one?
just bugged. The graphic is
Disaster.
But you don't need last hits in this mode if you can all in, and he actually did try. We're not showing that part because we don't want to see him die once again.
Yeah, but he did try. Yeah,
came very close.
He got
very
got
close.
Is that what you said when I lost? Was it close?
Yeah, it was. No, it was because it was the K versus Kate. It was like.
Yeah, but
I'm just wondering because it really wasn't close at all. You know?
I'm pretty sure you got really outplayed, and we sadly had to call it out.
All right, let's take a look at the bracket. We have all of the first rounds behind us now, so these are moving on to the round of 16. Albus had a bye, and he'll be going up against Karsa tomorrow. We're gonna start getting team kills as well. He beat out Celebrity, and then Rekkles, of course, advancing over Reignover to face Smeb tomorrow. That's a good one. Yeah, that's actually super hype. And then sOAZ is, of course, out. QTV is going to be going up against Maple, and Mata will be going up against Frey. So some very cool matchups there, and I think that's it. Unless I'm
Who's going to win? Who's going to win?
Fake is out, Double is out, Bjergsen's out. Like
heavy hitters, yeah.
Jankos is out, you know.
Yeah, Jankos is out. Oh my god.
Myth is out, guys.
Myth is out. All right, Mythy, who's going to win?
I'm all in with Mata.
Oh,
yeah, I mean, support player, you know, beating FLICKR, killing FLICKR 1v1, and hitting that Q when FLICKR was like trying to dodge. I would have never shoot it there, and I'm all in.
He has been having a lot of fun, but it's like, okay, he put all his energy in the.
He was shot calling for us at the Poro King, and we were just too bad, I think. But it was close. It was close. I think it's yeah. I'm all in for Mata.
Yeah. Okay.
I actually agree, yeah, with Mata, just because he was saying that like the fun game modes are like his game modes, right? And he was actually good in the Poro King, so I think he can go all the way. Like he actually took out FLICKR, so I think that was his biggest obstacle.
I'm gonna say Maple or Rekkles, one of the two. Whoever advances from that side of the bracket, take the whole thing.
All right, we will see what happens. Then we're going to take a quick break. Thank you so much, Mythy, for joining us today. Again, good luck
for having me.
in the rest of muchas gracias.
All right.
Well, we're heading back to Summer's Rift in just a bit. The LPL All-Stars are going to go head-to-head with the Titans of the LCK. Don't go anywhere.
¡Que venga la policía! ¡El asesino de coreanos, Karsa!
Basically, he wants to jump to the minions and then extend the trade.
He wants control here to push him out before he hits level 2.
Oh, it's out! He's going in!
He needs one other!
That's it!
I'm not nervous that much because, you know, I don't lose that much
from losing to you. But you lose so much.
Yeah. I'm AD carry, I have to win, you know? It's just how it is.
Control, because he can pop stick Ghost right now. He's going in pre-6. Reignover?
One more!
Good game, good game.
Good game. I think I will lose.
One.
Pulls him under turret. Oh, Ziv is dead. Hold on to your baguette. It's the Escape King himself, sOAZ!
Maybe he's juking because sOAZ.
Oh, he's got Q back up. He got him.
Oh, he got him.
He got him.
sOAZ, it's over.
Bengi!
Really controlling this.
If he gets the Q.
Going close. Gobble, gobble.
Oh!
It's over.
Reverse!
Got him again.
Power shot. Ignite.
One more.
Oh,
Oh.
You face Mata now next round.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Mata won.
Oh.
Oh my god.
No, you play versus Mata.
Oh, you play versus. No.
He's gonna try to beat him to the relic, but nope. Try to use the extra combat stats. Might get the Q up again and an auto. Oh!
Did he?
Do you think I'm scared of someone who kisses Dash?
I think it might kill him right here.
The Ignite and exhaust up as well. It's over. Disrespect Ignite.
Oh, the headset comes off.
The world has changed. The war we're fighting today needs a different kind of soldier. Get on your knees! If you wanted me back, you could have just asked me. Let me simplify it for you. Kick some ass and try to look dope while you're doing it. I could definitely make that work.
Turn up the night, let's go to the party. Wanna dance in your love, make you feel good. Just you and I.
And welcome back, everyone, to the 2016 All-Star event. I'm Julian Petrie-Timecard. Joining me here is Chris Papa Smithy Smith and Joshua Jat Leesman. Gentlemen, it's great to have you here. What should be a pretty amazing matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it's, once again, LPL versus LCK. Usually this goes to the LCK, but it has, on occasion, gone over to the LPL. So it's one of the most look forward to matchups.
Yeah, hype not necessary. This should be a really high-level game. I've actually been surprised. There haven't been the fun picks in the 5v5s. This has been very much serious. It's been a great intro to 623, and now we get to see two of the best teams on the Rift.
Yeah, even in the 1v1s, it was really just today with the FLICKR v Mata Yasuo duel that we saw kind of the fan service, let's take this fun, rather than just trying to win. And I'd actually say Mata was almost straight up trolling yesterday in their game against the GPL, taking the Rift Herald as support, dying as a marksman mode.
Well, we'll see if he does that again, because let's zoom in on our contenders. First up, it is the LPL All-Stars representing Team Ice. In the top lane, there's Mouse, their jungler Clearlove, Wayless in mid, Uzi, AD carry, and Mata, that big troll himself, is the support.
Yeah. On the other side, their opposition from Team Fire, it's Korea's LCK. Star-studded lineup. In the top lane, it's Smeb, Bengi in the jungle, FLICKR is your mid laner, Prey at AD carry, and of course, Madlife at support.
Yeah, and we want to see, you know, FLICKR and Bengi potentially playing the last tournament together. Prey as well had some pretty strong games. Like, there's just, obviously in an all-star event like this, some pretty good players on the line, and I'm hoping to see a close competitive game where we can really see some mechanics and playmaking come out.
I mean, coming to 2017, you kind of have that other storyline where 4 out of these 5 players on the LCK side, and of course, Mata, moving teams in the LCK. It's going to be a lot of upheaval on the national level, but now they're representing that nation, putting that all aside, and it should be fun.
And it was kind of interesting to see what these two teams brought yesterday, because I think things we expect to see is what we expect from the regions themselves. Korea, very disciplined, still playing that heavy rotation style and using those mechanics. And the LPL was almost a throwback. They were back to straight-up chaotic team fighting.
It's true. I mean, the LCK game against the LMS yesterday almost felt like a Worlds game for a lot of it, especially at the end when Korea won. That was very Worlds-like, but really, LCK didn't take any chances with their team composition yesterday. They picked behemoth team fighting team, and we'll see if they do something similar today.
Well, first ban Rai is going to start things off. Actually, a Rengar ban there from the LCK. So expecting a lot of mid lane fire here. Rek'Sai, though, will be the return. A signature champion of Clearlove going to get taken away from Bengi and LeBlanc, as these bans are going very quickly.
I wondered if Team Ice is going to be tricky about the LeBlanc. Wayless, very well-known Diana player, and Diana versus LeBlanc is one of the matchups that still works out, but safe to just ban it away. Probably would have been first pick. Listen, a lot of LeBlanc today. No Katarina bans so far, though.
Yeah, Katarina has been banned in a lot of games, but specifically, FLICKR played against it yesterday, and while Maple did get a few kills, it was ineffectual in the overall story of the game, so wouldn't expect to see them ban that here.
In general, a decent amount of stuff left up. Karma, the last ban from the LPL, so taking a support away. LCK going to take their time, and another support will get banned away with Zyra, so a lot of that mid lane really opened up, and Syndra, the most obvious thing left open.
And it's also a blocker pick for the Katarina. It's very difficult lane, not impossible, but very difficult to play the Katarina into Syndra, especially because the balance level at the moment, even if you don't hit all the spheres, the ultimate still will do most of the damage. So Syndra first pick, definitely comfort for Wayless.
Yeah, and a lot of power picks are left up, obviously. Even with the first pick, Syndra, Nautilus, and Poppy have been the 2 premier top laners because of Courage of the Colossus and their ability to proc it so easily. And then I think Lee Sin is actually the best jungler on this patch, even though we see Rengar and Rek'Sai bans, because of the options he has early in the jungle.
One of the interesting trivia points about Bengi is that when you think about his past, you think of his Elise, maybe in the more recent days, Nunu way back. His actual most played champions, not Jarvan's, not Elise, not Nunu, it is Lee Sin. Even if his mechanics weren't great at Worlds, didn't play a lot of it during the year, it is a champion that is associated with him because he's played so much of it. So it's still comfort, and as you mentioned, Jat, power on 623.
Yeah, and it's so much of the versatility. People do love to kind of criticize Bengi's mechanics so often, but he's still one of the best Lee Sins in the world when he's playing the game. He's not necessarily the fastest player you've ever seen with the combos, but he still pulls them off, he still has the right gank paths, and he can utilize all of the skills.
Well, set up here for LCK. They took Nautilus for the top lane.
I love it.
Thresh locked in, though, and Poppy left open is kind of interesting, but this is Mata going to make a statement.
So we saw Mata make a statement in the 1v1s. He beat FLICKR, of course. There's certain mind games around that. Now he took the Thresh, and I was actually speaking to Jat, and I was remembering Peekaboo specifically, who loved to take Thresh, take E, show up in mid lane at level 1, and try and throw off the mid lane. As Mata, after beating FLICKR in a 1v1, what better thing to do than go for that level 1 drive-by and try and throw off the god in the mid lane.
And he's going to do it. FLICKR actually locks in Ari right on the Twitch.
This is comfort and also champions that's synonymous with FLICKR and Prey.
Yeah, I actually think the Ari's a pretty good champion on this patch as well. Substantial wave clear, and I think it's a pretty good pick into Syndra. Yasuo would have been as well, even if that's just a hover from the 1v1.
And interestingly, during Worlds, FLICKR was prepping the Ari pick. Played a lot of it in solo queue, won a very interesting build. He changed it towards the end, but he was starting off going Hextech GOP into Lichbane. That was kind of the crazy build he went for. The Ari is very strong with the new Catalyst as well for sustain. We talked about comfort and synonymous champions. Evelyn's already locked in.
Do the Vayne.
I mean, yeah, Evelyn's there. I'm kind of thinking, come on, Uzi. Join the club, have a little fun. I mean, Ezreal's a big champion for him as well, but no champion says Uzi quite like Vayne.
Yeah, unfortunate. Unlucky that he picks the Ezreal. He might have to do that if he thinks Mata's never going to be with him in the bottom lane on Thresh. So he's going to be able to have to play a little bit safe. And he's up against the Twitch, so it's tough.
And Mad Life's known for his hook champions. He actually played the support Nautilus yesterday. Smeb has played plenty of it in top, so they can flex. Looks like it will be the flex, because looking like Nautilus top, although Tahm Kench has been playing the top lane as recently as IWC All-Stars. So actually, if they do lock in the Tahm Kench, it is still a lot of... we have to wait to that 20-second mark to work out where they're going.
Yeah, Tahm Kench is also really good against Syndra just in the overall team composition. Going up against the Poppy, I think either one of them could work. As we mentioned, LCK did play the Nautilus support yesterday, even though it looked like they would be playing the Nautilus top lane since that's what everyone else was doing. But Smeb's played plenty of Nautilus in his past, so I don't see any harm with him taking the top lane.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see them take Nautilus over Poppy. That was the kind of obvious pick for Mouse. He was playing it at Worlds. It's definitely on a buff with Courage of the Colossus, but looks like LCK will round things out with the Tahm Kench pick, and we'll see exactly where the lanes go out. But you know, a little bit of fun here and there, but teams, you can tell, still a very competitive draft from both of them.
I mentioned it, first time between Wayless and FLICKR. Mid laners that have been around for years, but just never been able to take it on the Rift, and this is very much a skill matchup between the two, and that's what makes it oh so much sweeter.
Exactly. Hoping we're seeing the GLP to Lichbane build out of the Yari, only because we were prepping that at Worlds, because that we thought that because Syndra was such a perfect ban that he would be playing it against Syndra. Finally able to break it out here. FLICKR spent so much time trying to find these specific champions for matchups that other people want to either just completely dodge or think are unbeatable. So I really hope we get to see that, unless Mata decides to sit mid and screw it up for us.
But that's what I love about SKT in particular, is they try and find strategies against the OP. So they don't just auto-ban and solo queue like people were doing for Syndra. They want to say, okay, if there's a scenario where we can't ban the Syndra for some strategic reason, we have an answer to it.
Well, it should be certainly a whole lot of fun. As FLICKR certainly always been an innovator. Don't forget that, guys, though, you can vote at LOL Esports, either hashtag Firewin or hashtag Icewin, depending on which teams and or regions you are cheering for. It should be one hell of a game, though, as the LPL will once again clash heads with the LCK. Jack, you said it already, LCK favored historically, but it is All-Stars. There's supposed to be mayhem. Anything could happen in our best of one.
Hey, man, the last time Clear Love beat Korea at an international event was that Game 5 Evelyn in MSI 2015 against Bengi, by the way. It was Bengi's new, a little bit different. And technically, they took a game off of Korea last year at Worlds after losing the first two. But yeah, looking forward to this one.
Well, we'll have to see how it all shakes out. A little bit of love here and there as far as the picks go. A little sad to not see Uzi on the Vayne, but we'll have to settle for the Ezreal that ravaged poor North America in the recent group stage. But we are out onto Summoner's Rift here. LPL representing Team Ice will roll out, and we'll see kind of how the level one shake out.
Yeah, a year and a half ago at MSI, Clear Love brought Evelyn back into the meta, was played quite a bit at the start of summer season in 2015. It's been seen a lot in solo queue. It definitely is one of those power junglers. Fisher at the start of the tournament was talking about the fact that there is kind of 8 junglers right now, maybe 10 that are kind of viable in the new jungle. Yeah. And Evelyn, especially if you can play around that Evelyn, really is one of those picks for sure.
Yeah, and obviously Evelyn has always had the camouflage mechanic. Twitch is another one that can utilize that now. It just makes it really difficult to ward properly in the early game. It necessitates earlier control wards, and the vision radius on the control wards is actually very small, so it's very difficult to cut off Evelyn with any early paths. And the best way you keep track of her, actually, if you're Bengi, is to early invade the jungle and try and start fighting early, and that also lets you keep pace of the camps that the Evelyn has killed and can help you track that way.
Yeah, the battle ward strategy of just seeing the Evelyn contesting the camps, but also just warding camps will let you know when they're cleared and then give you a pretty good indication of which side of the map they're on. Because with the long respawn times, effectively, you can get a pretty good idea if the Evelyn's just camping a lane.
Well, no huge surprises on the Keystone Mastery front. Do have Courage of the Colossus on Thresh, which is maybe a slight surprise, but Uzi going to go for the fervor of battle as well. Definitely favoring a bit more aggression versus Prey's Warlords. Leash on the red buff as well. Clearly will get quite a lot of help. This happened on the Rengar recently, so clearly something practiced for the team.
Yeah, I really like this if your duo lane is willing to give you the extra second so you can save your smite for the next camp. It allows you to power to level 3 much faster. And as you can see, they didn't actually miss any creeps in the lane, so they're going to miss out potentially on the early push, but even now they're actually not because Prey and Mad Life weren't willing to push early, so really no harm done, and it just helps clear up jungle.
And just to your point about the Courage of the Colossus Thresh, the reason why it's become the norm is because when you enter in, specifically the Q, and as you see, the Flay are both proccing the Courage of the Colossus, so Thresh wants to go in, isn't tanky in the early game, but can get that extra shielding to facilitate the engage.
And no level 1 roam from Mata, but some aggression certainly early on here at level 1 as Uzi just zoning him off this creep wave.
Yeah, and I also kind of want to touch on the junglers because everyone was talking about how the red buff to Krug's level 3 and then gank was just this super OP strategy, but we haven't really seen any of that at All-Star, and that's just because the counter jungle afterwards would be so obvious. If both guys do the same thing and one shows for the gank, it completely exposes the blue side of their jungle and you can completely counter jungle and get like a basically 2-level lead.
And the other kind of tip of the hand is they entered lane a bit later than you would expect. They just rushed to lane, so they know that Evelyn started on the bot side, so just that extra bit of information to play a little bit safer. That's why they gave up a level 2 as well, and on the back foot, as you'd expect in a Tahm Kench.
Hook not quite there, but Uzi continuing to apply pressure. Mata will dip down to the left and ward, but Man Life and Prey will pick up what CS they can. As you can see, just a bit of extra vision there. Looks like Bengi is on this side of the map. Clearly on the opposite there towards the left and top lane. So we'll see if the junglers do want to influence some of these lanes. And looks like Syndra's pushing up as well. So pretty standard so far.
A little bit interesting that Bengi isn't looking to hand over the first blue. Going to go for the energy regen. Korean junglers do, of course, crave the blue, as everyone does in the jungle. But won't be giving it over to FLICKR. He's going to be looking for a more aggressive route, and he's actually, so far, not spotted.
Yeah, Uzi and Mata have been pushed up so aggressively in this lane. Prey just level 2, but the minion wave is actually dying at about the right time, so even though he would be ganking into a wave, it would still be doable.
It's like they kind of know something's up there. They've played back a little more, and this could be trouble.
Well, they both have all summoners, so...
Well, there's actually exhaust onto Mata. Mad Life going to look for it as well. Uzi trying to fight Prey on the back end, but Mata's taking a lot of damage on the other end. Now Uzi takes the lantern out, hooking onto Mad Life, clear up down as well. So Flay is back onto the Tahm Kench. He's forced to flash out as Mad Life passes around, but Bengi taking damage as he'll shift away. Clear up though, flashes in, wants the kill, looks for clear up as Wayless down as well. First blood to Mata, double fly back, and now Wayless going to try to clear them up. Prey gets one on the backside, but Bengi looking to go down as well. Last thought is there, and there's the double for Wayless.
Really big stuff here for the LPL. No counter roam by FLICKR. He's second to the roam. Wayless gets the bot. Didn't even have the ghost, but this looked good at the start, but it's so tricky to lock down Ezreal and Thresh. Both of them opened up space.
Yeah, Mata and Uzi played this beautifully. Uzi does as much damage as possible on the back and then takes the Lantern. So also notice how no flashes were burned early for Ice, which makes this chase so much easier coming through. Then they also had the Cinder roaming down. He's walked all the way there. He doesn't even bring Ghost. He tried to predict on the stun, didn't actually get it, but they were so far ahead on the play that they still managed to pick up the 3 kills.
And roaming ahead of FLICKR is something that teams were doing consistently in the LCK. I came into Worlds talking about how SKT's form hadn't been great. Very often, FLICKR would say rooted in mid, pick up some extra CS, and his opponent would ghost to other lanes and get the advantage. The fact that Wayless did it without Ghost, and look at this, even picks up a blue buff, was high risk, you could argue, giving up a minion wave to FLICKR, giving up an experience advantage to FLICKR. When you pick up 2 kills, you feel pretty damn good about it.
Well, he was pushing in. He's got some speedier boots now as well with the Sork Shoe, so things looking good for Wayless and the potential roam strategy. We've got a revolver on FLICKR side, but Clearless back in bottom again. Chilling quite down onto Mad Life. Mata looking for a hook, and Wayless is here again. Oh! From Mata. Lands it in Mad Life. He's going to give him both. Hooks in onto the Tahm Kench. He's going to look to go down. Stone will fall in, but they won't break. There's one for Uzi. There's 2. Uzi grabs the double this time.
The layering of the spells was so good from LPL. No CC was wasted. Held on to the hook till they saw the commitment on the W from Tahm Kench. Poetry in motion from LPL.
Absolutely, but you also have to take into account that there weren't good wards in the river there. To get 4 people there once again, really the LCK just kind of caught sleeping, and it's really hurting them in the mid and the bot lane.
It's pretty telegraphed tough up stop as well. Yep, they're going to spot FLICKR.
Good ward. Haven't seen Bengi just yet, but he will take away the Gromp. Mouse playing intelligently back. Both top laners burnt TP pretty aggressively to lane, but Wailer's starting to shadow up to that left side. It's going to force FLICKR back after he's pushed the wave, and Madlife's here to collect some creeps for some reason. He'll donate a couple back over to FLICKR, but early game's certainly gone well. 5-1 up in kills already at 6.5 minutes.
I hyped up the Wayless versus FLICKR battle. These guys are known to play for their lane. Wayless isn't a big roamer. You would take Summer Spell Teleport and kind of try to be the team player, but would be anchored to lane. Love the 1v1. Appreciated no junglers if possible, but actually he's been on the front foot this game, and that's great to see the adaptation from Wayless.
Not to mention the early Sorcerer Shoes makes his level 6 threat so high. Oftentimes you'll see the Syndra back early on a lost chapter because that just gives you the mana to kind of shove out the wave. When he goes the early Sorcerer Shoes, that does speak to just wanting to immediately try and kill. And as you said, roam all the way to the bottom.
And the bounty also picking up the blue buff with those early 2 kills as well. So he didn't have the immediate mana problems. He loves here, he's level 6.
Stun missed, and I think that telegraphs that FLICKR has to know something might be amiss. He's got ulti and both summoners up as well, including the exhaust. So Clearlove, I think maybe thinks better of it. He's going to have FLICKR shadow toward him, but Clearlove's just going to duck out of vision, kind of see what happens, and tell the bottom lane that FLICKR's coming, which may be the most important thing. And now they'll spook. Oh, that actually does not reveal Evelynn. It's normal sight and wards only.
They did ping her out, however, so they are suspicious of it, for sure. And FLICKR's roams have generally been pretty ineffective this game. Out-roamed early on by Wayless, for sure.
The thing, you get pushed in all the time. It's really hard to leave your lane when you have to clear the creep waves out. Bengi's again back in bottom. Madlife going to get flayed back once more, but just a couple of trades here and there. Bengi's dipping down with ultimate, but no flash going to make that a hard play to convert on, and Uzi and Mata will keep the wave back.
Yeah, as you mentioned, it would require kind of a kick flash to really get them out of room away from the turret to actually pick up a kill. So low percentage gank from Bengi is not rewarded, and he's in vision, and in general, feels like the LPL have shadowed the LCK very well, made their own plays, but also a pretty good idea of exactly where the LCK has been playing.
Yeah, and it helps when you can see exactly where they are with your deep wards as they refresh them. Now, Mata able to get that incredibly early Sightstone after the kill, so he's been able to kind of cycle through this, and if they get the smite, they can also steal a boost, so that'll hurt FLICKR as well as Bengi.
But that's also because of the pressure Wayless has put down. It feels like they have the confidence to roam first to ensure that now FLICKR is punished both in terms of being against a 2-0-2 opponent and not having blue because LCK is being dictated to.
And credit, of course, to top lane. We haven't seen much of it because it is that tank fest that we've seen, but Mouse did avoid the first 3-man dive there, even on CS, and have really just been kind of playing back and forth in the lane. Bengi again looking behind FLICKR to try and make something happen, but Clearlove here as well. And it does feel like the Evelynn's back. Clearlove always known for being in the right place at the right time, shadowing very nicely as FLICKR does take some harass.
Some vintage Mata, you have to say as well. His wards, of course, not the same ward economy that he was famous for in 2014 when there weren't that same situation where you could put down as many wards as possible. But the efficiency
my God, good eat from Madlife.
That is what Tahm Kench does. We're all excited about the hook, and Madlife says no thank you. Still though, with Curd of the Colossus, Mata is able to play a lot more aggressive in this lane on the Thresh, and I'm looking forward to see if he can do some of those flash plays in team fights and get a 4 or 5-man Curd shield. There we go, hook the Thresh, get him low, so that if you land a hook, the heat isn't disappearing.
Gray still with ultimate, does take a Q there from Uzi, but is a little low on mana. So there'll just be some trades back and forth. Prey a little dangerous there, but should be okay with Madlife able to gobble him back up again. A quick correction, I was wrong. Scry's Bloom does in fact reveal the Evelynn, so there was knowledge down there. And looks like everyone kind of avoided that last little bot lane situation, but mid lane and bot lane, 2-0-2 and 2-0-3 for Wayless and Uzi respectively. These lanes are going fine and top lane is going even. This is perfect for LPL.
Yeah, and you really just have to look at the minimap to see where the game is going. The control wards are in the river for ice, and they're non-existent for fire except for one defensive control ward in their own jungle. This is very rare to see in any Korean game on the international stage, but early on at least, at the All-Star event, we're seeing LPL do it.
And speaking of rarities, it's not often that the Ezreal is the one pushing in the enemy AD carry, but with all that control, so risky for Prey and Madlife to push up anywhere near the river, and thus basically then Uzi and Mata having their way in bottom. Here we go!
Bengi kicks Wayless back in, but he's going to flash out of the way. FLICKR looking to chase him down, does take it, and Mouse going to cancel that TP.
One clear up too.
Now by Smeb, and there's the ultimate coming back. Great shot from FLICKR, there's a kill again for Bengi.
Just a clean turn right there by FLICKR and Bengi. Immediately killing Wayless. Doesn't matter that he's still on flash. Mata goes in though.
Smeb's coming down, so this could be problems. Master getting exhausted. Uzi has to run away. Prey is going to take him down with the ultimate. Uzi looks like he'll escape this one.
Bengi's looking for a dive.
Well, maybe not then, actually, as Uzi's going to have to fight his way out. He's just going to take it up, gets the courage shield, and Bengi gets himself another kill.
And LCK turns it on so quickly, but the big story is that Smeb made it to mid without having to use his teleport. The Poppy had to cancel teleport, but Smeb, you can see on your screen, goes for a walk. We're, of course, focused on Wayless going down, but Smeb turns his attention, spots Clear Love. Clear Love had revealed himself by popping his W for movement speed to try and be involved with Wayless, and then across the map, this is just a disaster for LPL.
It really is. Mata's looking aggressive, but Uzi's out of mana right here. They do not have the teleport advantage with Mouse already burning hits in the top lane.
Oh, no. But Prey Clear's going to get a kill, so a little lazy there. Going to get Prey taken down, but Bengi gonna hop away onto Mad Life and be safe, and LPL at least adds a 1 kill back, but all of a sudden LCK are back in front by gold. It's not by much, it's under 1,000, but given the LPL were up 2,000 gold before, first start going to LCK changes a lot.
Yeah, 2,000 gold in 6 minutes, and this was almost kind of the story of a lot of games at Worlds where we'd see the LCK go ahead by 2,000 and say, oh, the game is over, no way you can come back on that. Yet you would routinely see them come back from 2,000 gold deficits, and it was just plays like that. They know where they can get their advantages. FLICKR wasn't necessarily behind, Bengi wasn't necessarily behind. They killed the most fed member right away before he could use his spells, and they channeled so much of their advantage off of it.
Also an adjustment of how specifically the Mouse vs Smeb matchup was going. We expected it to go. Of course, it didn't end up happening at Worlds, but we thought, okay, such a mismatch in terms of just individual skill. Gank the lane, put him behind us. FLICKR has ulted here.
Good dodge, Protobelt in as well. FLICKR gonna get stunned under the turret. Ulti's gonna take him down. No, not quite. There's enough as the W won't connect. Mata here as well as Cliv's kind of going, but Bengi making a big play. Flash up from under Smeb's hook as Uzi gonna try and take one down. Mouse has joined the fray as well. Looks for the ulti. Finds Bengi there with a knocker, but Smeb gonna be the one flayed back. But Clear and Wayless are so low. Uzi cutting back as best he can as there's a good double stun from the Cinder, but Prey looking to unleash the ulti. LPL playback.
Smeb is already absurdly tanky. Expect a lot of that between Mouse and Smeb this game. I want to speak a little bit about FLICKR, though, at the early part of that play. He didn't go for the GLP build. We saw him practicing the Worlds, but a Protobelt is fairly common for the Ahri, and it can still be decent against the Cinder because it gives you that little shot of health. It's pretty high CDR, so he should be able to cycle his ult very quickly, and he didn't actually have to burn his exhaust despite absorbing the ultimate from Wayless. So I think he's feeling pretty comfortable in that match.
He's got that Sapphire Crystal, though, so there's kind of a couple of options to go into. The GLP, the Lich Bane, both build out. Could still be a lost chapter into a Morellonomicon, so has a lot of options there, but clearly going to be something fun coming next. And Smeb, it hasn't been about his lane. This guy who was voted, of course, the best player going into Worlds. It's been about his roaming around the map. Nautilus is a pick. He played quite a lot for the Rocks Tigers, and just his map movement has been far superior to that of Mouse.
I think that early roam from top to mid lane really demonstrates that as Wayless and FLICKR will score up again. Prey's actually looking for the ambush here, and now going to get the cast down. FLICKR going to look for the charm. He lands it. Prey's going to get stunned, but FLICKR Protobelts him to death.
One little thing you can see about FLICKR, it's different to Xbecker, who played the Ahri yesterday. He maxes the charm seconds. It has the lower cooldown. Hit the charm. That was enough time to allow Prey to open up and do damage. Mid turret goes down as well, and suddenly, despite all the roaming advantages that Wayless has been able to put up, FLICKR's doing just fine.
Yep, mid turret going down as well just adds to the pressure they can hopefully get on the map. You can see the control worlds have been moved up for Fire as well right now, so they're feeling pretty confident after it was a bit of a disaster early.
Well, LPL have an Infernal Drake. They picked up the first one, and there's another one on the way, so creative objectives isn't too bad, but we've seen what happens when you can't consistently get turrets in the mid game, is you really just get smothered out of a game, and that was a big feature of LCK versus pretty much anyone else in their games, is that they were able to claim those important objectives and keep it going, but here's the teleport to make something happen.
Here's Mouse's chance to roam.
Does have his ultimate, so he might try and lock someone down. Prey knows he has to get out. Oh, interrupted. Madlife still has him in his belly, though, as there's the flash out. The ulti gonna chase him down, but Clearlove gets one. Madlife sure to go down as Clearlove does take him out, but Prey flash cast out from under the turret, and that might be enough at will to get him to safety.
A bit optimistic to try and ult away any damage interrupts the Abyssal Voyage. That certainly wasn't going to work, so only one, and they invested the whole team to try and chase them down.
Yeah, considering it was a 5-man gank, I'd say having just Madlife go down, pretty good. The fact Prey was able to stay alive is a bit of a miracle since that gank started near the tier 2 of the LPL, and he was able to escape up ahead.
With the Sheen, it will be Lich Bane Ahri. It's important to know that every cast of the ultimate from Ahri counts as a separate spell for a Lich Bane proc. So if you can weave in those auto attacks, you can get a lot of damage. I believe it was Many Reason in Korea the years ago that pioneered Lich Bane Ahri, but it's so specific in the playstyle. It's very different but it's cool to see it nonetheless hit the Rift.
You can see Smeb, though, actually working the turret with Mouse down in that bottom side using the teleport. Smeb now will have TP advantage once again, and he almost took out that top adder as well. The big thing about that gank for me is that there's no turret damage really that could be done after it, so LPL are going to kind of play a little bit from behind here despite the gold being relatively close, unless they can find a way to open up the map a little more, because we've seen it time and time again. The LCK will take over and just grind you to a pulp.
Yeah, and I'm hoping this game evolves into some pretty explosive team fights, but Praise Twitch will be happy here. Mouse.
Good knockup. Marta looks for the hook, finds it onto Smeb as he flashes out of the way. Clearlove's here, going to get ulted. In fact, Mouse going to eat the knock up there as well. Madlef and Fake are going to join in as well from the Abyss of Voyagers. Bengi's already taken out Clearlove. Marta going to die on the other end as Smeb able to claim that kill. Uzi fighting as best he can, but he'll just get CC between almost every member of the team, and Mouse, he'll get away safely, but that's about all the good news.
Rotations is a word that has always been associated with the LCK. Changes to Abyss of Voyage make them easier. Wasn't sure because I wasn't focusing on the minimap whether it was going to be Prey or Faker, but Faker comes in, pops the ult, they pick up kills. Going to pick up a Rift Herald just as the icing on the cake, and it's looking very, very different. First 5 minutes looked so good for the Chinese squad, and even this engage, they thought they had something and very quickly did not.
Yeah, knockups on knockups as Bengi kicks them back, then Smeb also. Clearlove goes down without really doing much. And then even though Uzi did have flash, so did everyone on fire, so he doesn't bother flashing over the wall as his demise was pretty much set.
Yeah, Faker's position was really smart. He actually moved next to the wall, still had another charge of his ultimate, so could just Spirit Rushed over, wouldn't even have to invest his flash, so no way for Uzi to get out. Dies with both summoners up, and gold lead, look, it's still in touching distance, but certainly has been a big swing since the first salvos were fired by LPL.
Can confirm that Smeb was the recipient of the Rift Herald buff, so he will have that. Marta will not get his favorite buff this time around. Faker, though, just going to continue to push this out. Should have a nice injection of gold after those early kills from the LCK. Next Drake is up in under 20 seconds, and you can see Ice are setting up for it on this right-hand side. You're going to try and look for something a little more, though, as I would love to get a pick beforehand. Uzi, relatively strong at this point, has a lot of components, but they're pretty good, and looks like the first turret's going to go over as well, as Uzi able to take down that bottom outer turret.
Finally, the LPL gets on the board with turrets. Uzi definitely going to the Triforce build. Smeb, though, does have teleport. They're not able to pick Bengi off that, and he's actually just going right back in.
Yeah, Clearlove going to try and cover, but Madlef said to give a ward to Bengi to hop to effectively.
I mean, Bengi's 4 levels above Marta, so he's actually feeling pretty comfortable at his damage. Thunderlords, of course, is the mastery now on Lee Sin's. Does more damage than previous seasons.
This is a little risky.
Very risky, I would say, as Mouse slams Madlef into a wall. Not a bad target, but he's pretty tanky as Smeb, still with the teleport, can join if needed. Mouse has come down already, but they're going to maybe start a 50-50 here, and they have to be careful.
You'd think Ice would concede this, but Team Fire doesn't actually have to do anything super aggressive now, since they have Smeb pushing in the side lane. As soon as Ice all commit in the Dragon Pit, Fire can just open up with Prey's Twitch ultimate, and then they can teleport in with Nautilus. So the longer they do this dance, though, the better it is for the LCK.
You see that red ward, the terror that will be created by Nautilus coming in right now.
That's going to TP in, and Bengi looks for a big kick. Smarter hits the Mouse. No, not quite connecting, as Mouse is going to block the rest of the team. Charges up the ulti as Faker's on the left-hand side for the flank, and LPL runs straight towards the bottom of the map.
And even though Mouse has teleport, it's going to be an Infernal Drake for sure. It's only going to match the first one from LPL, although Ice, they look to contend.
Clearlove still has ultimate. They want to fight.
He wants to steal it. Clearlove's going to look to go back in. They'll pull off the Dragon as a hook left into Madlef. Mouse slams him into a wall. The Bengi is going to get the Dragon, but Tom will fall down now. Clearlove in the backside, trying to take down Prey. Mouse is there as well, but Faker doing so much damage in that back end. Ulti barely misses from the Ezreal. 2 down there versus 2. Very close fight, and the Dragon did go over to Korea.
Yeah, got the Dragon, but as you could see, it was a very close fight. Prey didn't have his ultimate, or at least wasn't able to get the most value out of it. 2 items not completed yet either for either AD carry. I think still very close despite the gold.
Yeah, Faker nearly 1v3'd on the backside of that fight, and Bengi now actually just trying to interrupt recalls as much as possible as Faker sheens down this turret in the mid lane.
You can see that replay here. We were focused on Clearlove because he could have got a 3-4-man ultimate, but when the Ahri enters the fight, that's when things really change. So he actually corrals Weightless, Marta, and Uzi, and gets out. That's actually massive, the amount of space that was controlled. It felt like Faker was the poppy because he was the one corralling the backline. He wasn't even playing the tank.
Going for Bengi again. Those been smited down. Weightless actually looking for the stun. Bengi, no flash there. Does dodge out the next stun, but Weightless going to keep chasing him down. He's still there. Mad Life collects the delivery and scaves his jungler.
Might be the right hand of God, but turns out he's pretty damn good on his own, is Bengi.
I thought that might have been a bit of a replay of Wayless' Cinder yesterday where he misses all his skill shots and then just presses R and gets the kill anyway. But Mad Life was luckily there to pull Bengi to safety after Bengi made that nice escape act.
Well, Blue Buff going to go over. Wayless was very short on mana in the last Dragon fight, so won't be for the next engagement. And just to make things fun, we've traded the first 2 Infernals, and the next trick is an Infernal as well. So if those high-powered team fights are what you're looking for, gents, you're going to get them, assuming this map opens up a little more.
And the big objective for LPL is to get these outer turrets. When you're so far behind in turrets with an Evelynn, it's so hard to have the map pressure that Evelynn almost solo can during the laning phase when the lanes are a lot shorter. The map is so open, the deep wards come down, all of these camps are going to be warded. And although Clearlove isn't spotted yet, it's 2 levels behind his opposition and rapidly moving away from relevance in this game.
Yeah, and you can also see Praise Twitch, despite dying 4 times, and despite having the early lane go so poorly, he still managed to get to Infinity Edge Hurricane. About the same time, Uzi's hit 2 items. So if he gets a good spray and pray in any of these fights, that's just another thing that's in the advantage of the LCK.
Ooh, good stun, faking and get all in. Ulti's oh! There's the shutdown from Wayless.
Not quite a solo kill. Somehow Ezreal crept in and got some kill involvement, but that's suddenly going to be a lot of pressure onto this mid lane turret. Ray and Mad Life going to be walking up to try and cover it, but 5 men strong here for Team Ice.
LPL need this turret as well. We've talked about how they need that pressure. Wayless trying to zone them off with the spears. But they might need another wave for it, and that could be very bad news. Uzi throwing in poke and weaving in auto attacks where he can. It's going to be close. The last minion's going to die. Hook on a Bengi. Good connect there. Great hit from Mad Life, but he's still going to get stunned. Praise falls somehow as Mouse going to look after Mad Life. Grace Kid's not enough to save him as they're just going off here. Wayless, though, hooked in by Smeb as they'll be able to dope between the turrets. Wayless going to get knocked up there by the ulti, but Smeb's hooked up again. Q going to miss onto the back end of the Syndra. They got the turret, they got a couple kills. Very nice dive.
Huge playmaking there by Ice. It all starts with Wayless getting the stun onto FLICKR so he can get his full combo off. But then, the rest of Korea thought they'd be able to stick around and defend this very low turret. And watch the stun out of Wayless here. He doesn't shoot for the lead, he shoots for the Tahm Kench because he knows that's where everyone is eventually going to end up.
And he got a bonus. He got the Twitch as well, who was on top of the model of Tahm Kench. He went down first. That was more wave clear gone. Smeb at this point isn't looking for a kill realistically. He's looking to just try and keep as much health on this inner mid lane turret as possible. That mission is a success, but I'm loving the seesaw we're seeing because this match is certainly not in the books yet.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tougher in the late game for the LPL to cut through Nautilus and Tahm Kench specifically in those fights, but if they keep getting picks like this and can get the damage away from the LCK before the front line can really take effect, that's going to be their window into winning this game.
Well, Baker forced to blink away, and Wayless is chasing for the ulti. Uzi shifts forward, looking for a little bit more. LPL 4-man strong as Marta Flash hook finds Mad Life stun chain in there as the play is good. Mad Life barely gets the shield up, but it's not enough for Clearlove as he does take him down.
This pick comp is doing exactly what it was made for. It was a very early draft of the Thresh. Early laning phase, big check mark for Marta. Died a couple of times in the mid game, but now as the mid game starts to enter its later phases, the playmaking is real.
Yeah, and they've been pretty choosy with who they're killing. It's specifically the bottom lane. 11 of the 13 deaths on the LCK have been that bottom lane, so that's exactly who the rest of the LPL are shooting for.
Yeah, Smeb was worried there about getting collapsed stuns, just teleported to his inner turret. Does mean that Mouse has a teleport advantage, and as this game is suddenly got a bit more to it for the LPL squad. They got an outer mid lane turret. They're going to keep pushing in mid. They can park Poppy in a side lane and just try and play the map pressure game for the next 5 minutes.
Got the top turret as well as Bengi will be spotted by a control ward. So the game is getting close to even as LCK are only 2,000 gold up. 45 seconds to the next Infernal Drake as well as we are going to have to start taking a look at the big mid-game item spikes. Uzi working on kind of his third item there, but had a pretty cheap one to start as Bengi leaps in, but he'll be safe this time.
Had a Thresh, the Twitch in camouflage to give him a exit with his W. So nothing ventured, nothing gained there. Baker was doing his split pushing act, was top, but as back tier, doesn't have his third item yet. Will be Death Cap coming for too long as the junglers in the same quadrant, but not spotting each other just yet.
Yeah, so much of this is going to be about the pre-fight picks because everyone's going to want that next Infernal Drake that spawns here. Baker just now coming from base, so Fire, while they are in the jungle, was really kind of dangerous being there, but here we go. They get a lot of damage on a Mouse.
Yeah, Lantern out, so that cooldown not available for about 15 seconds there for Marta, but Mouse didn't take too much damage. 25% health of a Poppy is decent though for LCK, and the Drake is ready and alive, so let's see what happens.
And the big thing here is if they can kite out specifically Twitch Zoltan, that'd be big, as Mata takes a big burst.
Ooh, mouse hooked again, but he's gonna get the shield. Smeb looking for something, but it's just poke back. Nobody wants to damage down the tanks.
Yeah, Mata also burned his redemption fight right there, so add that to the poke he took afterwards, and it pretty much just means a full concede on the Infernal.
Man, 3 Infernal Drakes to start. What was always going to be a fiery one is letting us know that the damage is starting to rack up. Specifically, Frey will be the big recipient here. Looks like he might be going last Wisp for next, just to have a hope in hell of being able to do damage to the Poppy.
FLICKR even covering a mid after that play as well, so LPL tried to get something back, but of course, the LCK have covered that. We'll lose nothing off of that play. FLICKR now going to get himself the blue buff as Mouse returns to the top side of the map, and Smeb's going to go back and likely return to at least challenge the wave as it comes forward. And last Whisper done for Uzi means that these damage items are really starting to rack up quickly.
And the most fun thing is, as Jad said, this is very much pick comp versus pick comp, especially where we're at in the game. Ari and Syndra really let you know that. It's skill shots everywhere. Line skill shots, CCs to start fights. So, okay. Nautilus can kind of ruin that parade, walk in and depth charge someone, but everyone else is fishing for initiation. So when you have that kind of skill execution required on both sides, it means that theoretically, the better team should win.
Yeah, it actually makes me very surprised that ICE hasn't swapped out for more sweepers. Only having one sweeper 27 minutes of the game is actually really rare, and you would need kind of 5 control wards on the map at all times to have any semblance of vision denial in order to get picks, but they haven't necessarily done that, so it makes it a little bit more difficult to actually get picks onto Fire.
Well, you can see teams are, of course, setting up for the Baron now because the last Infernal Drake was taken down. Next one's an Ocean, which is a little less exciting, but unfortunately we can only have 3 Infernal, even here at All-Stars.
We didn't change that knob.
No.
Every Drake's a Fire Drake. It's All-Star.
No.
Maybe for next year.
Wasn't in the script. As Void stuff been picked up for Wayless as well, so Drake has really come out on the big carries for both sides here. Mid and 80 carry on either side are looking good. We've got a bit of damage. Actually, a Pro-Tibel Eve, which I do like. It's Bengi. Oh! All the way onto Wayless, kicks him back in. FLICKR collects it, and there's a shutdown.
The follow there was so important. Went for the aggressive bash. They got the kill. 5v4, but what will Fire do with the advantage? 40 seconds on the respawn from Wayless.
Well, it looked like Wayless actually flashed a little bit early because he was hoping that Bengi would complete his Resident Strike 10 flash overall. Another pick.
FLICKR looking for it, but Mata going to get taken down. Bengi now unstoppable, as that's 2 for LCK, and again, the dance around Baron will just keep going.
There's some vision in the area, but it's only 3 members strong, so what exactly can ICE do?
What kind of dance is it really going to be if it's only 3 people?
Yes, now running interference on the mid lane as well, so has spotted them. 4-man ban for LCK, should be fine. Clearlove going to try and steal it. There's a bit of vision from the Ezreal as Mouth looking to get in there. Clearlove trying to find something as well, but Mouth's going to go down here as he's caught by Smeb. Prey able to collect that one in the Baron. Awfully low. Clearlove not in range to steal it, and they took a lot of damage, but that's a pretty clean Baron.
I mean, there's not many better top laners than the Nautilus to be the gatekeeper of a Baron when you have a 2-man advantage. Walks has so many CCs, including a point and click. The contesting just wasn't really realistic. If you watch, Wayless tried to time the flash, didn't get it, and then Bengi was counter-flash, and Bengi actually had the flash for the flash kick to confirm the kill for FLICKR.
Yeah, so poorly done a little bit by Wayless, but obviously the threat of the immediate kick flash is going to make it a very tight timing of wanting to get it right away. Bengi the beneficiary, very strong game on ascent from him.
Even in slow motion, it was hard to tell with the following of the Q whether the flash
because you still saw the flash particle from
exactly.
Wayless, and you're like, was it Bengi's flash? No, it was not. He used it like a second.
Yep.
Well, D-Fake has also got the Rabbit on, so he's certainly piling up. As far as picks go,
There
there's
we
another
go.
one as Wayless. He's going to go down again. 2 left time in that side lane as Mata made his call. Also, Redemption down. Mad Life is the target, but he's pretty tanky, although Uzi does a good chunk of damage. FLICKR proto belts towards him as the Lantern's out, but everyone's safe for now. And that Baron empowered minions from the LCK going to make this seed real difficult to try and crack.
And of course, down bottom, we can see with the teleport still up, Smeb, level 16, pushing those minions in with a Baron buff of his own. Usually Nautilus, not really known for his turret pressure, but with the Iceborne Gauntlet complete, and Mouse not in the lane, goodbye bot lane turret. Gold continues to rack up for LCK.
Yeah, and I do want to speak very quickly to FLICKR's build right now, because a lot of people like having Void Staff a little earlier in a build, but specifically on this Ahri, I don't think it's necessary. So there's AP ratios on both the Lich Bane and the Proto Belt, and then also his Q does true damage on the pass-through. So because he's racking up so much AP, he's really increasing his total AP ratio so much more with the build on top of everything. So I really like that combination of items.
And just simply, the wave clear's not too great on the side of Fire, so flat ability power much more superior for pushing waves, and FLICKR's in the side lane, Smeb's in the side lane. FLICKR never needs teleport to enter a side lane. It's just his play style. So at AP, and as you say, all the hidden AP ratios and true damage deprioritizes the Void Staff till probably 6 items slot.
After the big back and forth, Bengi, I like it. It's twice now that he's kind of outthought Mata on the potential hook. But what was a close-ish game has become not particularly close at this stage. Almost 8k up for LCK with all 3 lanes pushing in now. Maybe caught here, but hook onto Madlife's going to have some damage. Down depth charge lands onto Whalers, so he's going to get back to the safety of his turret. LPL need to defend here, but they just got mid lane broken.
Just playing the map so smartly here, fire a couple more auto attacks. There's going to be the mid lane inhibitor. Smeb not done in bot either.
Mouse is taking a lot of damage, so he's going to have to be careful. That Baron cannon creep is causing trouble as the Twitch and the Lich Bane are just going to melt this tower. Bengi's caught, but he's not going to die there either. I don't want to commit on a target that's not a big carry, but kind of running out of things to try and kill here.
I mean, at this point, Smeb takes no damage from anything. We're not going to see those Titan's Wrath shields, especially if Courage of the Colossus proc going down anytime soon.
Not to mention, one of the less talked about changes of this season is the turret lasers are gone and it's just the normal shots again, which really just kind of brings back the turret diving and the base diving, because once you do get a little bit tanky, you can essentially ignore those turrets, and that's exactly what the LCK was able to do there, very efficiently opening up the second inhibitor.
And the Ezreal, look, a good laning choice, a good blind pick, doesn't do much against Guardian Angel for tank item Northern. Not a tank buster like his opposing number in Twitch, so although he'll be able to keep alive Uzi, he's going to have a field day trying to do any damage past the wall that is Smeb.
Well, Ocean Drake's going to go down, and that means Elder will spawn as our next one. LCK are also officially 10,000 gold ahead in this game after breaking 2 inhibitors, and the turrets that went with them. Mid and bottom lane are looking awfully vulnerable, and it's just that top side left. We kind of expect them to do this academically like they almost always have, and if was ever been a word to describe the top Korean teams, I think clinical comes to mind, and that should be exactly how this game ends. We'll see if LPL have any answers down very far behind.
Still praying Smeb there, rocking the Rocks Tigers though. They weren't necessarily clinical. They made some clinical aggressive plays, but they weren't the surgical team that SKT was, so wait, but I don't think they need to apply too much creativity. They're so far ahead. Just look at Baker against the full tank Poppy, chunking him out.
And now Clearlove and maybe some few friends. Baker gonna take damage, Proto belts away. Clearlove wants to chase him down! Hey. But the pass-through is gonna proc the G, and Faker gets out.
And there we go. Inhibitor
Meanwhile,
number 3 able to come down. You almost thought Faker was going to be able to get caught, and if you're the LPL, you think flanking behind his Evelyn is a good choice, but Faker now back in base, could maybe catch him in a 4v5.
Caught Smeb! Did you? There's not much to really do there.
That was the most excited I've ever heard someone talking about catching a Nautilus.
Down as well. Madlife stays it, but the fight's going to break on Uzi. Gets demolished in the front line, but will blink himself to safety. Had to burn the flash to do so as Ice is still trying to fight their way out. Bengi slammed into a wall, will go down, but Syndra's fallen as well as Smeb. Just takes almost no damage. Uzi going to try and take him down. Needs a little bit more, and that will pop the GA.
He'll be back.
But he's still got more to go. Madlife's here again to eat him down. Mouse just going to get himself locked up, and this is tough to watch. Madlife going to gobble the Poppy. Smeb's going to CC him forever, and that's just unfair.
Depth charge to death, but look at the super minions.
No, they don't have enough damage.
And the only way the game could end is the Winions. LCK will take down LPL.
Well, that was an ending to cap off what was a really fun game. LPL at 2 moments in the game were ahead, specifically early, and they started to crest ahead or come back in the mid game, but otherwise, kind of business as usual for the LCK squad.
Yeah, Faker, a little sad he didn't make it into the last fight. He had to proc through left GA, then the rest of the team just tank fought their way to victory with the minions. But as you said, Papa Smithy, a pretty fun game. It wasn't ending, for sure, as far as minions are concerned. And I'd like to see the Ahri come out as well.
Yeah, it was great to see a couple different picks there. Again, Uzi, we talked about the Nautilus. He's a huge tank. He's very difficult to kill. He's certainly not a tank master on the Ezreal. No, would have busted through that tank, Papa Smithy.
The Vayne.
Vayne might have. That's why you always pick Vayne.
And whatever, and as many times he locks it in, I'm not going to associate Ezreal with Uzi. He can play Ezreal, but it's not one of his big champions. And look, at the point when Nautilus had 4 tank items, it didn't matter. There was nothing he was going to be able to do in this game. Prey was kind of an afterthought, but really good performance overall for LCK.
Certainly nice to see that even though Clearlove's teammates may change, the plan does remain the same. Camp bottom lane, get far ahead. Unfortunately, versus the LCK, that's not always enough.
Yeah, I mean, they killed them many times.
Really did.
12 deaths on that bottom lane in an otherwise very snowball games. If you just look at the guys that weren't the bottom lane for the LCK. Smeb never died. Bengi died twice, and FLICKR died once when he got killed by the Syndra. So pretty much just the bottom lane that was being camped that entire game. The rest of the LCK there was doing pretty solid.
But when they lost those 2 mid lane turrets, when Wales kind of farming at his inhibitor turret 15 minutes into the game, it just never really had the pressure that they had early in the game. It felt like once they lost that, specifically the first kill in mid, their mid-outer turret, they couldn't continue the style that got them so much of an advantage in the early game, and it just fell away there for LPL.
Yeah, easily a big swing when Bengi came mid lane and got FLICKR the kill, and then they were able to chain that with the Smeb roam into the teleport down on the bottom side. So yes, their bottom lane lost, but they had 2 other winning lanes because Smeb was able to roam so much, and that's enough.
I feel like we've seen this so much in this matchup between these regions in particular. Strong aggressive early game from the Chinese team. Korea comes through in the mid game with those just clean, incredible map movements, and even All-Stars with like a mixed team, teams everywhere, all these star players, they still know how to do that.
It's like the story of anyone against Korea. A few kills happen, you're like, this could happen. Maybe we could see Korea lose. No. Oh, it's All-Star. Maybe they won't be taking me. No, they're taking it seriously enough. They're going to win. It just happens every time.
It certainly does. It always looks a little bit rough.
An old story, but one I can support. Turns out Korea's pretty good. Actually ties up the scores. Ice and Fire now both 350, so
nice.
It's the high drama going as well.
High drama, first to 1,000. How have we only had 700 points in the first 3 days? That's because we have more points on the line on the final day.
That's true. We do have a lot of points on the line, but for more on that victory, let's roll over to Dash, who's ready for an interview with the playmaker himself.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with FLICKR on stage to talk about that victory over the LPL squad here. And first things first, I've got to ask you about this very interesting Ahri build that came out with the Proto belt into the Lichbane. What was the thinking behind that?
우선 LPL 상대로 승리 거두신 축하드립니다. 첫 번째 질문으로는 아리로 되게 특이한 이제 마법 공합 벨트 이후에 리치베인 빌드를 선보이셨는데 그 빌드에 대해서 말씀해 주세요.
딱히 좋은 빌드 같진 않은데 제가 좀 많이 하고 있는데 그 벨트로 체력을 좀 올리고 리치베인으로 마나를 채워서 뭔가 좀 밸런스가 맞는다고 생각을 해서 좀 자주 가고 있어요. 네.
I don't think it's a more common build, but I personally like to use it a lot. Through the prototype build, I try to get more HP, and through the Lichbane, I get to balance out with more mana. So it's my own favorite build.
I like it. A little bit of innovation, and here on the All-Star stage, you have some room to play a little bit. Next, I want to talk about the 1v1 tournament. Unfortunately, you did get defeated by Mata in the 1v1 between Yasuo's. First of all, was that an agreed-upon matchup? And then will you be rooting for Mata further down the line, even though he's on Team Ice, because he took you down?
1대1 매치에 대해서 여쭤보고 싶은데요. 마타 선수랑 야수오 미러전이 사전에 얘기가 된 부분인지, 그리고 이제 비록 지셨지만 이제 본인을 이긴 상대로서 마타 선수를 추후 1대1 대회에서 응원할 마음이 있으신지 말씀해 주세요.
뭐 야소 1대1을 일단 하자고 하긴 했고요. 그리고 또 1대1을 진 게 좀 오늘 약간 뭔가 질 것 같았는데 딱 지더라고요. 그래서 좀 많이 아쉬웠고, 뭐 마타 선수를 응원하기보다는 저는 그냥 좀 1대1 대회 자체를 재밌게 볼 생각이에요.
So it was prearranged, the Yasuo mirror match, but actually coming today, I had a kind of bad feeling against that 1v1 match, and the result was pretty bad. And rather than rooting for Mata himself, I just plan to enjoy the 1v1 tournament as in whole.
Absolutely. All right, and then of course, being on this stage, you heard it earlier when you walked out for the 1v1s. The only person who's getting cheered for as loud as you are is FLICKR, and this is where he's from. So I want to know what it's like to be welcomed as a superstar everywhere that you go.
페이커 선수 이제 1대1 대회 입장하실 때 느끼셨겠지만 정말 엄청난 환호를 받았습니다. 이 현장에서 페이커 선수만큼 환호를 받는 선수는 여기 스페인 국적의 엑스펙 선수뿐인데요. 이렇게 국제 대회에서 슈퍼스타로 팬들에게 환영받는 그 느낌이 어떤지 말씀해 주세요.
정말 만족스럽죠. 그리고 또 이제 그런 환호성을 계속 유지해야겠다는 생각이 계속 들고, 또 많은 선수들 중에 제가 가장 많이 환호를 받는다는 거에 많이 자부심을 느끼고 있어요.
Of course, I'm very satisfied with the home crowd fan cheers, and I hope I can maintain my status as a superstar. And 마지막에 뭐였지? And also, I feel very proud to achieve such cheer from the crowd among these superstars.
Absolutely, and you deserved all of these accommodations and the cheers from the crowd. Final question here, looking towards the LCK season. A lot of people have been looking at the new KT roster as kind of a Korean super team, but yet you guys have picked up some star players like Peanut. So how do you kind of look at both of these rosters and expect that season to go?
이제 다음 LCK 시즌에서 여쭤보고 싶은데요. 지금 많은 사람들이 KT 롤스터 팀의 슈퍼 팀에 대해 지금 많이 지금 이목이 쏠리고 있는데 SKT 팀 또한 피넛 그리고 훈이 선수와 같은 이제 스타들을 영입하면서 한 번 더 강력한 로스를 구축했는데 내년 시즌에서 KT 롤스터와 SKT 팀 간의 슈퍼 팀 간의 대결 어떻게 전망하시나요?
KT가 확실히 이제 좀 강력한 선수들을 영입하면서 좀 어려운 경기가 좀 많이 나올 것 같은데 뭐 그렇지만 좀 저희 팀도 이제 강력한 선수들도 영입했고 또 이제 앞으로 남은 기간 동안 어떻게 연습하느냐에 따라서 승패가 갈릴 것 같아요.
I agree that KT roster became a very strong team by recruiting a lot of strong players, and it's going to be a very difficult matchup. But we also strengthened our roster during the off season, so I think it's going to depend on which team prepares better during the off season.
All right, well, we look forward to that one. But before we get there, we've got a few more days of All-Stars, so we look forward to seeing you play throughout the rest of the week. FLICKR, one more time, thank you so much for the interview, and Homan, of course, on the translations. Now it's time to throw it back to the desk to close out the day.
Thank you so much, Dash and FLICKR and Homan. He wants to maintain his superstar status. You said that today as well. I think during lunch you were like, guys, I really want to maintain my superstar.
Yeah, I feel like Dash could just ask me that question. Same answer, honestly. It feels great.
Naturally.
I'm a bit jealous Dash gets to interview all the legends, but at least I have some legends here as well.
Oh.
All good.
Yeah, but just build us up and you just almost shut us down.
No.
Almost did.
I just built you up.
It will be by the end of the analyst segment.
All right, let's talk about the game of the actual superstars. LCK going up against the LPL All-Stars, and it went very much up and down, and it started by going really well in the bottom lane, that matchup for the LPL All-Stars, at least, and we have a couple of saves of that. Mata was collecting souls early in the bottom lane for the LPL All-Stars. Let's take a look, brought to you by Acer, as it was very impressive early on, and it looked like they might be able to snowball.
Again, LPL special. Camp the bot lane. It actually starts with SKT King, but then it gets turned around, and obviously we're gonna see like more people may join. Like the play here, Uzi knows exactly how long the lantern's on the ground for, so he can take a little trade, get it, and jump back as well.
Yep.
But this was just, I mean, the start of the game looked so good.
There he is,
China.
that lane.
And like, yeah, Korea looked towards that bottom lane and it's just like, oh yeah, China, we're gonna get it. But ultimately, as Stress was saying in our 5v5, it was just like, inevitably you are gonna lose. It's just like, how close to the finish line can you get? I think China put on the show though. They got further than the LMS.
I mean, this was SKT playing with fire, SKT Korea playing with fire, LCK.
I mean, they were fire.
They were fire as well, but like, ganking the bot lane against LPL teams should never happen. They will always be there with 3, 4, 5, 10 members to take you down, and we kind of saw that thing, you know, where you get the advantage against an LCK team, and then we were kind of being like, ooh, they can win. Ice. This is it, you know. And then it got caught in the mid lane quite a few times, and LCK turned around.
Yeah, well, we were watching it and thinking, you might just as well be watching Worlds. Like, it's, I mean, of course not, but it looks like they've taken it super, super, super seriously, and both teams really wanted to win. FLICKR really wanted to win, so let's take a look at one of the replays. Kench ult and FLICKR's Ahri coming to spoil the party, spoil the LPL party, rather. There it is.
I mean, FLICKR in the interview was saying, yeah, I was just having fun. I was like testing out this build that I've been playing in solo queue, and it's just like experimental, and then he just destroys everyone anyway, and this is just FLICKR having fun, apparently.
I mean, part of having fun is winning, I guess.
That's true.
For these guys here, and whenever you play like an LCK team, I feel like as a player, you just want to like try and beat them. You really want to beat them so badly. I'm sure that was the case here from the LPL squad.
No, I don't think. I think they started and they were like, I actually don't want to win. I just want to do a lot of dragons and see what's what.
Yeah, do a lot of dragons. A classic strategy, obviously. Thank you.
Of League of Legends.
I mean, it's good to do a lot of dragons, I guess. It's never bad.
You're not wrong.
I'm not wrong.
No, you're definitely not wrong.
All right, so how strong is this LCK squad looking? Of course, on the Summoner's Rift standard, they look pretty good, but then a bit wonky in the 1v1, some losses, so not as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, FLICKR was like evening out the playing field, right?
Yeah.
Because he actually did go for the Yasuo 1v1, and
True.
then I'm not sure what he was doing with the minions at the start, so maybe he was letting Mala win, but either way, I'm like,
The
Matt
gap is
played
closing.
extremely well. Yeah,
The 1v1 gap is definitely closing so far. Sadly, Smeb and Prey has advanced now, so they can still win the whole thing, and then we stand here once again.
Yeah.
Looking at the Koreans.
LCK is also the only team so far that is 2-0 in the Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, they're doing pretty well.
They're doing pretty well. So let's take a look at the schedule, no, not the schedule, the points after 2 days of mayhem so far because it's all squared out. Fire and Ice 350 over 350. So that's actually pretty good. I think Ice did well throughout most of the day, but then dropped the ball at the end of it.
Yeah, the important thing is, as Jad in the end figured out, is that the last day gives the most points because that's where you have the final of like the 1v1 tournament, and it's a lot of points going to first and second especially. That's going to be probably the decider here because we're obviously expecting like LCK to keep winning in these 5-on-5s with the 100 points, but then Ice have shown they can actually take games elsewhere. The 1v1s will decide the whole thing, I promise you.
We do have hope, though, because Mada is the fun mode god, and hopefully if he's in more of those, he'll actually be able to take home, because he's still in the 1v1s as well, so he can still actually get Team Ice a lot of points.
Because we know who's not going to bring home the points of the regions in Ice. It's the EULCS has not been.
Oh,
we still have a chance, though. We have Peke and Rekkles.
Oh, we do have Peke and Rekkles in the 1v1.
Yeah, and they just won
the
today.
Mode. And there's Assassin mode tomorrow.
Yeah,
and yeah, Tandem mode's coming up. There's one for all. Actually, let's see what madness we have on our slate tomorrow.
You just kind of spoiled it.
LCK takes on the EULCS, so that's a fantastic opportunity to get points.
We're doomed.
We also have one for all, and the 1v1 tournament continues around of 16. LMS and GPL face off. Assassin mode and the NALCS versus LPL.
Yeah, Mithy was here before, obviously, and he said he had to just wake up around 2 o'clock, go to the venue, get spanked by Korea, and then go back home and sleep
No, he
again.
was on the analyst desk as well.
On the analyst desk, he was here on the desk.
And expect the analyst desk as well, yeah.
Definitely so. I mean, it happens everywhere for Mithy right now, but
I'm kidding.
let's move on instead of having that picture in our heads. Europe, they're going to beat Korea. I'm telling you guys.
Let's talk about one for all mode, because I'm looking forward to that.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
We saw an IWCA, the Jarvan versus Lee Sin. I was casting it. It was so much fun, so I just want to see them go for some hype picks.
Yeah, and Assassin mode is tomorrow 2 fun mode, so that's always a lot of fun.
But the only mid laner not playing, or well, the one mid laner from Team Ice is Pekka, because we put him on AD carry mode instead.
Yeah,
he was actually very salty about
After
that.
LeBlanc today, it's fine that he's not in the Assassin.
Oh, he was
mode. I
good
think
yesterday.
Yeah, it's true. All right, that's all for us this evening here in Barcelona. I think it's time to sign off. We're totally railing. We'll see if this deadlock between Team Fire and Team Ice can be broken as the 2016 All-Star event continues tomorrow. From myself, the entire broadcast team, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow. Buenas noches.
The arena is electric right now. Well, first game of the day will be LMS versus NA, taking it to the Rift. Northland's coming in from the top side, Maple to follow. Crescendo, everyone dance, everyone die. NA get wiped.
I'm good. Yeah, Impact's good. That's all you have to say. I'm good. We failed you, Impact.
Snowball.
Oh, good.
No! That is the victory move right there. Gets headbutted back, but makes it.
Oh,
And the
Rekkles! Come on, Rekkles, don't make me look stupid.
Don't make me look stupid.
Pulls him under turret. Oh, Zip is dead.
Oh! It's over. Oh, it's over. He's going in. Reignover.
One more.
Oh my god, I'm boosted.
Might get the Q up again in an auto.
Oh!
I will play haircut him.
Hacker? Oh no.
Flash replay! Oh, he dodged everything. Forward. Rekkles. Do it! Oh, he gonna get it! Yes, one more for the fame.
Do you think I'm scared of someone who kisses Dash?
Oh, the headset comes off.
Wants the kill, looks for clear of his Wayless down as well. First blood to Wanda, double fly back and now Wayless gonna try to clear them up. Prey gets one of the backside, but Bengi looking to go down as well. Last those there, and there's the double for Wayless. Bengi kicks Wayless back in, but he's gonna flash out of the way. Faker looking to chase him down, does take it. A mouse gonna cancel that TP clear.
One clear up too.
Now by Smeb, and there's the ultimate coming back in. Great shot from Faker, there's the kill again for Bengi.
Got him again.
Power shot. Ignite.
Well,